Season 3, the home stretch, and probably the one that's going to get a lot of people on my bad side, because no matter what I say about anything, someone's going to disagree, drastically. I suppose I should say that for the most part, these are my own opinions, and I'm neither going to call this season the worst thing ever or praise it to high heavens. I'm going to do this the way I have been doing it. This episode starts with a pony telling Celestia that it has returned. Wait, it? You don't mean King Ramses, do you? The killer clowns from outer space? Crash Bandicoot? Well, if I don't know what it is, then how would Celestia know? She's been living for at least 1,000 years longer than me. Also, this foreshadowing here is pointless. He could have said that the Crystal Empire returned instead, and that would actually get rid of this flaw. Celestia rallies Cadence in shining armor, and then she writes a letter to Twilight telling her to come to Canterlot at once. That sends Twilight into frenzy mode because, well, she's Twilight. Actually, it's because Celestia wants to give Twilight some kind of test. And the scene where we learn this is funny enough to earn a point. Celestia and Luna are talking. They don't say it's about the Crystal Empire, but it's so obviously about the Crystal Empire since that's the title of the episode. Luna wants to go there, but Celestia doesn't want her to. And they're both being very cryptic, I guess to keep the plot of the Season 3 finale a secret. Twilight arrives, thinking that she's going to be taking some kind of academic test. Actually, it's a different kind of test. Celestia tells Twilight that the Crystal Empire has returned. A unicorn named King Sombra enslaved this empire. You guessed it, 1,000 years ago.
Why 1,000?
It is really 962 years, but 1,000 sounds more ominous.
You know, one of these season openers, I want to see the main six travel back to then and find out what the hell was going on. Celestia and Luna overthrew Sombra and banished him beneath the Arctic ice.
To shadow.
Objection! If you personally stopped Lord Sombra, then how is your knowledge of the Crystal Empire limited?
Celestia said that she defended it. She never said that she was there for long or learned anything about it. And she couldn't learn about it after she defended it because Sombra put a curse on the Crystal Empire that caused it to vanish for 1,000 years. What Celestia does know is that if the Empire is filled with hope and love, those things are reflected across all of Equestria. However, if hatred and fear take over, she doesn't say anything. So, it has to be bad. And then we learn about Twilight's test, protecting the Crystal Empire. When this first aired, there were a lot of questions, like if protecting the Empire was so important, then why didn't Celestia defend it herself? But now that we know a lot more, this episode seems to make a lot more sense. So yeah, I'm fine with all the questions that this raises. Even before Magical Mystery Cure though, you could say that Celestia was making shit up just to mess with Twilight. Celestia tells Twilight that it must be her and her alone in order to protect the Empire. And then she slams the door in her face. That's royalty for you. Then we get this season's first song. It's not the worst song in the show. I mean, it definitely is of the season, but it's nice enough. It just has all of my pet peeves. They stop midstream for dialogue. You could cut it out and this episode would be the same. And then Spike echoes Twilight's lines, which gets really old really fast. However, the song doesn't take up too much time, so I didn't mind it that much. Twilight's friends come by and wonder if she passed her test. She responds by telling them that they're going to the Crystal Empire. Why does that sound like a euphemism for getting high off of meth?
We're going to the Crystal Empire. Huh? What was that? Chip.
Wow, Equestrians can build railroad tracks really quickly, since the train leads to an empire that hasn't appeared for 1,000 years. Actually, there are some houses in the background, so I'll assume that this is just some podunk northern village that just happens to be near the Crystal Empire. At the station, they bump into Shining Armor, and he tells them that they might want to get moving. What the hell is with all the cryptic bullshit? We know who he's talking about, King Sombra. Is Sombra like Beetlejuice? If you say his name 3 times, is he going to become a god or something? To this episode's defense, Shining Armor immediately explains what he was talking about right after. Then they get attacked by a cloud of smoke with green eyes that is literally making ghost noises. Even though the villain doesn't appear threatening, you can at least see that the main characters know that it's dangerous. When Shining Armor tries to attack it, we learn that it can't be hit head-on. And it puts rocks on Shining Armor's horn, preventing him from doing magic. That kinda reminds me, never mind. Then we get to see the Crystal Empire, and Rarity has a freak out when Rainbow suggests that it's just an ordinary castle.
Very funny.
You know what? That is very funny. Twilight goes inside the Eiffel Tower and finds Cadence. They instantly start doing their secret handshake, so we know that she's not a changeling this time. Then we learn that she's using her magic powers to keep the Crystal Empire safe. Megan McCarthy, I think you got that backwards. Cadence's special powers revolved around love, and Shining Armor's specialty was shield spells. It seems like a small deal, but it's Megan's own continuity.
Cadence has been able to use her magic to spread love and light.
That kind of looked like a shield to me. Alright, fine, I'll give you this one, but I am watching you. Either way, Cadence is incredibly tired, and Sombra is just out there waiting for the shield to fade. Shining Armor tells Twilight that he's too busy looking around in the Arctic for signs of trouble that he hasn't been able to gather information from the Crystal Ponies, and Twilight figures that that's her test. Pinkie gets a good moment to shine, and then Twilight goes around asking the Crystal Ponies if there's some way to ward off King Sombra. Unfortunately, none of them seem to remember the before times, and none of them want to. None of the others are able to gain information either, and the crystal ponies are really starting to bum me out. Oh my god, run! What was the point of that? To show me that Fluttershy is even more unstable? And no, I'm not deducting a point for that because I'd have to give it right back. Pinkie starts going around the city as a spy, and yes, it's just as funny as it sounds, especially when she gets caught. But the only information they've collectively been able to get was about a library. Twilight has the expected reaction. The librarian turns out to be totally useless, so the main six have to search the whole library by themselves.
Let me know if you find anything.
I like her.
Alright, that's a good one.
Anyone else starting to think this is a lost cause?
Byter, maybe? Perhaps that's something I should bring up. A lot of critics seem intent on calling this episode worthless, and so far I don't see it. Sure, it's clunky and the logic doesn't always make sense, but that's no different from every other episode.
Applejack, what do I do? Let go. Are you crazy? No, I ain't. I promise you'll be safe. That's not true.
What do you know? Haven't you heard of suspension of disbelief?
No, I hate it when people call Season 3 trash while pretending everything before Season 3 besides Duel was perfect. Twilight finds a history book that tells them of a crystal fair that is supposed to breathe new life into the crystal ponies. That leads us to the next musical number of the episode, and definitely the better of the two. It's nice, upbeat, and catchy, and it has a reason to be here, to make the exposition dump pleasant and fun. I'll admit the lyrics are somewhat forced.
They had a petting zoo with tiny ewes.
Yeah, no one ever uses that word unless they couldn't think of a good rhyme. Just saying. Applejack sees a stone totem. Twilight explains that the book mentioned a crystal heart, so she cut one out of a stone block. Pinkie blows through her flugelhorn, which is actually a real instrument, and Twilight announces to the crystal ponies that the crystal fair is opening, and the crystal ponies immediately begin to cheer up, and then they start to remember things, like the crystal heart being an actual artifact that Sombra had hidden. Rainbow and Applejack hide the fake heart and explain the problem to Twilight. She hurries through the book to find out that the last page was missing, and I just realized that I'm watching Atlantis: The Lost Empire. An ancient empire that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years, has forgotten knowledge, with a superpower source, and a villain that didn't really do much of anything. Except die, maybe. That's not a bad thing, considering the previous episodes have taken plots from a variety of different media. But it's good to know because this episode has similar problems, namely the villain. After Cadence collapses, Sombra moves very slowly, but Cadence wakes up and re-ups the shield for no other reason than to end part 1 on a cliffhanger. It cuts off Sombra's horn though, but that evaporates to make the moment entirely pointless. Twilight decides that her test is to find the crystal heart, and so she instructs the rest of the main six to occupy the crystal ponies and keep them from finding out about the fake heart. Is it just me, or does Twilight seem to be feeling a different emotion than what she should in the scene? In fact, she almost seems to be talking to herself. Seriously, it sounds like Tara Strong recorded it in her sleep.
The purpose of the crystal fair is to lift the spirits of the crystal ponies. Take over the empire again? Their spirits are going to be anything but lifted.
Then we've got my main issue with this half. While Twilight goes to find the crystal heart in Sombra's darkness, we keep cutting back to the rest of the main six entertaining the crystal ponies through various shenanigans. The tone is incredibly inconsistent, and it takes you out of the mood. The characters do get some good moments, but it has the feeling of being totally pointless, and it's definitely the less interesting of the two stories. Spike joins Twilight on her journey, despite her instructions to go on her own. The place she decides to go looking is in the Crystal Eiffel Tower, and yes, I'm going to keep calling it that because that's what it looks like. Twilight enters the throne room and casts the dark magic spell she saw Celestia cast only once. Twilight is incredibly powerful, and it does look like she's struggling, not to mention that that's really cool, so I will let it slide. Then we get the most infamous part of this episode, King Sombra's door that shows whoever looks into it their worst fear. I'll give 2 points to Twilight because we actually see her fear, and all the emotions it has, and 1 point for Spike's. The moment is that incredibly awesome, and it's definitely the highlight of this two-parter. I mean, that's how you do an emotionally compelling scene. Twilight casts a different magic on the door and ends up in a room with more stairs. After she gets tired out, she takes a tip from Commander Viridian and turns gravity upside down. I don't know how the hell that works, but it is awesome. Twilight gets to the top of the tower and sees the crystal heart. She approaches it, and a trap imprisons Twilight in a circle of darkness. The crystal heart rolls towards Spike, and even Twilight's magic won't let her escape from the prison. Also, Cadence's magic is fading, and so Sombra is beginning to spread his crystals, his evil. Actually, what his power reminds me of is that ice from the Pokemon movie. You know, the one with the unknowns? You know the one. Twilight realizes that there might not be enough time for her to escape, and so she tells Spike that he has to be the one to return the crystal heart, regardless of what happens to her. Spike takes the heart and jumps out of the tower. Cadence finally collapses, and her love and light go away.
He's back. I can't take it.
Now, for what Sombra hasn't done, what it's implied that he's done is downright horrifying. That's why I haven't been deducting any points for his presence, or lack thereof. Spike falls off the tower, and Sombra starts stretching upwards towards him. He licks his lips for some reason, and Shining Armor tosses Cadence. She grabs the heart, and Spike swoops into the air. See, there was a purpose to her being an alicorn. And then it's revealed that Cadence is actually the Crystal Princess. Then the Crystal Ponies use their inherent magic to turn the main six into temporary Crystal Ponies and kill Sombra. Oh yeah, they killed him. The main six return to Celestia, and Twilight actually did pass the test by understanding the meaning of self-sacrifice, which is a really mature moral. And we end up with a reprise of the first song. Can someone please help me out? Why do so many people call this episode bad, or even underwhelming? It's actually a whole lot better than I remember. It seems to line up to a similar quality to the other two-parters. In fact, in some regards, it does better. It's not horribly rushed like Friendship is Magic, where I have honestly no idea what was going on. There's no anticlimax like the return of Harmony, and it doesn't introduce characters out of nowhere like a Canterlot Wedding. Sombra may have been a bit of a non-presence, but so was Nightmare Moon. And at least Nightmare Moon had her chance at bat. Sombra was staved off until the end, so there was nothing he could do. Could this have been done better? Of course. The answer to that is always yes. This story does seem better suited to a stop this villain from coming back to life plot, rather than keep this villain away kind of plot. The songs are definitely less than impressive, but what can you do? And songs really shouldn't dictate your tolerance towards an episode. Not every song is going to be This Day Aria or the Smile Song. I do like Ballad of the Crystal Empire at least more than Giggle at the Ghosties. What I'm trying to say, this is not the weakest of the two-parters. Friendship is Magic is, and hopefully that will always be the case. That means that the show is still above its roots, even if it's on its own now. Yay, I'm mildly popular for some reason. But seriously, thank you guys for liking, subscribing, and commenting. For this monumentous occasion, I thought I'd do something a little special. Lately, I've been getting a lot of requests to review fan-related things, and so I thought I'd start with one of the bigger projects out there, Double Rainboom. I don't suppose it's particularly fair, but I'm going to be using my current rating system. Everything I like gets a point, and everything I don't loses a point. Double Rainboom was a majorly hyped project, slated to be the first ever fan-made episode. It wasn't, Snowdrop was, but that's besides the point. The makers touted it to have show-quality animation, and being as close to the show as possible, and that already set them up for failure. We're going to ignore the trailers for the project and just take what we have. So let's begin. After almost a minute and a half of opening credits, the story opens up with Twilight messing around with some chemicals. Alright, let's get this out of the way. The animation is a bit stilted. It's definitely not as fluid as the actual show, but it is pretty impressive for a student project. The voice acting is also passable. Rainbow Dash sneaks up on Twilight and causes some potion she was working on to fling into the air. Luckily, Rainbow catches it, and she was there because
I snuck in. I was wondering what kind of egghead stuff you were doing.
most of the time, Rainbow doesn't care what Twilight does. In fact, this scene gives her the personality of a flanderized Pinkie Pie. Twilight takes the potion back and attempts to finish it. An explosion is heard, and the two of them are trapped in darkness. The potion creates a plethora of smoke and a troll face. Why? And then it disappears, and the vial falls to the floor mysteriously with a cork in it. Whatever the hell that was about, Rainbow thought it was awesome, and starts flying around the library. Or the laboratory? This is not Rainbow. This is much closer to Pinkie Pie. At least the Pinkie Pie from A Friend Indeed with absolutely no consideration for others. Rainbow wants to know what the potion does, but all Twilight tells her is that it could be dangerous. Rainbow comes up with 5 different possibilities, all of which are wrong. That's another thing we have to get out of the way. This episode is almost 30 minutes long. That's because that was the limit the makers needed to hit, but the story clearly didn't warrant that time limit, so this is bolstered with a ton of filler. I'll talk about that towards the end.
Because I don't really know what it is.
You've been working on this potion since Magic Kindergarten. Nice reference, by the way. And yet, you don't know what it does. Twilight explains to Rainbow that just because she made it, she doesn't know if it's completely safe to drink. You've been working on it since Magic Kindergarten.
Theory, this potion is supposed to be a talent enhancer.
Okay, do you know what it does, or don't you? I guess that she does know what it does because she explains it in an animation style similar to that of a Canterlot Wedding, where she basically says that she's full of bullshit, and the potion enhances talent with several examples that go on way too long. By the way, do you know anything about this particular style? Yeah, it's a lot easier to animate than the show quality animation that this project kept boasting. After Twilight runs down all the other main 6, Rainbow wants to know what would happen if she drank it. Okay, Rainbow is not stupid. After 4 different goddamn examples, I think she'd know that a talent enhancer would enhance her ability to fly. So Rainbow steals the potion because she has absolutely no respect for her friend's belongings, and she drinks it. Then Twilight freaks out and hooks up Rainbow to a machine to record the effects. I don't like where this is going. I swear, if you go cupcakes on me. Actually, that doesn't happen. Do you know what does happen? A whole lot of nothing! Then Twilight releases Rainbow from the machine and says that she can now fly to test the effects of the potion. Rainbow flies up and crashes through the ceiling, and eventually realizes that she's incredibly high in the sky.
How'd I get all the way up here?
I don't know. Let's think really hard about this. You tried to fly, you crashed through a roof, and now you're way up high in the sky. Honestly, I don't know how you got up there. Seriously, Rainbow isn't exactly the smartest pony around, but she has basic common sense. In fact, she's got more common sense than Twilight half the time. So Rainbow starts flying around the town instead of up high in the sky because I don't know. And then we have a plethora of gags. Hey, it's like that other episode with way too much filler where the joke failed. I wonder which one is better. And then there's this joke with Derpy where 2 pots fall on her head and another one crushes her muffin. This is a masterclass on how to destroy a joke. It'd be funny if the first time her eyes were underped and then the pot made them derped. Either way, the first time we laugh. The second time, we have a meh reaction. Then when it crushes her muffin, we hate ourselves for laughing, and then we hate you for animating it. Then pinball joke, then reference joke, then I don't know, then another reference joke, even more pointless than the last. Finally, Rainbow starts flying higher into the sky and into space. Why is the moon Domo? I mean, the troll face I kinda get. They think internet memes are funny. And I get the Scootaloo chicken thing, but why is the moon Domo? That's not a fan thing. That's not even an internet meme. Why is the moon Domo? Then Rainbow instantly gets the idea to do a double Rainboom. Sure, why not? Ponies didn't think that a single Rainboom could be done, so they definitely have heard of a double Rainboom. So Rainbow tries to do the double Rainboom, and several fandom nods because internet. As Rainbow starts falling, she starts turning into an actual rainbow. Twilight teleports the field and begs Rainbow to slow down.
The side effects could be disastrous! Rainbow Dash? Rainbow Dash!
She's in the goddamn sky. I don't think she can hear you whispering. Rainbow performs the double Rainboom and turns Ponyville into Fallout 3. A bunch of townsfolk look forlorn and sad at their destroyed homes, but we're going to ignore that plot. We've got a much more interesting one. Twilight wanders to the forest, gets a Back to the Future reference, and finds that Rainbow went through a wormhole. And this wormhole leads her to Townsville. Let me explain exactly what's wrong with this. Every single trailer for Double Rainboom led people to believe that this would be as show accurate as possible, and kept the crossover plotline a total secret. Not to mention that there was nothing previously in this episode that suggested crossover. If you're going to do one, fine, but let us know up front, and don't blindside us with a trademark notice halfway through. This may seem harsh, but in your own words.
This is what you get for not thinking ahead!
The city of Townsville is under attack!
Oh good, glad to see that things haven't changed one bit in 10 years. The Powerpuff Girls show up and beat up the monster, and it's some classic nostalgic action. Until the monster defeats the Powerpuff Girls. That never happened before. Maybe they're having an off day. Rainbow Dash shows up and basically beats the monster up so badly that it decides to surrender. Then the Powerpuff Girls rise up and beat up the monster, who is clearly hesitating. Rule number 1 of a crossover is make sure that you've got both universes correct. The Powerpuff Girls would not beat up a hesitating monster. Okay, maybe Buttercup would, but Blossom probably wouldn't, and Bubbles definitely wouldn't. And it's vice versa about trying to take home a Rainbow Pony. Oh yeah, the Powerpuff Girls try to take Rainbow Dash home. So she flies off.
No rush, girls. Let's give her a head start.
What the hell? I don't know who that is, but that's not Blossom. A headhunter maybe, but not any of the Powerpuff Girls. After a brief chase scene, well, brief by Double Rainboom standards, Rainbow's wings give out, and she falls to the ground. A goodie, a fandom cliche.
What's going on?
You've broken your wings for the 11th bajillionth time in a fanfiction. Actually, this is a side effect of the potion. It makes her fly fast, and then it takes away her ability to fly. This is a public service announcement, kids. Don't use steroids. Rainbow starts to hear the ghost of Pinkie Pie. Speaking of creepy, why are there no cars in the city's crossroads? Pinkie Pie uses her fandom fourth wall breaking powers to take Rainbow Dash home. And then Blossom asks the audience where she went. Then the Powerpuff Girls lament the loss of their pony. Yeah, that's what I want to see after all these years. Cartoons from my past crying.
I can talk.
You're not a pony!
Is Bubbles threatening to beat the dog up? What the hell is with this crossover? So, Rainbow is back in Ponyville, and after Twilight gives her an angry glare, Rainbow seems to destroy Ponyville. And then, like a normal episode of Friendship is Magic, we get a lesson. Don't take things that don't belong to you. How about this for a lesson? Give us the product you advertised, and don't hype the genre of your product until halfway through it. If you didn't hype this up so much, then I personally would have been a lot more impressed, and the critics would have been a lot more lenient on it. Let's make this clear. The only thing still impressive about Double Rainboom is that they actually got Hasbro's permission to use their characters. Don't know if they got Cartoon Network's permission though. Even if I was impressed, I probably still wouldn't like this, because the pieces just don't fit. The story is just an excuse to make the animation both as easy and impressive as possible. That's what I got from Twilight's explanation and the entirety of the Powerpuff Girls universe. Powerpuff Girls were made with easy to draw shapes, as a lot of cartoons were then, because they didn't have things like Flash to make more complex designs like in, say, Friendship is Magic. It's horribly paced, filled with an amazing amount of filler. Floating around on YouTube is a show-length edit that brings it down to 22 minutes, and the plot stays exactly the same. But what they used as filler baffles me. It's constant pop culture references and internet memes, or what they think are references. And then there's the major problems. Rainbow Dash is totally out of character throughout the entire episode. She wouldn't care what Twilight was doing, she would not take something from her friend, she has a solid grounding in common sense, and most importantly, she's an adult. If you picked Pinkie to do this, it'd still be wrong. She wouldn't steal from her friends either, but it would be a lot closer to the show accurate you kept bragging about. If you're going to make an episode like this, start with the story. Make sure you've got the whole thing done and checked over, and then you start to animate. But what you should mostly get out of this review is do not overhype your product, or you're just setting yourself and everyone else up for disappointment. This episode starts with Twilight casting her magic on an apple when Pinkie tackles her in a hug. About to magic goes stray and strikes a bird. It may be just me, but the first time I watched this episode I thought she killed that thing. She didn't, she just turned it into an orange, which is actually more horrifying. I suppose I should get this out of the way now. I think that this episode is the greatest horror story ever told. I mean, just look at the title! It's a good thing I know that Twilight would never purposely kill anything. Pinkie bumps into Rarity, and learns that Rarity had some fun without her. This leads Pinkie into a panic, and she runs around, trying to see if any of her friends are having fun without her. She eventually collapses when she gets to Fluttershy. Pinkie later awakes in Fluttershy's Butterfly Grove, whatever. Rainbow and Applejack come up, and each of them have something planned at the same time.
But that's when I'll be at the swimming hole. Oh well, doesn't matter. Whichever one you choose is okay with me.
Hey, that's actually a pretty mature moment. Pinkie decides to try to run back and forth between Applejack and Rainbow's plans, and she bumps into Twilight again. This time she turns a frog into an orange. Once again, that's disturbing. Twilight tells Pinkie that the only way that she could be at both places at the same time is if there's more than one of her. Hey, it's like that moment with the book, except that Twilight isn't being oblivious or stupid here. Either way, it gives Pinkie an idea. She runs out to find something called the Mirror Pool, and goes wandering through the Everfree Forest. She eventually falls into a hole that leads her to a cave with the pool. Pinkie goes through it, chanting a rhyme, and bam! Now there's two of them. It's immediately apparent that the clone is not up to Pinkie's intelligence level. It likes to bounce around and shout fun, so it's essentially a hyper-flanderized Pinkie Pie. One thing that I have to give credit for is that the clones, and yes there will be multiple ones, all have the same appearance. That's actually really unusual. In most stories like this, the clones tend to have a physical deformity, so the audience can properly identify who's who. But here, each of the clones look exactly like Pinkie. Their differences are strictly mental. Pinkie sends off her clone to help Applejack with the barn racing, which doesn't sound like too much fun, but whatever.
This is the greatest plan ever!
Nah, Twilight trying to stop time still has a beat. The real Pinkie arrives at the swimming pool to find an exhausted Dash. Oh, and the conversation that Pinkie has referring to her clone is hilarious. In fact, all the comedy in this episode is top-notch. The Pinkie clone is on her way to Applejack's when she bumps into Fluttershy, who is having a fun picnic with her animal friends. Since the real Pinkie couldn't make a decision on where to go, there was no way in hell that clone Pinkie could. So she panics and goes to find the real Pinkie. Oh, and the real Pinkie breaks the laws of physics just to be considerate to Rainbow. Honestly, why do people say she was rude to her friends in this episode? Pinkie meets up with her clone, and she tries to get the information about the barn raising out of her. Then the Pinkie clone freaks out about her total inability to decide. And so the real Pinkie comes up with the idea to get more clones. And I do like this. This gets out of Pinkie's control in believable increments. It's not that she decides that she's going to clone herself and all of a sudden there's total anarchy. No, I'm not giving a point for this, but consider it a fusion point with the appearance one from earlier, for continuing to do the cloning plot correctly. So Pinkie duplicates herself in her clone, and then the clones duplicate themselves without Pinkie. And again, and considering the number, I'm assuming they did it a few more times as well. Of course, this doesn't register alarm bells in Pinkie's head, so she decides to lead the horde into town, but not before teaching them the name of Pinkie's friends. Rainbow Dash ends up surrounded, and she secures herself in a beach umbrella fort. Applejack's barn raising ends up totally toppled, and she's obviously miffed with this. Anger is definitely a legitimate emotion, but I'd be more curious as to why the hell there are suddenly 50 Pinkie Pies running around. Or is cloning a common occurrence to Applejack and her family? Pinkie realizes how badly she screwed up, and that's a what have I done reaction that I can actually buy. Awesome! Every pony goes to Twilight for some reason to figure out a way to stop the Pinkie invasion. Twilight goes into her library to find the answer, and Spike finds a secret compartment that he's never seen before. Okay, why was the book in a secret compartment? Couldn't it just have been some random book lying around in the library? Like the Cutie Box book, unless there's something especially dangerous about this book that you're not telling us. The book has a spell that can send the Pinkie clones back into the mirror pool, or the mirror pond as the book calls it, but if she can't figure out who the real Pinkie is, then she might send her back by mistake. Alright, before we see anything, what does Twilight know about the clones? She knows absolutely nothing except for the fact that they've been wrecking shit. No one else knows the difference either. The Pinkie that I'm pretty sure is the real one claims that she's the real Pinkie, and every other Pinkie claims that they're the real one too. Then something I've never seen before happens. The real Pinkie starts to doubt that she's the real Pinkie. Way to break out of a cliche. And yeah, I'd find that to be totally in character for Pinkie, considering that there has been plenty of ambiguity this whole time. Twilight tries to figure out who's the real Pinkie. Twilight and Spike come across a depressed Pinkie at a table. Spike asks her if she's the real Pinkie, but she claims that she doesn't know. Once again, Twilight doesn't know anything about these clones, so she could easily assume that this one is simply defective. No point subtracted. Actually, the pure emotion in the scene is enough to add a point. Then the real Pinkie comes up with the idea to make all the Pinkies do something not fun, and anyone who can't do it goes back into the pond. And Twilight loves the idea, but I kinda don't. The Pinkie who gave the idea would obviously have the advantage. Pinkie realizes that if she fails, she goes back into the mirror pond, and she admits to herself that this is all of her fault, dragging her back into a guilty depression. Twilight finds the rest of the main six hiding in a tree. And hey, it's Tank! I thought Rainbow might have gotten bored of him and turned him into soup or something. Applejack rounds up all of the Pinkies and traps them in the town hall. Twilight gets them all to sit down, and Rainbow comes in with a depressed Pinkie that we're pretty sure is the real one, and drops her somewhere in the back. Then Twilight reveals the test: watching paint dry, which is totally hilarious. And yes, I do know about the fanfiction. After some time, some of the Pinkies get bored, and the absolute second they look away from the wall, Twilight shoots them with no hesitation whatsoever, despite the risk of sending one of her friends away forever. Also, some of those things seem to be very hard to ignore, like, "Oh God, kill it with fire!" Thank you. Eventually, there are only two Pinkies left, and they both seem to be holding up quite well. However, Rainbow cuts the test early, and the final fake looks away, leading Twilight to destroy it with the same brutality. Then we get a nice ending, a good moral, and a letter to Celestia. Strangely, only one of two this season.
That looks like fun.
We're not touching that one. In all seriousness though, I think that this is not only the best Pinkie episode of the entire show, I think that this is the funniest episode of the entire show. Almost every second is throwing a new joke, and pretty much all of them hit bullseye. So let's talk about the humor, shall we? Most of it is slapstick. After all, Dave Polsky is a slapstick writer, and telling him to have none in his episodes would be like telling Cindy Marr that she couldn't have any emotional depth in her episodes. However, a lot of the humor also just comes from the pure situation, with Pinkie comforting herself or talking to Rainbow about her clone going to see Applejack. It's nice and varied and keeps things interesting. Speaking of emotional depth, that was something that really surprised me in this episode. This could have just been an excuse to go nuts with Pinkie Pie, and in some regards it was, but they thought really intensely about what turmoil she'd be going through in this episode. Most importantly though, this is a situation that I believe Pinkie would find herself in. Yes, I think it's more believable that she'd clone herself than forget her own birthday party or repeatedly annoy someone. But this is a very weird show. This is getting, I guess old is the best word. Every other adjective that could apply has been true since the beginning. I guess the best thing to ask is, can we start over? I'd like if we could start over. I'll apologize for all past transgressions, real or imagined, if we can start over. Does that sound reasonable? Here's the beginning. There was one simple, solitary fact. I do not find you a good reviewer. Yes, that is my problem. I understand that. However, the thing is, I am not the only person with that problem. And don't say that it was my doing, because people have thought that long before me. I suppose the best thing I could do is a Josh Scorcher style response video. No courtroom scenario, just me and your review, and my problems with your review. In essence, we can call this a review of a review. I am allowed to do that, right? Good! And where did it truly start? The episode Too Many Pinkie Pies. Title says it all, really. Can't read the name of the episode and not be expecting lots of Pinkie Pie and or zaniness for the next 20 minutes. And it delivered. We got silliness, loads of Pinkie Pies, not only in numbers, but also being the protagonist central character of the episode. The story, tone, and main character burst with Pinkie silliness. So, I hear you say, did you actually like it then, Byter? Simple answer, no. But this is what Pinkie Pie is all about. She's always been acting weird. Why don't you like it now? Well, to answer that, I'll have to not keep it so simple. But it's not like the prologue. We've returned to more serialized hijinks just like before. You like them? Well, that's sort of the problem here. It's all about the hijinks. Despite prior characterization, Pinkie seems, well, shallower or simpler than before. There's no real character arc here. We're going to need more context. Shallower or simpler compared to what? A Friend Indeed where she annoyed Cranky despite his repeated attempts to get her to stop? Over a Barrel where she caused the buffalo stampede for no reason at all? Party of One where she forgot her own birthday that came immediately after her pets? People who disagree with you are going to jump on that. It really makes you seem like you've been blind to some of Pinkie's flaws in the past.
The story is fairly simple. Pinkie wants to have fun with everyone, and thus makes lots of copies of herself. Things escalate with hordes of Pinkie Pie running amok. Twilight undoes the problem with magic, but she needs to find which Pinkie is the real one, which she does by setting them a boring test.
A very important part of this story is that there was only one clone for a brief period of time, so we can gauge the differences between the real Pinkie and the clone Pinkies. Your main argument is that Pinkie was out of character for this episode. By leaving that detail out, it makes it seem like you weren't paying attention.
But beyond Pinkie being sorry about what she's done, and determinism to stay through the test, there's not much characterization going on here for the majority of its length. Most of her time is spent establishing the central tone of zany silliness.
Being sorry about what Pinkie Pie did took up a good chunk of the episode, like when she was crying out of sorrow for the clones tormenting her friends, or when she was depressed at the table because her friends couldn't tell her apart from her clones. There are some details that you can't exclude, especially if a devil's advocate can use it against your arguments.
It's a return episode for Dave Polsky, the one who penned Feeling Pinkie Keen and Over a Barrel for Season 1. The more episodes he writes, the more I get the impression that he likes writing for Pinkie, with 2 episodes featured strongly around Pinkie's quirks, whilst the other episode giving her a stupid annoying song. The problem I have with his writing style for Pinkie Pie is that she always feels simpler, dumber, or one note.
Alright, let's talk about Feeling Pinkie Keen, because I'm pretty sure that Polsky was high off his ass when he wrote Over a Barrel anyway. Was she simple in that particular episode? I would say no. She was staying strong to what she believed in. Having faith in something does not make you simple, especially when the evidence continues to support your faith. Giving in to Twilight would have made her seem simpler.
If you've hardly seen the show in much depth, then characters like Pinkie and Rarity might easily be summoned into the crazy/zany person and the fashionista buckets. But both of them have been more than their most core character aspects. They each have unique personalities and quirks beyond that. Pinkie Pie and logic don't overlap well, but she still has had a high emotional intelligence, which she uses to do what she likes, which is make others smile, which is more her core personality trait.
No, I think that Pinkie is very logical. Remember, a devil's advocate can point right to a Friend Indeed, where Pinkie connected Matilda and Cranky through their matching scrapbooks, and believing a conclusion that the evidence supported in Feeling Pinkie Keen. Your argument is that Pinkie was out of character, and to do that you needed to establish her previous personality with less oversights.
My problem is that normal Pinkie at the start seemed, well, simpler than normal. Fun! Her motivation at the start was very simple, and her clones are all just as simple. Fun! But times 20. There's no immediate difference between her and her clones in this episode.
And here's the rub. The immediate difference between Pinkie and her clones is, well, Pinkie's memories.
Calm yourself. There's loads of fun to be had in Ponyville with my girls.
None of the clones would remember who Pinkie's friends were. Numerous other reviewers never testified to any problems determining who the real Pinkie was.
In fact, I initially thought they were totally the same.
That might not have been a good thing to admit, because that's really working against your point. If it helps, I rewatch each episode multiple times. Sometimes I do it with my critical faculties on, and sometimes with them off.
The title promises crazy times. That's what we got. The problem was her motivation and actions at the beginning were as simple and zany as the crowd of Pinkies later on.
Alright, the first problem is that this is the first real thing you've said to support your claims that Pinkie was not different to her clones in any way, and we're halfway through your review. This should have been something that you said much earlier, and then built onto that. It would have really added onto your case. Instead, your review has been making an argument that you don't really know Pinkie. Furthermore, one could actually argue that this strengthens the episode, making it even harder for the others to sort through who's the real Pinkie and who isn't. Some advice from a much better critic than myself:
Vagueness is never good. You gotta show us. You can't just tell us and expect us to take your word for it. That's not good. Here's something I like to do. Assume, for all intents and purposes, that you're wrong. Whenever you criticize something, assume that you're wrong. Try to come up with counter arguments to the points that you make, because you just might be wrong.
Your dissenters will be playing devil's advocate a lot. You need to cover all of your bases.
The story seemed to be struggling at finding a way to differentiate the real and copied Pinkies, because, well, the story here didn't establish either of their personalities very well, and the story is weaker in terms of characterization because of that.
Clone Pinkies didn't have the real Pinkie's memories, nor did they have her depth. Because you didn't strengthen your points in the beginning, it can now come across that you're missing the perceived obvious. When virtually no other reviewer claimed that differentiating Pinkie from the clones was a problem, it comes off as a massive oversight on your part.
But for me, Pinkie Pie has always been more than just that. She's kind-hearted, compassionate, and takes her responsibilities kinda seriously. Because Pinkie Pie has always been about making her friends happy. It just frustrates me to have that depth left out for the most part.
Her original conflict in this episode was that she wanted to spend time with each of her friends. She knows that she makes them happy. She slowed herself down from splashing into the water when Rainbow asked her to do so. Her main concern at the end was that her clones were tormenting her friends.
I bet she misses you too. Bet she'd do just about anything to get to be with her friends again.
That seems kind-hearted and compassionate to me.
In its place, we get our most obvious, simple characterization: zaniness. But I felt like the difference should have been more pronounced, that the copies weren't like Pinkie in a way that was obvious to the audience. That way we could see her character more obviously, and make that final division more meaningful.
You've got to keep this in mind. The more obvious the difference was, the easier it would be for Pinkie's friends to differentiate who is who, and in the end, the climax would have been weakened. If it was too obvious, like saying darkening the clone's fur or removing their cutie marks, then the others would easily have been able to sort out who is who. And if they wouldn't be able to figure out, then they definitely would have been out of character.
With hindsight, I'd have stuck Pinkie between chores and friends. She'd foolishly get a copy to do her chores, but her copy only wants to have fun.
The problem with that is that Pinkie has never shirked her responsibilities before. In Baby Cakes, she stuck to her full-sitting duties despite being in way over her head. And in Mr. and the Friendship Express, she made sure that it was her duty in the highest order to make sure that the cake arrived safely. Doing what you just suggested most likely would have been a true downgrade of her character.
The clone could have been as destructive as the members of the crowd, and left Pinkie's friends confused at the unlimited zaniness that the clone unleashed. We could have had an interesting double-ganger act, as normal Pinkie tries to explain and fix what's going on, but no one believes her. In the end, she goes to Twilight and asks for her help, and does something that's within the context of the show or episode, that proves her true character.
It might be just me, but I think that that's exactly what happened in the episode. Give me a minute, let me check.
Pinkies came from.
Twilight, I have to talk to you. I need your help. Excuse me, whoever you are, but I'm not talking to any of you Pinkies unless you're the real Pinkie. Something not fun at all. Any Pinkie that can't do it goes back into the pond. We'll be watching paint dry. Wow. I just had to. I couldn't leave my friends. I just couldn't.
Yeah, that sounds like what happened in the episode. This just confuses me, and it makes me once again think that you weren't paying attention, since you pretty much described the end of the episode like point for point, just with one clone instead of many. But I don't see how that would change anything, and you didn't provide a suggestion of how it would change things.
Thus providing us with ideals of responsibility, and it add new, comparative depth to Pinkie's character. Maybe involve the baby cakes, one of her past responsibilities that isn't fun but she still enjoyed doing.
Pinkie shirks her chores, one of which was full-sitting the Cake Twins, so she gets a destructive clone to do the job. You might want to think these through a bit more. Furthermore, if Pinkie enjoyed full-sitting, then why would she get a clone to do it?
Once again, the show isn't bad, but it misses the depth of the character present in the previous seasons. Parody 1 worked for me, beyond her acting weird and playing with inanimate objects, because it shed a light on her character, and I can empathize with the feeling of being unloved and unappreciated. So whilst I may still kinda enjoy this episode for its simple-minded, Pinkie acting weird times 20 is fun, writing Pinkie as the shallow, impotent protagonist didn't work here, and detracts from the episode and her character.
As I said earlier, in Party of 1, Pinkie forgot her own birthday, and yet she has every pony else's memorized. That seems simpler than, say, feeling guilty about how her clones are wrecking her friend's life, and that it's all her fault. I've heard the case that this episode is made to make fun of flanderization. among other things, and the clones were essentially Pinkie Pie after Flanderization. Your review claims that Pinkie Pie was out of character, but it doesn't seem to show off much knowledge of the subject. Much correct knowledge. And that undermines everything. There were a few good points that you did raise, such as Pinkie's simpleness in the beginning, but it was undermined by you admitting that you couldn't tell the real Pinkie from her clones, and several other points lead me to believe that you don't truly know who Pinkie Pie is. In conclusion, this review comes off as complaining that you don't know who Pinkie Pie is, and yet you claim that she's out of character. You do see how this is a problem, right? Let's move on to your follow-up, which I'm sad to say is of even less objective value. I'll say right now that I went back and I counted every instance of slapstick in each episode of the show and divided them into seasons. I also made a video showcasing every joke in Too Many Pinkie Pies that was not slapstick. I'll annotate all 4 of them here.
Both of these have reviewed the episode, and both used the term slapstick for what they thought the strength of the episode was. In my last review, I focused on just the characterization, as the episode was centered on Pinkie as the protagonist.
Alright, a couple of problems right off the bat. The first one has nothing to do with you, so don't worry. The first link sends me to an SSL error page. You might want to check that out. The second one, though, is over an hour and a half long. If you're going to pick reviews to sample, try to keep them, short. People are already giving their time to you, and you really don't want to impose on them more than you have to. I believe that the ANY Pony also praised the slapstick humor in his review, and his review is under 10 minutes.
Firstly, yes, I must admit that Dave Polsky is mostly a writer of slapstick for this show. I might gripe with how he writes his characters, but all of his episodes have been aiming for mostly slapstick humor. But first, what is slapstick? It is basically contrived situations for the sake of humor. A pie in the face at its most basic.
Okay, first of all, never use Wikipedia as a source. You are a university student. You should know that. I don't care if this is just a casual review. We do not use Wikipedia as a source. It's where research starts, not where it ends. According to these 5 sources, slapstick is physical comedy. Someone else's pain made for your pleasure. This is a contrived situation for the sake of humor.
I don't believe this! Who flushes a chainsaw?
That's not slapstick. This is slapstick. All of those scenarios were from Season 1. Speaking of which, the only season where no one was pied in the face was the 3rd one. Now you're going on to argue a term that you've already misused and missourced. Please tell me why I should keep reading.
When analyzing slapstick, I often relate it to suspension of disbelief. If you can get people to accept the conditions leading to and the act of your slapstick, it works. But if you don't, it'll just feel annoying and contrived.
Once again, that's not slapstick. And once again, here's a much better critic than me explaining just how slapstick works.
Slapstick focuses on the most important rule of comedy, that all comedy, in one way or another, is based on misery. Whether it be mocking something others hold dear, or crushing another in a perfectly timed manner, humor is that defense mechanism that acknowledges that pain is just another part of life. William Hanna and Joseph Barbera knew how to animate great slapstick. It makes sense in animation, seeing how so much of the humor relies on timing, and here, you can literally control each frame to the tiniest detail. Well, because, again, they understood that anything that can emphasize the amount of pain a character is in, usually the funnier the joke will be.
The more you can feel the character's pain without making the audience cringe, the better the scenario comes off. It has nothing to do with the suspension of disbelief. Yeah, I can't believe that there was a piano in the mail truck. Still funny when Twilight gets hit with it, though. Furthermore, how can a contrived scenario for the sake of comedy not feel contrived? I'm afraid I don't follow your logic here.
The best comparison in previous seasons is Feeling Pinkie Keen, also by Dave. The humor was always staged quite nicely with Pinkie's sense. Her senses, whilst contrived, I can accept, as it was the point of the episode.
Alright, now you have to explain to me why you could accept Pinkie's senses that were never fully explained, but you can't accept clones that weren't fully explained. You need to be more clear. This is why it's a very good idea to have all your bases covered. It's like a Jenga tower. The more pieces you remove, the more likely the thing is going to crush under its own weight, and the closer to the source it is, the quicker it's going to fall apart.
Both me and Swy want to find out what's leading to all these comedic predictive events. The senses were also not too overplayed. It was spaced throughout the episode, where it was needed, and we had action with the Hydra to help close things off, and provide contrast.
You do know that not every joke in Too Many Pinkie Pies was slapstick, right? There was more non-slapstick humor there than there was slapstick humor. Believe me, I counted. You're free to make the counts yourself if you don't believe me. The ending of the episode, and the real Pinkie's depressed mood, seem to provide enough contrast. In essence, you're not helping your point.
So what do we set up and work with the slapstick present in Too Many Pinkie Pies? Could I suspend my sense of disbelief on the contrivances going on to enjoy them? The episode paints Pinkie Pie to be a flat two-dimensional character, to allow for its slapstick, which made her feel shallower and impotent, lots of moping around.
You do know that the character doesn't need to be flat to have slapstick happen to them, right? That tends to happen after the slapstick does, not before. Bazing! It's actually funnier if the characters are of higher dignity, so to speak.
The joke itself worked off Pinkie being random and destructive, dancing around, jumping, and making noise. The build-up was also very heavy-sided. We go from 2 Pinkies to 20 in minutes.
When was there 2 Pinkies again? According to your previous review, Pinkie wanted to have fun with her friends, and then she made a lot of copies of herself. You're now making that detail more and more important. Now, I might start to believe that you purposely left that detail out to paint the episode in a certain way. It was a very important detail. It's like talking about the Mona Lisa without talking about her smile. You just can't do it.
The actual slapstick here didn't feel earned. The opposite of it, by degrading who Pinkie Pie was.
Slapstick is one of the few forms of humor that doesn't need to be earned. Someone gets hit with a door, and bang, you laugh. Someone falls into a hole that they've missed, and boom, you laughed. Someone gets hit with an anvil, and boom, you laugh.
It was simple and built up too quickly. It was like a pie to the face, then 20 pies to the face, with no other jokes to play off of. It loses its effectiveness. It's very much like, huzzah, how many points do I receive? Not understanding when there's too much of a good thing. You need to balance fun and slapstick. More isn't always better.
Once again, I'm fairly certain that you don't know what slapstick is. Yes, there can be too much of a good thing, but like I've counted, there were more non-slapstick jokes than slapstick jokes in this episode, which helped to balance out the episode. Furthermore, if you're going to go after an episode with too much slapstick, Dragon Quest has more instances than any other episode of the show. Once again, count them. Finally, slapstick is fun. How do you balance something out with itself?
In short, no, I didn't find the episode that funny due to slapstick. I can kinda get where people can enjoy it, however. A pie to the face can be quite funny by itself. It's just I prefer my gags to be well-paced and earned. Here we just degraded Pinkie's character to do the same gag ad nauseum.
It's one thing to say that you didn't find the episode funny, but you built your whole argument on the wrong definition of a word. In fact, I don't know what you were truly referring to. A definition that I do not know how you came to really undermines future things you have to say. That's not my opinion, that's reality. Especially because you continue to use the word slapstick. Byter, I'm asking you this. Do you want me to review your other reviews? This is how it started, remember? I have not used one ad hominem in this video. To those who don't know, and there's a surprisingly lot of you who don't know, it's essentially an insult. Saying that someone's logic is faulty because they are a troll is an ad hominem. Saying someone is a troll because their logic is faulty is not. All I did in this video was attempt to gauge the objective value of your reviews. Whether or not I succeeded is up to the masses to decide. No hate, pride, or prejudice has soured my tongue. If you'll accept this as a new start, I will annotate my screw-ups video to link to here. And anything that I said about you prior to this point, I consider null and void. It's up to you whether or not to take my advice. I know you really don't want it. And to the masses, please do not flame him. I am semi-sure that that's how this whole complication started. And if this video does get flagged, I will fight to keep it up. There's no worry there. Hey, the bullying episode! This'll be fun. This episode starts with Applebloom searching through a room to find an outfit. They're supposed to be meeting Applebloom's cousin Babseed from Manhattan at the train station, and she wants to make a good first impression. As soon as Applejack lets it out that Babs is also a blank flank, she excitedly runs to the train station.
You know, your cousin is supposed to sleep in here.
Okay, that was funny. But, unfortunately, that's probably the highlight of the comedy in this episode. Yeah, we'll get to that. Right now, we've got a failed joke where Applebloom is looking on a train, mistaking everyone and everything for her cousin. The second Babs gets off the train, the CMC bombard her.
Thanks, I'm happy to...
This is gonna be the best week of your life!
Sure hope it's gonna
Seriously.
Okay, there's something about Babs that we really have to talk about, and you've probably already noticed it by now. Why does she have a rack of meat on her head? Ha! Now you can't unsee it either. The CMC show Babs their clubhouse and reveal that they're blank flanks. This makes Babs seem very self-conscious. They try to make her feel welcome, but they don't seem to make much of an impact. So the CMC show her their float for the summer harvest parade. A giant pumpkin. That's an odd choice for the Apple family. And then Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon enter the barn with no explanation in an attempt to make this episode intolerable. But strangely, it seems that they're not good at bullying in this episode.
More like a lame kin.
I never thought I'd be saying this, but that's the best diss you can come up with? You're not even trying anymore, are you? Diamond Tiara wants to know who the new blank flank is, and we see that Babs is self-conscious again. And when she sees them bully the CMC, she, with very little hesitation, starts bullying the CMC pretty much immediately. And a side glance does not count as internal conflict. Then Babs destroys the CMC's float, and is for some reason a better bully than either Diamond Tiara or Silver Spoon.
When I tell Applejack, you gonna tell Applejack what? What are you, a snitch?
What is this now, the Shawshank Redemption? Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon take Babs over to the dark side, and the CMC look a bit forlorn.
We have to tell Applejack. No, we're not snitches.
We all know how this is going to turn out, don't we? Here's a better idea, Cindy Morrow. Have the CMC tell Applejack, but have her not believe them. If you're going to do a bullying story, do it correctly or your grade is going to suffer. Yeah, I got a pretty big bone to pick with this episode, I'll admit that now. And it'll come more into fruition the further we go along. The CMC are looking all depressed, and Sweetie Belle keeps reminding them that they could always tell Applejack. Do you know what this reminds me of? Ghostbusters, where they developed a whole subplot that is basically Spike urging Twilight to actually do something. And trust me, you do not want to remind me of Ghostbusters. The CMC actually do try to at least avoid Babs, but find themselves unable to in the song Babs Seed. Yeah, I like the song. It's really nice, catchy, and upbeat, and it's definitely better than the 2 songs in the Crystal Empire. Now let me talk about the context, for which is enough for me to add a point. This is a more realistic portrayal of bullying. The first reaction to bullying is usually to try and ignore it, but that often proves to be damn near impossible. See that sadistic expression on Babs' face as she tortures the CMC wherever they go? Look at how she just loves to torment them, is finding just so much glee in it. Then Babs takes the clubhouse from the CMC, and that pisses them off. Cindy Morrow, are you trying to show me that Babs is regretful for what she's doing? Because you're not. The only thing you've shown me so far is that Babs is a self-conscious psychopath. At no point did you show that Babs had any remorse for what she was doing. And there was plenty of time, too. Look here at how many emotions Sweetie Belle runs through in the span of 5 seconds as she makes Rarity her unsister. Here, Babs has that same sadistic smirk throughout the entire episode. And you know what the great thing is? In Sisterhood Social, it was flavoring, but this episode is relying on it. They go hide at Sweetie Belle's house, see her dad fishing in the front yard, and Apple Bloom reveals that she's been kicked out of her own bed. And then that annoying subplot comes back. Do it, Twilight. No. Do it, Apple Bloom. No. Repeat for half the episode. Then the CMC decide to fight back. Oh goody! This should end well. And it should end even better for Cindy Morrow.
Then he got an idea. An awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea.
The CMC get to work, building up a new float, this time a golden apple. And yes, it is a homage to the A-Team, and yes, that is worth the point.
That must be what Rarity uses on her emergency edible boots.
I don't see the practicality. They've gotten a lot better at construction since their last attempt. They've managed to build an amazing float and booby trap it all in the span of a few hours. Hey, it's one of those assholes from Putting Your Hoof Down. No one buy her stuff, anyone. She has absolutely terrible business practices. The main 6 make a cameo, but none of them have any lines. At the parade, the CMC tempt Babs to steal the float, and she does because bullying makes you stupid or something. Then Applejack tells the CMC that Babs has been bullied back in Manhattan, and that's why she was such an asshole. Oh my god. Where do I begin? First of all, give me one reason that's not plot convenience that Applejack revealed that Babs was being bullied now of all times.
I didn't say nothing because I didn't want her to feel singled out.
Why did you reveal it at all? Secondly, this episode makes it seem that if you fight back against a bully, that makes you as bad as a bully. Oh, and this episode seems to believe that if you've been bullied, it excuses you from sadistic behavior. If anything, that makes it worse, since you were once on the other side of the punch and you actually know how it feels. The CMC rush in to undo the damage they've apparently caused and attempt to stop the float. To catch up, they jump in Pinkie Pie's float, which is made of lettuce. They use it and start running Ponies over. When they catch up to Babs, she rams into their float, causing it to go off course. That was unfunny, like bizarrely unfunny. And then the float crashes. So they hoof it to catch up to Babs. The trap goes off and the float plunges off of a cliff. The CMC toss Babs out and get thrown into the mud instead of her. Were you guys trying to embarrass Babs or were you trying to drown her?
We will get our cutie marks and stupidest ideas of all time.
Hey, you've got a shot. Sweetie Belle is actually getting pretty close. Babs is surprised that the CMC saved her, and then they admit that they booby-trapped the float. They think that they were being bullies for defending themselves, and that is a god-awful moral.
Oh, why does life have to be so ironic?
Here's a tip of you fiction writers for any caliber. Never, ever, 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 ever use the word ironic. Because if you get the meaning wrong, you make yourself look like a moron. And you will get it wrong because that word means absolutely nothing now.
You know, this all could have been avoided if y'all just came to me in the very beginning.
I have never seen a moral on this show so poorly mishandled.
But a real hero doesn't brag.
There are wonderful things in this world you just can't explain, but that doesn't necessarily make them any less true. It just means you have to choose to believe in them.
Let me rephrase that. I have never seen a moral on this show so poorly mishandled. Period. Pinkie Keen was poor wording. Duel was poor execution. This one is almost blatantly wrong. In layman's terms, the moral is if you're being bullied, you should just go to an adult and they'll make everything okay. Even though the adult in this situation, Applejack, did absolutely nothing throughout the whole episode. You know, like when she probably saw Apple Bloom sleeping on the floor. I wonder how insulting this moral is to the victims of bullying whose adults in their life could not or would not do jack shit to stop their bullying problem. And yes, it happens, more often than you think, and more often than episodes like this would have you believe. Here's an example from the show. Applejack, what are you going to do about Diamond Tiara, who has been bullying Apple Bloom for what? roughly 2 years now? Oh wait, you can't do anything because her father is your best customer. And if you told him that his daughter was, well, Diamond Tiara, then he just might take his business elsewhere. And then Apple Bloom will not only have a bullying problem, she'll be homeless as well. Or how about this? What if the CMC told Applejack at the beginning that Babs was bullying them, but Applejack couldn't believe that a victim of bullying would become a bully so quickly? Cause I definitely can't. As soon as Babs found this out, she would probably beat the shit out of the CMC. So what's the one-size-fits-all solution? There is none. No two bullying situations are the same, and pretending that there's one answer that could solve it all really pisses me off. People, children and teens, have been driven to suicide because the adults in their life would not or could not do anything about bullying. And suggesting that taking a stand against your bully makes you a bully as well makes this awful moral even more difficult to stomach. Yes, telling an adult is the first thing you should do, but that's never where it ends. Ever. Even if the adult does manage to stop the bullying problem, the rest of your peers are going to have a different opinion of you. And Babs joins the CMC.
And I promise to keep talking to my big sis about the teasing back home.
So you talk to Applejack about your bullying and not your own guardian. Oh, and by the way, Applejack sees Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon attempt to bully and still does nothing except stand there angrily. I don't care if Babs talked them down. It should have been Applejack to do it if you want to make it seem like a single adult can solve 100% of bullying problems. And if they can't, then this episode fails so hard. This is the last episode I truly hate, but not for what it is, for what it's not. Everything was perfect. Cindy Mara was doing the bullying episode. With her previous works, most notably being Hurricane Fluttershy, Family Appreciation Day, and Grip in the Brush Off, you could tell that she knows how to write bullying, and knows how to write it realistically, and what the after effects could do to a person. It almost makes me think that she herself was bullied at some point. Maybe telling an adult was how she got out of it. If that was the case, Cindy Mara, most victims of bullying are not that lucky. I'm not saying that adults won't ever do anything. I'm saying that that's not always the solution. Bullying is a very complex issue, and you will not do a moral like this until you could treat all of its complexities with respect. Magic Duel. That's the title you're going with, Mr. Super Speedy Setter Squeezy 6000. You're not even gonna give us an article, just flat out Magic Duel. Whatever. Magic Duel starts with a cloaked figure running around a city until it enters a generic fantasy antique shop. There it looks around multiple shelves, pushing things around, including what is clearly a bottle of poison and the skull of a zebra. Eventually the shop owner turns on a light and asks the shadow what it's looking for. It points to this thing, the Alicorn Amulet.
I'm afraid this is far too dangerous.
And why is that on display, dumbass? The cloaked figure drops a bag of coins on the table, and the store owner is quick to change his tune. We cut to Fluttershy comforting her animal friends. Apparently, Twilight is going to do some kind of magic trick involving them.
Anything happens to them, Twilight, so help me.
I'm beginning to think that Fluttershy has some sort of personality disorder. Please stop putting animals in danger. Twilight and Spike begin talking about Twilight's feats of magic, like a certain other episode that Season 3 wants to keep reminding me of, when Rainbow crashes into Twilight, claiming that there's some kind of emergency. As long as it's not Tweedledee and Tweedledum doing it, then I'm fine. It turns out that the great and powerful Trixie has returned, and this time, she's got a few terrifying tricks in her arsenal. When Stips and Snail start fanboying over her, she fuses their horn together, which is so satisfying. Trixie wants to challenge Twilight to a magic duel, with the winner staying and the loser leaving Ponyville forever. Hey, it's like that other M.A. Larson episode where the character has everything to lose but nothing to gain.
Forget it. I'd never make a deal like that.
M.A. Larson actually learned from a past mistake. Awesome! So, in order to get Twilight to accept the duel, Trixie starts tormenting each of her friends, such as turning Spike into a ball or removing Pinkie's mouth. I suppose that's another way to make a mean-spirited joke work, have the character doing it not be morally sound. That's a clever loophole. Trixie reveals that after the events of Ghostbusters, no one could take her seriously, so she had to take a job on Pinkie's rock farm. So yeah, Trixie's pretty pissed, and she keeps casting spells. I just realized that the local authorities in Ponyville suck. After watching her friends in misery for some time, Twilight agrees to spells get undone, except for Pinkie's mouth. The duel begins immediately. So let's talk about this duel, shall we? A very common criticism of this episode is that it's underwhelming because there's no actual fighting. They're just casting spells trying to one-up each other. Can I say that title again? Magic Duel. The point of a duel is not to beat the shit out of each other. It's simply to prove that you are better. Think of it like fencing. And the spells they use are some really clever callbacks, like the Parasprites. The duel ends when Trixie casts an aging spell on Snips and Snails, and Twilight cannot undo it because age spells can only be done by the highest level unicorns. With that failure, Trixie commands Twilight to leave, and her friends come to her defense. So Trixie uses magic to toss Twilight out, and then she covers the town and yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's a reference to the Simpsons movie. After a very heartfelt goodbye, Twilight runs into the forest in an attempt to train her magic further, and she fails. Then she begins talking to herself, saying that she can't send a letter to Princess Celestia without Spike. I would say that she could just take the train, but it's been explained that the princess is delegating in Saddle Arabia. Now, if the main six don't go there in season 4, I will be massively disappointed. Twilight eventually gets the idea to visit Sakura, and Sakura agrees to train Twilight in magic, because apparently she knows magic as well. We cut back to the rest of the main six dealing with Trixie. If they refuse to do exactly what she says, she puts them into some kind of torment. And then we cut back to Twilight. These two plots have a much similar tone than the subplots of A Crystal Empire, so it's a lot more excusable here. Twilight is training in a homage to The Empire Strikes Back, when Trixie's taunts echo in her mind, causing her concentration to slip. Twilight feels that there was something different about Trixie. She knows that Trixie was a show-off, well, sort of, but she wasn't evil. By the way, how deep exactly is that water? The rest of the main six desperately search for an answer in Twilight's library. Fluttershy finds a book with a picture of Trixie's necklace, but all of her friends are ignoring her because she's Fluttershy. Spike takes the book from her and reads it aloud. That necklace is called the Alicorn Amulet. It gives the wearer untold powers, but it corrupts the user, and only the wearer can take it off. They decide that they need to get the information to Twilight, and according to Rainbow, only Fluttershy can escape unnoticed. Assuming that this episode takes place after both Hurricane Fluttershy and Putting Your Hoof Down, since this was originally supposed to be a Season 2 episode, I don't really know. Maybe there's a tyrannical dictator tormenting all of her friends. It's just a thought, and Fluttershy eventually goes through with it. The barrier alarm goes off, and Trixie rides her chariot pulled by both Snips and Snails, and the chariot doesn't have any wheels.
Powerful Trixie doesn't trust wheels. Now pull faster!
That is hilarious. Oh, by the way, Trixie, thank you for doing that. The ones setting off the alarm turn out to be a few angry beavers, wanting to get a tree branch out of town.
Why is she so mean to us?
I don't know. Maybe you destroyed her life. It's just a thought. Fluttershy was hidden in the tree, and her animal friends lead her off into the Everfree Forest, whether or not she wants to go. Once again, tyrannical dictator. Fluttershy tells Twilight about the Alicorn Amulet, and Sakura reveals that there's just one more lesson of hers that Twilight has to use.
Trixie's tricks have you in a fix. You must mix your magic and use the 6.
What the hell is with the cryptic bullshit? Is there any reason for you to speak in riddles? Even in the story sense, since Twilight figures it out pretty much immediately. Twilight writes on a piece of paper and tells Fluttershy that they've got to find a way to get her back into the city, something they presumably do off camera. Trixie responds to another alarm, and finds Twilight at the edge of the dome. Twilight confronts Trixie, and tells her that she cheated. Of course, Trixie doesn't care, so Twilight reveals a magic amulet all of her own. And Twilight claims that it's much more powerful than the Alicorn Amulet, and challenges Trixie to another magic duel.
How about another duel? Why should I? I already beat you.
Yay! Emily Larson didn't forget his lesson either! Twilight does tempt Trixie enough to get her to concede to a rematch. So they start off, and hey, the mayor's in a cage. This episode keeps getting better and better. So the second duel begins, and Trixie turns Snips and Snails into infants. Twilight calls in Applejack and Rarity, and turns them both into fillies. Then she keeps changing their ages, shocking Trixie. But Twilight is only getting started. She clones Rainbow Dash. Wait, that's not scary. Makes Pinkie's Swarm of the Century instruments appear, and turns Applejack into a stallion. Unable to compete with that, Trixie takes Twilight's amulet and takes hers off. Rainbow swoops down and takes the Alicorn Amulet. Then this happens.
Stop it! That tickles! Tickles? That was supposed to make you writhe in agony!
One more time.
That was supposed to make you writhe in agony!
People who are underwhelmed by this episode, I want you to remember that line. You wanted that to work as intended.
You monster.
We find out that Twilight's amulet is one of Sakura's doorstoppers, and Rainbow gives the Alicorn Amulet to Sakura. So how did Twilight do all of these tricks? Simple. She had her friends and their family alter their appearances. So we get the ending, which has Twilight making the animals float. Again. And Trixie says that she's sorry. Twilight forgives her because she actually had an excuse to be out of her right mind. Unlike another episode. If the Super Speedy Senator Squeezy 6000 was M.A. Larson's best title and his worst episode, and Magic Duel is his worst title, would that make this his best episode? No, I still think the Cunomore Chronicles and the Return of Harmony have a beat, but it's a pretty close third. I mean, the only criticism lodged at this episode is that it's underwhelming, and considering that everyone seems to be taking every possible opportunity to nitpick everything about every Season 3 episode, then to me that means that this episode is nearly flawless. Yeah, there's the animal thing, but it doesn't really last for a while, unlike in, say, May the Best Pet Win. And Sakura's being cryptic for no other reason than to be cryptic. But everything else is top-notch, from the humor to the heart to the visuals. I personally can't really think of anything else that I could ask from this episode. At all. It gave me all I wanted to see, and then some. With all the references to previous episodes, this episode was definitely made for die-hard fans. And perhaps that's why I like it so much. So, what's next? Oh, we get to see our new challenger, Corey Powell's first attempt. Wish her luck, everybody! Alright, Corey Powell, let's see what you got. Hit me with your best shot. This episode starts with Scootaloo racing through Ponyville. What does this remind me of? Oh yeah, one of my least favorite episodes ever. Oh Corey, I can tell right now that we're going to be the best of friends. I'll still give you the benefit of the doubt, but just a heads up, you probably shouldn't remind me of episodes I don't like. The ride ends when Rainbow Dash compliments Scootaloo and gets her to fall into a pile of hay. Scootaloo brags about this to the other CMC, and is obviously a little overzealous about it. She ends up saying that she wants to spend some time with Rainbow Dash, so Apple Bloom reveals that she's going camping with Applejack. She'd be glad to invite both Rainbow Dash and Scootaloo. Then Sweetie Belle reveals that she wants to go, and wants to invite Rarity to come along, and she does it in the most hilarious way possible, which is definitely worth a point. Rarity ends up going, but in turn Sweetie Belle has to carry all of her shit. They both seem happy about it, so I'd consider that a fair trade. Wait a minute, Applejack and Rarity together doing something that requires sleeping. This reminds me a lot of another writer's first episode, but a lot of characters co-star in multiple episodes, so I really shouldn't assume.
This story is called The Legend of the Headless Horse.
I've been told that these very woods are haunted by the Headless Horse.
Oh my God. Well, for curiosity's sake, let's see why I failed that episode. Well, I suppose we can automatically strike number 2 off of the list. And are Applejack and Rarity actually in character?
Who gets the last laugh when you're absolutely desperate to curl your lashes and you realize you didn't bring your eyelash curler?
Good. Let's see how this plays out. They start hiking, and Scootaloo wants to know where Rainbow Dash is. Applejack says that she'll meet them at the first campsite.
Are we there yet?
I'm watching you, Corey.
The last 1,000 times you asked that, the answer was no. This time, it's actually yes.
Okay, that was a good one. I'm gonna strike number 1 off the list, but I'm still watching you. Rainbow Dash arrives at the campsite and instantly shows off how cool she is by setting it up in a few seconds. And it just so happens that Scootaloo is going to be sharing a tent with Rainbow Dash, a decision that helps the plot and actually follows logic. Later that night, Rainbow Dash is about to tell a story.
Rarity had wings, and then they got ruined, and then you saved her from plummeting to her doom?
You actually respect the show's continuity. Perhaps we are going to be really good friends. The story that Rainbow actually decides to tell is a ghost story about something called the Olden Pony. And just like another episode, we fast forward through the ghost stories, the CMC being scared like children, and Applejack and Rarity comforting their sisters. Okay, we can strike number 3 off the list, and since there's been no real arguing, strike number 4 off the list as well. Scootaloo pretends that the story didn't scare her, and that impresses Rainbow Dash, but it's quite clear that she's terrified and incredibly jumpy, and unfortunately she doesn't have a sister to comfort her. The howling wind and the noises of the night get Scootaloo to duck inside, and, she really does snore like that. Scootaloo closes her eyes for a brief moment, so we know that this is going to be a dream sequence. She exits the tent to find that she's been transported to hell, where she gets chased by the Olden Pony. You know, I would say that the nightmare fuel is a little bit much, but Crazy Twilight was far scarier, and it doesn't last for more than a minute. Oh, hi Luna! Scootaloo wakes up from her nightmares, and she begins humming to herself until morning. Hey, it's the bio fascination like that other writer has. As long as it's kept brief and only where it absolutely needs to be, I won't mind that much. They get going, and Scootaloo is having some of the side effects of sleep deprivation. So the showstoppers, Look Before You Sleep, and now Applebuck season. I guess it's different here because Scootaloo is only nearly killing herself, not nearly killing others. I suppose we can add Mr. Magoo to the mix. Hey, Applejack actually notices that there's something wrong with Scootaloo. You know, unlike that other episode where one of the characters didn't notice jack shit. They get to the next campsite, and Applejack decides that they're going to take shelter in a cave. That's actually a pretty stupid idea, considering that wild animals generally live in caves, and caves don't provide the insulation that tents do. But I guess it's really no big deal. Scootaloo is instructed to go get firewood, and she's engulfed in fear. Normally, I don't like humor coming from a character's misery, but I'm actually okay with this, because it's not another character doing it or some sadistic cosmic force. It's Scootaloo's own fears, as in Scootaloo herself doing the torment. Rainbow Dash is about to tell another one of her ghost stories, but Scootaloo decides that she's got a better one. In fact, she probably tells the scariest story imaginable.
There once was a really nice pony who lived in a bright and sunny land.
G3 MLP. Rainbow tells her not to tell that story because it might scar Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom for life, and instead she tells the story about the headless horse. The story drives Scootaloo further into fear, and Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle closer to their sisters. This is all very touching, actually. Scootaloo suggests they sing a song, and Sweetie Belle goes right for it. Because it's like past midnight and they've been hiking for 2 days straight. Even the best singer in the world would probably be shitty under those conditions. And that's probably why she forgot her stage fright too. Scootaloo tries to get them to stay up even later, but everyone is way too tired. Applejack is still perceptive, and Rainbow's understandably not perceptive. Yay, you're doing it right! Scootaloo falls asleep once again, and ends up back in hell. And then, holy shit, forget about telling us about the headless horse. They showed us the damn thing. That takes guts. Oh, and Luna vaporizes the thing. She explains that it's her duty to come into the dreams of others, which is extremely confusing. Not because it's impossible, but because it isn't explained very well. Not here, at least. If you want to know how she became Nightmare Moon while still having this particular power, the comics do make a good case for it. No, I'm confused because we don't hear the extent of her power. Is she in the dreams of every pony, or did she just happen to wander into Scootaloo's dream out of a lucky coincidence? I have to deduct a point for this, but only one because it's simply unlikely at its current explanation. Luna gets Scootaloo to admit that she's afraid of looking not so tough in the eyes of Rainbow Dash, and Luna tells us the moral. You have to face your fears. And is it just me, or does she say face your fears in the most frightening way possible? Scootaloo wakes up, and the water droplets in the cave cause her to become jumpy, and she hears the whinnying of what she thinks to be the headless horse. It's actually Rainbow snoring, which is hilarious. Scootaloo goes running off into the night, and ends up plunging into a river. Usually they just have the character hang there, but no, this show goes balls all out and has Scootaloo actually plummet in. Luckily, Rainbow Dash saves her while she's falling off of a waterfall. And yes, this is totally possible. I always assumed that Luna woke Rainbow Dash up immediately after she woke Scootaloo up. Rainbow Dash yells at Scootaloo, demanding to know what she was doing out in the woods. Scootaloo sobs to herself, and then Luna appears in the moon. Sorry guys, but I gotta do this.
I am the shadow on the moon at night.
Anyway, Luna tells Scootaloo to face her real fears, and Scootaloo admits everything. Then we get a really emotional moment, a rightfully deserved emotional moment that's worth 2 points. At the end, maybe I was going a little too far when I said that this episode took a lot from Look Before You Sleep.
It is so on! It is on.
Oh my god. It's like Corey Powell saw the disaster that was Look Before You Sleep and decided to fix everything that was wrong with it. The characters are all in character and actually have a reason to be there. Each scene has actual purpose. There was touching and realistic character development. Everything and everyone had an actual reason to be there. The Luna thing was definitely world building. It was just poorly explained, but not blatantly impossible like the Cake Twins going Super Saiyan. So it's either Corey Powell wanted to fix Look Before You Sleep, or Charlotte Fullerton took some kind of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde potion. Wait a minute. Charlotte Fullerton isn't writing this season, is she? They have similar interests, and one is good and the other is bad. That can't be right, can it? No, I haven't watched Top Gun. I'm just putting it out there. This episode starts with Rainbow and her friends hanging out under her house, waiting for some mail. Apparently, Rainbow's waiting to find out if she got into the Wonderbolts Academy, and it turns out that she didn't. That's the end. Good night, everybody!
Gotcha!
Okay, she got in. And no, that doesn't count as a mean-spirited joke. Pinkie gives Rainbow a hug, and Rainbow sets off for a whole week. So she arrives at the Wonderbolts Academy, and is instantly dazzled by all of the ponies doing training-like things. Alright, I suppose I should bring something up. People seem to wonder why it took Rainbow so long to actually move forward towards her dreams. Looking in that crowd there, we can see some of the ponies from Hurricane Fluttershy, and I always assumed that that episode had something to do with this. Spitfire greets these new recruits, and...
Oh no, they changed the voice! They changed his voice! Oh wait, I don't care!
And I don't care about her seeming personality change either. In previous appearances, Spitfire was mingling. Here, she's on the job, weeding out new recruits. It's not the time to be friendly and warm, if you know what I mean. We meet a new pony. This is Lightning Dust, and she's more cocky than Rainbow. I'm just gonna say that Lightning Dust is probably my favorite one-shot character. She makes a great antagonist, playing off Rainbow wonderfully, and she actually has believable motivations. Also, she doesn't speak in outdated 90s slang. Rainbow and Lightning actually seem to hit it off quite nicely, and it already seems like they're the best flyers in this new batch of recruits. We cut to Pinkie Pie, who is searching through her mailbox, nervously waiting for a message from Rainbow. Applejack tries to get her to step away from the mailbox, but Pinkie has sound reasoning to be there. I don't know how they come up with stuff like this.
So, in other words, you're sticking by the mailbox.
Yep.
Honestly, Merryweather should have those two co-star in a future one of our episodes. We cut back to Rainbow training at the Wonderbolts Academy. The next challenge is something called the Dizitron, which is meant to test how fast the recruits can get out of a tailspin. Rainbow sets a new Academy record, but then Lightning Dust steps up and asks for the machine to be put at maximum speed. She doesn't beat Rainbow's time, but she comes close. Then Spitfire announces for the rest of the week, the recruits will be working in pairs, and each team has a lead pony and a wing pony. Guess what happens? Lightning Dust and Rainbow end up on the same team, but Rainbow just so happens to be the wing pony. She doesn't take it too well. In fact, she goes to complain to Spitfire about it. But Spitfire actually has surprisingly sound reasoning, that Lightning Dust pushed herself harder. The next challenge is Capture the Flag. There are two teams, a red team and a blue team. Lead ponies and wing ponies need to fly together. If any pair splits apart, they will be immediately disqualified. So the teams get going, and it looks like Rainbow's having a hard time keeping up, and Lightning is having a hard time taking Rainbow's advice. As they approach a flag in a crevice, Rainbow suggests that they slow down. Lightning doesn't, and Rainbow ends up hurting her wing. Spitfire notices that Rainbow's wing is hurting, but Lightning doesn't. Of course, Rainbow doesn't want to admit that she's hurt, and she starts flying off. We cut back to Pinkie and her mailbox. Yeah, all the back and forth kinda tarnishes the mood. But it's not too bad here, since, for one, it's actually relevant to the plot, and two, it happens much less often than it did in the Crystal Empire. Pinkie's friends are looking pretty depressed at Pinkie looking depressed, and Pinkie thinks that Rainbow's forgotten who she is. Yes, that's in character. It's been 3 days, Pinkie's barely slept, and she's Pinkie Pie. Twilight suggests that Pinkie send her a letter instead, and then Pinkie gets the idea to send a whole care package. And through another leap of logic, Pinkie decides that it would be better if they send the care package in person. Back at the Wonderbolts Academy, the next challenge is an air obstacle course. Spitfire claims that it's not a race, but to Lightning, it's so obviously a race. And in order for her to win this race, she's decided that she has to pass the other flyers, and starts knocking them back. Lightning Dust did that in a storm cloud where there was no way that Spitfire could see them. Honestly, does this show have to actually point out every tiny detail? They touch down and set a new Academy record, and Rainbow's actually feeling a little bit guilty, but Lightning isn't. Like I said before, they play off each other really well. Either way, Lightning places it in Rainbow's head that only the best of the best can be a Wonderbolt. The next challenge is to clear a bunch of clouds. Even though Rainbow Dash and Lightning Dust are extremely far ahead, Lightning wants to push their score even further. And because Rainbow wants to push herself further, she goes along with Lightning's plan, which is to create a tornado. They do it, and they lose control, causing it to go haywire. And right on time, Rainbow's friends appear in a hot air balloon. The tornado heads right for them, and Rainbow sees them in danger. After they get flung and their balloon gets popped, she races in to save them. Rainbow ties together a cloud which functions as a trampoline and launches them back into the air. Yes, I know they probably used the cloud walking spell again, but there was absolutely no way that Rainbow could have known that, especially in the heat of the situation. Lightning finds Rainbow's stunt awesome, but Rainbow's less than impressed that her friends nearly got killed. Rainbow finally stands up to Lightning Dust. Then Lightning replies that Spitfire made her the lead pony and Rainbow the wing pony. Realizing this, Rainbow stands up to Spitfire and pretty much gives up on her dream, if it means hurting others. That's a really intense moment, and even Rainbow realizes it. Spitfire comes out and says that Rainbow is right and makes her the lead pony, and takes away Lightning's badge. And then the episode pretty much ends. I have to give this episode 4 stars. This ending leaves far too many questions, like, what happened to Lightning Dust, and how is Rainbow standing with the Wonderbolts? Yes, I do know about the original script of the episode, and that leaves me confused. If you need to cut something, why remove the ending? It's obviously pretty important. If you had to cut something, you could have at least toned down the Pinkie segments. Whether you liked them, hated them, or found them depressing, I think we can all agree that they could have been trimmed. All we really needed was an extra minute or so. But other than that, and one or two logical flaws, this episode was great. In fact, this episode did for Rainbow Dash what Hurricane Fluttershy did for, well, Fluttershy. It pushed their character in all the right directions and hung high with emotions the whole way through. This is definitely Meriwether's best episode to date. I think pretty much everyone will agree on that. And in fact, it put her back on a lot of people's good side since Meriwether put her on their bad side. I am not one of those people, because Meriwether did not put Meriwether on my bad side, putting her hoof down, and to a lesser extent, Dragon Quest did. But if she can do something like this again, I'm not adverse to seeing another Meriwether Williams episode in Season 4. So, it's an Applejack episode, huh? This should be interesting. Sarcasm. This episode starts with Applejack searching through what looks like a barn for mementos, while Granny Smith is talking excitedly about the upcoming Apple family reunion. It turns out that at this reunion, all of Applejack's relatives are coming. You know, unlike the last reunion we saw. Oh, and Bab's seat is also coming. Make sure you beef up your security. Granny Smith says that she's going to be really busy getting everything ready, so everyone else offers their help. And then Applejack offers to take over the entire reunion. And for some reason, Granny Smith relinquishes control to her.
You just tell me what the reunion needs, and I'll take care of the rest.
How do you not know? Even if you haven't set it up before, I'm assuming that you're usually a part of this. And you definitely attend. And yes, this is actually a legitimate problem. Granny Smith goes to tell them about the reunion like it's the first one ever. That's more to the audience than anyone else. And that's the feeling that takes over this whole sequence. Unlike in, say, Family Appreciation Day, where Granny Smith was telling her history to school children she's never met before. And then we get this. Yeah, thanks. I wanted more diabetes. While Granny Smith goes through memories that Apple Bloom most likely already knows about, and Applejack definitely does, Applejack starts making a list in her head of what they're going to need. And this brings me to my main problem with this episode. The central conflict is shoehorned. Just by seeing how unawares Applejack is to Granny Smith's stories, we can already tell what's going to happen. She's going to go way overboard and essentially create so many activities that none of her family has any time to interact and create memories. Here's the thing. Applejack is incredibly family-oriented, and should be in tune to the thoughts and concerns of her family. Furthermore, she's not the kind to be locked in her own head and ignorant of the world around her. Wow, Cindy Morrow, you've got the main cast member with the least defined character out of character. Congratulations. Actually, Applejack is probably the only member of the main six where this conflict could not work. Give the story to Rarity. She's built her life around being entirely different to her family. Give the story to Fluttershy, and we'll see how she interacts with her own family. Give this story to Twilight. She's been shown that she doesn't like showing off, but her family has to be proud that she's Celestia's prized student, and it would be the opposite with Rainbow, trying to show off how awesome she is to her family, who would most likely be, at this point, underwhelmed by it. Give the story to Pinkie, and we might learn why she left the rock farm to pursue a life as a baker. Give the story to Applejack, and you need to make her stupid and or ignorant to get the plot to work. Yeah, Applejack's parents are kinda dead. Yeah, it's not really important, so I'm not gonna talk about that. Applejack keeps herself up late into the night, worried about getting the reunion right. The next morning, they start preparing activities for the reunion, and we learn that Applejack has actually learned her lessons from Applebuck season. I would give a point, but continuity should go without saying. Then Applejack's family arrives, and the members of the family are excited to see each other, including Babs and Apple Bloom. Wow, I guess getting tortured by someone brings you closer. And would you believe what happens next? Applejack goes overboard and stops the interactions for activities, completely blind to her family's concern. And believe it or not, that's most of the episode. Don't believe me? Applejack sends all of the kids on an obstacle course that goes on for miles, and then she pretty much turns the rest of her family into an internment camp. She has Granny Smith and her cousins finish a memory quilt that they clearly didn't want to finish, and has other family members we've never met before and don't care about make apple fritters as fast as possible. Alright, let's ignore the shoehorn conflict for a moment. If you wanted this to work, then you should have taken the focus off of Applejack. It'd be a lot more interesting to see her family members get increasingly annoyed or irritated than watching Applejack act like an idiot. But that would upset this episode's intention, wouldn't it? I know why Cindy Morrow isn't leaving Applejack off camera for more than a few seconds. She didn't want to have a repeat of the last roundup, where Applejack was not only upstaged by an appearance from Derpy, but Pinkie's comedic antics. When I first watched this episode, I thought that she wasn't even trying. Now that I'm critiquing it, I realize that she was trying her absolute hardest to make sure that Applejack didn't get overshadowed. But in doing so, Cindy Morrow forgot one teensy tiny detail. Applejack is not interesting. Not in the slightest. I will admit that Applejack is the hardest type of character to write, considering that she's exactly where she wants to be in life. She has no long-term ambitions and no real problems. In order to make her interesting, you have to give her something that conflicts with her lifestyle, like a lottery prize or, say, a servant for life. Or you have to take something away, or at least threaten to. It could be anywhere from her home to her hat. And yes, I would watch an episode where Applejack loses her hat. It'd be a lot more interesting than this dullard. This eventually leads up to a hayride at maximum speed, and then Applejack releases the most generic fantasy creatures I've ever seen. Rainbow-colored fruit bats, which are actually shaped like fruit. One of them sees a fruit hat on one of the relatives, and the whole swarm swoops down on her. Every pony jumps off the hayride in panic, and it crashes into the barn that all the apples were supposed to take a photo in front of.
Up in all the doing, we haven't had a second to enjoy the company of the folks we've been doing it with.
Why didn't you explain that 8 goddamn minutes ago? Applejack decides that in order to fix what she broke, she's going to have every pony else fix up the barn, while she dictates commands in this episode's song, Raise This Barn. I will admit, this song has grown on me a lot since I first heard it, even though the lyrics still leave a lot to be desired. It's just, it feels like this is trying to be Season 3's Smile Song or Winter Wrap-Up. It's nowhere near that good, although at least it has more context than the former. It's not that it just doesn't sound as good either, the visuals aren't as good. In the Smile Song, we had multiple forms of animation where every little detail was accounted for, up to and including Pinkie's legs actually moving while she spun around. Winter Wrap-Up was creative with its visuals, using spotlight effects and having ponies appear at the corner of the screen. All that's happening here is square dancing, the least exciting dance ever. Oh, and construction. That's it. At no point did the visuals do anything that couldn't be done outside of a musical sequence. Except here, which like I said prior was done in Winter Wrap-Up. Even worse, some of the moments remind me of one of the worst Disney films ever, Home on the Range. I don't know the relationship that the writers have with the animators, but I suggest Cindy Morrow get a better one because this is happening far too often in her episodes. The animation keeps letting her down. The song ends with a photo, and every pony making some kind of memories because manual labor always brings families together.
You put on a reunion that every pony will remember.
Just because I remember getting my wisdom teeth pulled doesn't mean it was a pleasant experience. If only there was anything memorable in this episode. This is not one reunion that I'm going to remember for long. What's the worst thing that a creator can do from the creator's perspective, not from the viewer's perspective? It's not to be offensive, or to be bad, or even to be unpleasant. It's to leave no impact. That's the basic point of any form of creativity. If it doesn't get any sort of reaction, then it fails as a product of creativity, which is why things like Dada exist. This isn't Cindy Morrow's worst episode, but it's definitely her greatest failure. That's what I get from this episode. I kept saying it wasn't interesting throughout, but I wouldn't go so far as to call it annoying or boring either. It's just kinda there. Maybe this is the perfect episode for Applejack. A character who will always have my undying apathy until she actually does something. People say that Fluttershy does nothing. Applejack does so much nothing that half the time I forget she exists. Kinda like this episode. Or anything about it, really. If I gave out half stars, I would give this episode a 2.5. But I'm rounding down because at no point did I even see a joke try to work. All this episode wanted to do was give Applejack screen time. Nothing else. And it did succeed in that regard, by giving her her worst episode to date. Yes, I think the Super Speedy Cider Squeezy 6000 is better because I at least remembered things about it. What was I talking about again? This episode starts with Twilight being instructed to read a bunch of books, which are clearly going to take up a lot of her time. With that thought, she gives Spike the rest of the day off. So as Spike goes over a long list of things that he has to do, which takes up about 5 seconds. And there's something strange about the background in this scene. Fluttershy makes a cameo drawing your eyes back there, but seconds later, there is no one anywhere in the background. It's not really a criticism, it's just something kind of odd. Looking for something to do, Spike notices a hot air balloon. He runs towards it and bumps into a pole, causing it to become unraveled. That's an accident that I can buy, unlike some of the other things we'll be dealing with later in the episode. Spike chases the balloon through Ponyville and eventually manages to catch it, only to find out that he's ended up in the Everfree Forest. Out of the wilderness pops the Timberwolves, and yes, they are animated in CG. I don't know why, and I don't know if they were in Family Appreciation Day, but yes, the CG animation is quite impressive. It just doesn't seem to have much of a point. Spike runs off but gets backed into a corner. Breathe fire! Breathe fire! In the last episode, we clearly saw that he had the ability to set wood on fire. When Spike doesn't do the painfully obvious, he gets saved by Applejack. She manages to distract and destroy the Timberwolves. Spike begins fanboying over Applejack and realizes that she saved his life.
Why were you out here? Saw the balloon floating by with no pony in it and came out here to investigate.
That's a good enough explanation for me. They take the balloon back and head out of the Everfree Forest. Meanwhile, we see that the Timberwolves actually have regeneration powers. It's a good thing too, or else I would call them the crappiest threat I've ever seen. Applejack tells Spike that she has chores to do, and so Spike offers to do them for her, saying that he needs to repay the favor. Yes, this plot is cliché as all hell, but if they can do it better than it's usually done, I won't hold it against them. So Spike is instructed to help Applebloom wash a pig, but he knocks over a bucket as he starts to wash it. That's another little accident that could happen to anyone. They finish washing the pig, and Applebloom wanders off, and Spike says that they're still not even. Eventually, Applejack lets Spike help bake pies, and he sucks at it. Wait, what?
And my freshly baked homemade triple decker nut crazy vanilla cream cookies.
Wow, these cookies are delish! Spike made them.
Spike can cook. Remember, Merryweather? You even had him cook in Dragon Quest. Granny Smith asks Spike to get the eggs, and he accidentally drops them on the floor. That's another accident I can buy. But unfortunately, his next accident is one that I cannot. He starts trying to clean up. You know what he usually does for Twilight? But manages to screw it up. Badly. Applejack tries to get him to leave, but Spike can't. He reveals something called the Spike the Dragon Code. If someone saved his life, he must repay the favor in order to be a noble dragon. Let's bring up Dragon Quest, the last Merryweather Spike episode, where Spike learned that all dragons were assholes and he should be ashamed for being one. I can believe that this is an attempt to prove that he's not like one of those typical monstrous dragons. He clearly made the Spike the Dragon Code up. That being said, I probably would like this a lot more if he farted the card up instead of belching it. You know, as a subtle wink to the audience that yes, he is pulling this out of his ass. Granny Smith talks to Spike and reminds him that he's Twilight's assistant, and with no hesitation, Spike decides that he has to break the news to her. And by the way, this is the moment that killed this episode for me. Big time. The Crystal Empire revealed that not being needed by Twilight was his biggest fear, and he seemed horribly shooken by it.
A fear that will never come to pass.
Now here, he's willing to shrug it off with no hesitation, or very little hesitation. He makes it sound like it's as simple as a breakup. Twilight is way too distracted by her reading in order to address Spike, so he thinks that she's understanding when he says that he needs to be Applejack's servant for life. This brings me to the strange part of this episode. Everyone is perfectly in character, except for Spike himself, or when they want to further this dumbass plot. I mean, usually when an episode gets someone out of character, it's not the focus character, but that's the only character who's out of character in this episode. Once again, unless they want to further the plot. Yeah, I don't buy it. Maybe if Spike was thoroughly crushed by this, and not just reluctantly leaving. Spike comes back to Applejack, and immediately starts screwing things up once again. You know, the cleaning that he usually does for Twilight. Applejack tries to talk Spike out of this, and that just hammers my point in further. If they reduced Spike's role, and made Applejack more prominent, this might have been the best Applejack episode to date, instead of what's becoming one of the worst Spike episodes to date. Eventually, Spike manages to convince Applejack to let him serve her, so she goes looking for a chore that he won't screw up. And she notices the excuse of the pie that he made, and commands him to take it to Rarity. I suppose now is a good time to bring up this episode's original plot, where Spike was Rarity's servant instead. It would actually make Spike's behavior and devotion a lot more clear, since he has a crush on her, and that would most likely distract him. However, the idea was changed because Rarity came off too mean, and, all things considered, I'm conflicted. I'd love to see the original draft for this episode out of morbid curiosity, to see if we just really traded one train wreck for another. And in order to humor Spike, she eats a piece of it. You know, that's funny and heartwarming enough to earn a point, I guess. Unfortunately, this particular moment makes an even stronger case for the original draft, where Rarity would be willing to do things like this until she just couldn't take it anymore. Spike takes the plate into the kitchen, per Applejack's command, and Applejack lets it out that Spike is her servant for life. Rarity likes the idea. Yes, this could seem excessively cruel, but I'm willing to let it slide since she is just fantasizing. Spike screws up washing the dishes. That was quick. Rainbow Dash swoops up to the window, and also seems to like the idea of having a servant.
What are you having him do? Wash your laundry? Clean your room? Help you with your unfinished novel?
That's an odd suggestion.
Awesome Pegasus, who's the best flyer ever and becomes the captain of the Wonderbolts.
You know, a lot of people accuse Season 3 of being fan pandering, but I didn't really buy it, you know, until they literally started writing our fanfics for us. But seriously, that was actually pretty funny. Rainbow suggested Spike should do something really, really hard, which would presumably get him to give up. And her suggestion is to build a rock tower. And he actually builds the rock tower, and Rainbow's forced to knock it down. Which, yes, is funny. There's definitely some Polsky shining through in this episode. Fluttershy wanders by and says that she'd just tell him that she didn't have anything to do.
Why didn't I think of that?
You did. And he didn't buy it. That doesn't stop Applejack from using the suggestion. So Spike himself starts thinking of things he can help Applejack with, like breathing. Applejack goes to find Twilight, with Spike distracted by counting blades of grass, and gets her attention by moving one of her inkwells. It's funny, but unfortunately, this next bit of stupidity overshadows it. Twilight not only knows about the dragon code that looks like it was drawn in crayon, but she fully supports it. First of all, whatever happened to not knowing anything about dragons? Secondly, like I said, everyone is perfectly in character, unless they want to keep this dumbass plot going. Oh, by the way, guess how they're going to free Spike from his life debt? Just guess. It's the most cliched, obvious solution imaginable. They're going to have Spike save Applejack's life. So Applejack goes over the plans to the rest of the main six, and Pinkie has a suggestion that is definitely worth a point. The actual plan involves Applejack getting attacked by a Timberwolf. Sure, why not? Before they can go with it, Rarity starts teaching Applejack how to be a damsel in distress. Please tell me again why this wasn't the Season 3 Rarity episode. So they get to work on the plan. Rainbow Dash roars out a Timberwolf call, which seems to actually alert some Timberwolves. Rarity and Pinkie run from the forest screaming about Timberwolves. Pinkie doesn't seem to care whatsoever, but Rarity is extremely melodramatic about it. Twilight uses her magic to levitate. Okay, if Spike gets fooled by that thing, then I am going to be royally pissed. You're not. You're really not going there. If this works, so help me God. Wait, what? They're not really going there.
Wasn't a fake, but you forgot one thing. His breath.
You know what? I don't care, I'll take it! And then some real Timberwolves appear and chase both Applejack and Spike. And Applejack smashes them with a rock, but she falls and gets stuck for real. Then the Timberwolves begin to regenerate and come together to create this huge ferocious thing. Spike simply throws a rock into its gullet, and it breaks apart. I know that it's at least trying to be funny, but it comes across as an anticlimax. And it makes me wonder why the hell the Timberwolves have the power to come together if they can get killed so easily and then stop respawning because of it. Spike saves Applejack and the two of them run off, and now the two of them are equal. So Applejack then explains the moral to Spike. Actually, explaining the moral to the character who should have learned it is the worst way to get it across.
Thanks, Spike.
Happy to help.
Don't know what I'd do without you.
You know that phrase, so close and yet so far? I think it sums up Spike at your service perfectly. Everything about this episode is perfect, except what the episode is about. Every character is in character, except the focus character. The jokes are funny, except when they come at the expense of character derailment, and they often do. A lot of people seem to love this episode, and a lot of others seem to hate it, and I can honestly see both sides of the coin. There's plenty to hate here with Spike being a complete idiot all the way through. Even the people who like the episode would probably admit that. How much you like the episode depends on how distracting you find that. There's also a lot to like though, considering that this is probably the best Applejack episode since Applebuck season. Unfortunately, it's not an Applejack episode. It's a Spike episode. Collaborations very rarely work, and it's clear that Polsky and Merriweather's writing styles and artistic visions don't coincide. Polsky is all about having lighthearted episodes, and Merriweather is about having more grown-up, mean-spirited scenarios. Whatever the case, this is definitely better than Merriweather's last collaboration. I'll say that much. I'm going to admit this right now. I don't really know how to rate this particular episode. I don't think anyone does. Actually, the general consensus is that it's pretty good, as it was voted the third best episode of Season 3 by the fans. But it gives me mixed feelings. In fact, this episode gives me so many mixed feelings that it inspired me to make my hit point system. Speaking of which, watch that thing because it's going to be going up and down a lot. And to keep things manageable, I won't add or subtract more than 3 points at a time. Are you ready? Let's begin. The episode starts with most of the main six and Spike waiting around for Princess Celestia. The only one not there are Fluttershy and Applejack because they're doing something at Sweet Apple Acres. Apparently, Princess Celestia is late because she's bringing a visitor with her. And that happens to be Discord. Visitor is a very odd term to use here.
With all due respect, Princess Celestia, how could you bring Discord here?
Okay, that was funny. Of course, the main six are angry to have Discord around. In fact, Pinkie doesn't like the fact that he made a rain chocolate milk without any whipped cream. Wait, I thought she really liked the chocolate rain. No, don't subtract a point. It's not important enough.
But I have use for Discord's magic if it can be reformed to serve good instead of evil.
Care to elaborate? No, seriously. Remember what he did last time? I honestly don't see how those powers can be used for good, unless there's something major you're not telling us. And if that's the case, stop spouting cryptic bullshit! At the very least, the main six are prepared this time. If Discord gets out of hand, they'll just use the elements of harmony, provided Discord doesn't teleport them again.
Cast a spell so Discord can't take them and hide them again.
Fair enough. Celestia suggests that Fluttershy may be the best at reforming Discord because potatoes. Yes, I know there are a bunch of reasons and arguments why Fluttershy would be the best one for the job. She couldn't be corrupted until Discord stopped playing around, that she could be chaotic herself, etc. The problem is that Celestia doesn't explain why, even when Rainbow asks about it. We cut to Fluttershy and Applejack, who is having some problems with a beaver. Fluttershy is mediating between them. The beaver will move his dam if Applejack apologizes.
Mr. Beaverton Beaverteeth, such language!
Okay, that was funny. Rainbow Dash comes up to them and rounds them up. Celestia tells Fluttershy the task at hand. Then she explains that she trusts Fluttershy and only Fluttershy can do this, but still doesn't explain why.
Now I must return to Canterlot for Equestria's Royal Summit.
Wait, what?
I must return to Canterlot for Equestria's Royal Summit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop Satan on your doorstep and then I'm gonna go home several cities over. Well, you deal with that. Tell me how it goes, you know, if you're still alive and he doesn't end up turning the world to hell. Bye now! Even after all this time, you're still an asshole! The main six use the elements of harmony to release Discord, and they decide that it would be best to keep their elements on at all times. So Discord comes out and immediately starts creating minor levels of chaos, and some of the jokes are good enough to earn a point. Oh yeah, Discord was completely aware the entire time he had been turned to stone. He doesn't seem to mind that much, though. He doesn't even seem to be fazed at being threatened to be turned back into stone.
Dipcord.
Okay, did she say Dickcord?
Dipcord.
I hear Dickcord. Awesome! When Discord doesn't want to change the animals back to normal, Fluttershy threatens to use the stare. Wait, what? Whatever happened to this?
I couldn't. I don't really have any control over when that happens. It just happens.
I suppose this brings me to my first major problem with the episode. It's really fanficky. What do I mean by that? It's a story with an idea that likes to defy logic to have the idea happen. And yes, I know that Teddy Savina, who's a fan of the show, wrote the episode. But Dave Polsky is the one who's putting things on the screen, so there's no excuse for this. Either way, it feels like a fanfic. And with Fluttershy attempting to use the stare, a fanfic cliche, it cements its status this way. I mean, all we're really missing is Pinkie rambling on about cupcakes. The stare doesn't end up working because, I don't know. Either Fluttershy really can't control it, making her seem like an idiot, or Discord is just immune.
Turns out we need to use our elements against you. I'm sure we can convince Princess Celestia it was for a good reason.
Yeah, I'm sure you could, because someone somewhere gave her the idea to unleash the only opponent who ever defeated the main six, even for a brief amount of time. So Discord changes the animals back, and then he snaps his tail and some beavers turn evil. Discord tells them that he's going to be staying with Fluttershy. That's logical enough, I guess. More logical than a lot of things that have happened so far, at least. Fluttershy's going around fixing up her house. She's trying to be accommodating, but Rainbow Dash doesn't want her to listen to him.
Just trying to drive a wedge between us like he always does.
Does once really justify an as he always does? They have some wordplay, then Discord grows and launches Angel off the couch. Thank you! It also breaks a lamp, which Discord is happily able to fix. And then he flicks Angel off of the couch again. Can you please keep doing that for the rest of the episode?
We'll be outside.
Yes, Celestia said that Fluttershy was the one to reform him. That doesn't mean you have to leave. I can see where your loyalties lie, Rainbow.
And I think I actually know what to do.
And that's the seed of my main problem with this episode. It'll grow as we go along, but Fluttershy has got a plan, and that's to be kind to Discord and let him be her house guest. Right now it doesn't seem so bad, I realize. Twilight comes outside and Rainbow Dash thinks that they should come up with a backup plan, and Twilight's got an idea. Yeah, we'll get to that. Right now we gotta deal with Fluttershy discovering Discord eating paper, much to her surprise. Alright, that's funny enough. Anyway, Fluttershy leaves, and we see the demented beavers running back and forth. Discord comes back inside and starts messing with Angel again. During this torment, he reveals that he's playing Fluttershy for a fool. I think we could have figured this out ourselves, which would make this scene entirely pointless.
The spell I had in mind isn't in here.
And what spell would that be, Twilight?
I really want to have a reforming spell up and running pronto.
Wait, I thought you were one of the good guys. Seriously, a reforming spell? You have a spell that can essentially erase someone's personality and pretty much make them do whatever you want. Last time I checked, the heroes don't use the Imperial Curse because, you know, it's evil enough for you to be sent to Azkaban for life. Luckily, I guess, maybe, Discord took care of all of the reforming spells. Back to Fluttershy and Discord, who is making the house rotate, and Fluttershy is okay with it. I just realized this episode's biggest problem. You know that paradox, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Yeah, this episode is actively trying to answer it, which is doomed to fail. Oh, by the way, Angel is rotating in the house, and it's really funny. By the way, can we hurry the scene up? I'm getting vertigo. Thank you. Fluttershy flies outside and we see the demented beavers moving more tree branches. Fluttershy believes that she's earning Discord's trust, and then she learns that Discord took all of the reforming spells from the library, and Twilight learns that Discord has been eating paper.
He ate them?
I just love that line. Anyway, Fluttershy believes that she's been doing a good job, and to prove it, she invites the rest of the main six to a dinner party to her house this evening. Alright, this episode has a major pacing problem. Everyone agrees on that because, spoilers, Discord's reformation comes way too quickly, and it makes it look like Fluttershy reformed him in one afternoon. I'll count the strikes here because this is exactly where it could be fixed. Instead of inviting everyone for a dinner party that evening, she could have invited them to a dinner party in a week, or some other time in the near future. It really is that simple. I have a hard time believing that Fluttershy could befriend anyone in a single... Yeah, I couldn't say that with a straight face. Alright, it'd be more believable if you extended the time that Fluttershy and Discord have been interacting.
I'll even get him to put the cottage back on the ground first.
Okay, that's worth a point. Every pony goes to dinner, while we see the demon beavers in the background. The main six come inside, and it actually seems like Discord is reformed. Actually, it seems like he's playing Fluttershy, and the main six notice it. There are definitely some creative visuals and some pretty good humor in this scene.
That's one creepy little gravy boat if you ask me.
You think that's creepy? Wait until you find out about Twilight's, never mind. That's another review entirely. Eventually, the dinner decides to assault the main six, and Fluttershy scolds Discord for it.
He's only doing what you're making it do.
Now let's not jump to any conclusions.
You stupid or just blind. How is he playing innocent? Who else in the room is making the dinner assault them, considering it's not Twilight and it's certainly not Rarity? Yes, I know what Fluttershy is trying to do, but I just wish she'd make it a lot less obvious. I already deducted points for the pacing, but Polsky, it takes more than a sad face on day one to get the point across. Angel enters the room and pantomimes that Sweet Apple Acres is entirely underwater. Yep. The entire farm is flooded. I'm not going to ask how beavers built all of that in one day, or how no one noticed the beavers creating it, because in all honesty, it really doesn't matter.
You see Discord's behind all this, right?
Do you all think I'm a silly, gullible fool?
No, at this point I'm beginning to think you're something much, much worse.
I've just been trying to gain his friendship any way I can, so he'd come to trust and listen to me.
Wow, Polsky, you're really bad at this moral thing, aren't you? Okay, if you don't know what that meant, Fluttershy is essentially saying that she's been trying to gain Discord's friendship to control him. In other words, so she can say, if you don't do exactly what I say, I won't be your friend anymore. She's using her affections to manipulate others, which is a very underhanded and cruel thing to do. We have words for people like that. In most stories like this, one character tries to befriend another to essentially open their heart and teach them better ways. It's only until they get pissed off do they revoke their friendship. Here it seems like Fluttershy was going to do that from the start, that she knew her friendship would be a leash and she could use it to restrain Discord. Maybe that wasn't her intent, but that seems to be the lesson that this episode ends up teaching. Upon Discord's request, Fluttershy vows to never use her element against Discord, believing that her leash is fully hooked. It wasn't, so he turns the farm into ice. Fluttershy goes out and essentially tells him that if he isn't going to do what she says, then they're not going to be friends anymore. There's definitely a way to do this, you know, with tact. If Fluttershy wasn't so blunt with saying that she's not his friend anymore, and instead coldly walked away only for Discord himself to realize this might have worked. Oh yeah, and don't make it seem like she was planning this from the start either. Instead, like I said, it seems like Fluttershy is simply trying to control him by the way you've written it. I already deducted the points for pacing. They've spent one day together where demonstrably nothing happened.
I guess when you're friends, you can't always have things exactly your way all the time.
Unless it's one-sided like yours. Do you really think that Fluttershy is going to give a damn if you threaten not to be her friend? Congratulations, Discord. Welcome to a parasitic relationship. So, Discord goes to Celestia and vows to use his magic for good instead of evil.
Say it.
Alright. Friendship is magic.
That was awkward and forced. Oh yeah, and Celestia leaves the elements of harmony with the main six. That's kind of important, maybe.
See, he can be a real sweetheart once you get to know him.
And you can be a cold-hearted... Why does every other Fluttershy episode make her so incredibly manipulative and mean-spirited? I previously said that Polsky's worst moral was fueling Pinkie Keen. I think I was wrong. This is his worst moral. The moral in Pinkie Keen didn't bother me like this one does. Then again, using your affections to control others isn't the moral he was trying to teach. I hope. But besides that, this episode still leaves me incredibly conflicted. It's really fun to watch, but it leaves me with a painfully sour taste in my mouth. Even though I am failing this episode, I still don't know what to feel about it. It's got some of the best humor since Too Many Pinkie Pies, but boy is this one flawed. Everyone brings up the pacing, but that's probably the only flaw that doesn't really bother me, since it could have easily been fixed. And if Fluttershy ever wanted to be your friend, I don't think you'd be able to resist for even a single afternoon. My problems actually start at the beginning, with Celestia just dumping Discord and telling the main six to deal with it. It's like the concept itself is bad, though I really don't want to say that, since it's not the concept, it's the execution. But my god, it's simply like they needed an excuse, no matter how bad, to have a plot with Discord. Yeah, I can't deny that this episode is fan service at its finest. Now, fan service in itself isn't a bad thing, but don't make it the main point. Writers, remember, we didn't enter this fandom for Discord or for certain background ponies. We entered this fandom for its lighthearted nature, its great characters, good humor, and great moral values, without any of the cynicism we find in other shows. Having things like Discord are great, but please, if you're going to bring characters like this back, then actually have a reason beyond fan service, or else you come off as literal genies. In fact, that seems to be a major problem with most of Season 3. I'm not saying Season 3 is bad. In fact, it's been pretty good so far, but each season has its own consistent problem. And too much fan service would probably be Season 3's. You know, like people saying that they wanted an Applejack episode where she didn't get overshadowed. Okay. Writers, tell the stories you want to tell, or else you make it seem like you're desperately trying to cling to your popularity. And that's another feeling that this episode gives me. Still, that doesn't overshadow my biggest problem with the episode, and that's with Fluttershy. Remember what I said about putting your hoof down? People like the episode because, yay, she's doing things now! And this time, instead of verbally assassinating her best friends, she's creating more relationships where she can be in control. Speaking of which, these two episodes together paint a very unflattering picture of her, like a literal sociopath level picture. Though, unlike putting your hoof down, the humor does make up for some of the pain, and yes, character derailment. I really don't want to believe that Fluttershy would purposefully create a one-sided relationship. My final verdict, this is good fan fiction, where you're allowed to bend the characters, shoehorn in fan favorites, and make little sense as you do it. But it's a terrible actual episode where you have absolutely no leeway to do these things. Perhaps written for fans and by fans isn't always a great idea. I think it's pretty safe to say that every single episode of Season 3 is pretty divisive, more so than any other episodes of the series. This one is no exception, but it's the one that I get the least. I mean, I understand why some people didn't like too many Pinkie Pies, and even to some extent why they didn't like Magic Duel. I wasn't expecting this particular episode to be on anyone's favorites or anything, but I definitely didn't expect so many people to hate this episode. But then again, perhaps hating on Season 3 is the cool thing to do. Let me tell you what I mean. This episode starts with a pan over some photos, showing that Spike gave Pee-wee away. This was actually added in storyboarding because the other writers don't really care about Merryweather's continuity. We find out that Spike is baking a jewel cake, and we also find out why he doesn't ever sing. It seems that Spike can't control himself and is eating gems that he wants to use, and he eventually ends up eating them all. Owlicious helps him realize that. So Spike seems to be having trouble controlling himself. Unlike Spike's failure at domestic abilities, this is a flaw that I can actually buy. Just like I saw Spike as Your Service as a follow-up to Dragon Quest, I see this as a follow-up to Secret of My Excess, where we learned that the more Spike has, the less he can control himself. This episode almost demands that you pay close attention to that episode. Fluttershy arrives at the door and basically says that she's going to be going to the Crystal Empire tomorrow. Yes, this episode is part one of two simultaneous stories, along with Games Ponies Play. I won't hold it against this episode, but I personally believe that Games Ponies Play should have been first. In that episode, we learn why Spike wasn't invited to the Crystal Empire, despite, you know, saving it. And Games Ponies Play ends on a cliffhanger that this episode answers. On another note, the simultaneous stories gimmick is actually kind of pointless here, and I'll elaborate on that at the end. Fluttershy wants Spike to watch Angel, and she offers him a particularly large jewel. And yes, it's totally logical for Spike to watch Angel. Remember, he did it in Dragonshy. Angel isn't happy about being watched over by Spike, which is definitely something I find interesting about this episode. Looking at any other episode, you'd think that Angel kinda hates Fluttershy. In this episode, he seems to be having some kind of separation anxiety. If I could tag his behavior, it's somewhere between the Angel we saw in Putting Her Hoof Down, and the Angel we saw in Hurricane Fluttershy. The jewel gives Spike the idea to watch every pony else's pet, and it's totally clear that gems are the only thing that's important to him. Rarity gives him an incredibly tiny gem, which does come off as a little greedy for our holder of the element of generosity, especially after the events of Secret of My Excess. We also see that the pets don't mesh very well. Oh, by the way, Pinkie doesn't get many lines in this episode, but she really does shine through. The next day, all of the ponies drop their pets off at the library.
You only want to get hit in the head by a flying turtle once. Tortoise!
I'll be sure to put that on my bucket list. We get to see the ponies interact with their pets some, and it definitely is nice. Twilight almost sees through Spike's charade, but is called away too quickly. As soon as she leaves, the library goes out of control. It's quite clear that Spike is going to have his hands full, especially with Angel. He runs off, and Spike goes looking for him. This eventually leads Spike and the other pets to the CMC clubhouse, and Spike finds the CMC fawning over Angel. Then we see that even the other animals don't like him, which is actually very comforting to know. Spike gets an idea. He pawns the pets out to the CMC, but they know that Applejack gave him a jewel to pet sit Winona, and demand one, so he gives Rarity's gem to them. I would deduct a point, but it kinda makes sense since it's the smallest of all the gems. Spike wanders by the CMC clubhouse, and hears some pretty interesting things going on from inside.
Seen Tank's head? Where's his head?
I absolutely love that line. Spike then realizes that pawning them off on the CMC probably wasn't a good idea, since they have absolutely no idea how to watch pets. And the CMC can't give the jewel back because they used it to buy an industrial-sized hair conditioner. Wait, since when are gems money? I know I'm deducting a lot of points, but gems being used as currency in Equestria makes little to no sense. Since Rarity can easily find jewels, they're incredibly common, and Spike kinda eats them. If the smallest gem could buy an industrial-sized hairdresser, then I'm pretty sure Twilight would be homeless by now. Spike takes the pets back and ends up getting tied to a tree. Then Sakura comes by and essentially tricks Spike into giving up one of his gems and gives it to a pony Girl Scout. The first time I watched this one moment was actually my biggest problem with the episode. But then I realized that Sakura is probably trying to prevent this from happening again. Though I will admit she could have at least saved him from the leash rope. Spike rolls the pets up in a Katamari, and Granny Smith sees him. Spike pays her a jewel to keep her quiet, and you'll notice something really clever. The less jewels that Spike has, the less reluctant he is to give the jewels away. And yes, Spike is getting abused by the animals quite a lot. Do you know what makes it all okay? He actually deserves it. He was planning on making his cake without regards to them. You can't emphasize with him when he's acting this way. Yeah, that's kinda the point. Speaking of animals, Angel boards the train in an attempt to get back to Fluttershy. Unfortunately, Spike can't enter with the animals and without tickets or chaperones. And is it just me or does that conductor sound like the one from the Polar Express? Those other chaperones happen to be the CMC. Yes, this is not only a Spike episode, but it's a CMC episode as well. A proposition that seemed doomed to fail, but actually it's coming along quite nicely. Before Spike can get the animals off the train, it gets going towards the Crystal Empire, and the CMC couldn't be more excited. Until the animals escape from the train car. They demolish a dessert cart, leaving Spike to give up one of his last 2 jewels. When the train finally gets to the Crystal Empire, the CMC want to go about the town, but Spike prevents them until they start to tickle him. Angel sees Fluttershy, uses Tank to break down the door, and runs off. Angel makes a break for Fluttershy while Spike desperately tries to stop him. In a last-ditch effort, he sacrifices his final gem to unlock a luggage cart. Spike takes Angel back inside the train, and they immediately go into hiding. And the main 6 sit right above their hiding places.
Bummer Spike had to miss out on all this. He would have had fun here.
I'm sure. Angel is about to give away their position until Spike actually gives him the go-ahead. Yeah, Spike actually learned his lesson, which makes all of his asshole behavior earlier kind of okay. He actually learned his lesson, and he learned it himself. Also, that's part of what makes some of the abuse to him earlier okay as well, because he was refusing to learn his lesson. Spike's rumbling stomach is about to give them away, but as a sign of forgiveness, Angel races the last gem and actually feeds Spike with it, stopping the rumbling. But that doesn't stop Spike from eating his last gem due to his lack of control. Even though he did learn his lesson, he still kinda deserved that. Just like Sleepless and Ponyville got everything right where Look Before You Sleep got everything wrong, I think that Just For Sidekicks got everything right where May the Best Pet Win got everything wrong. Yeah, I'm still on that. Corey Powell's writing style is actually very similar to Charlotte Fullerton's, except, she actually puts effort into what she does and turns out quality. Both of the episodes star a character who is incredibly neglectful to animals, but in this episode, Spike sees them as an obstacle to overcome, or ignore. And May the Best Pet Win, Rainbow Dash wanted to have a pet, just to have a pet. Both of them were put in the wrong, but this episode actually stayed with it till the end. It didn't just spout one sentence at me and thought it would be good enough. No, the episode repeatedly proved that Spike was in the wrong. From what I can gather, the character abuse to Spike is what makes this episode so divisive. But like I said before, he actually deserved it. He was trying to ignore the animals, which put them on a moral high ground. The CMC were also on the moral high ground as well, by actually having some intent on taking care of the animals, even though they weren't very good at it. Now let's take a look at the gimmick that this episode tried to use, intertwining 2 episodes together. This gimmick is usually used to expand on giving more information on a plot we might find interesting, or to see a story from another point of view. It just comes off as experimental here. The staff doing it to prove they can. Sort of like the vibe I got from the CG Timberwolves. Do you know what episode could have been helped with this, provided it was done with tact? Yeah, that's right, the mysterious Mare-to-Well. If we saw that episode completely from the point of view of the rest of the main 5, and it showed us that they were actually conflicted in humiliating Rainbow, it might actually redeem that episode. With how many of the main 6 make cameos at random times, it could create quite an interesting plotline. Just a thought. This episode starts with Twilight leaving behind Spike and the pets. And you'll see how that unfolds in Just For Sidekicks. I already talked about this gimmick in my review of that episode, and I'm not particularly interested in repeating myself. Twilight is about to see through Spike's charade, but gets called away too quickly. We learn that the Crystal Empire is up for the Equestria Games, which I'm assuming is something like the Olympics. We learn that Cloudsdale was supposed to host the Equestria Games one year, but lost. And for some reason that gives Rainbow the determination to make sure that the Crystal Empire gets them. Yeah, I know her motivations, but the way it's portrayed makes it seem kind of weak. The moment is played for laughs, but the rest of the episode plays it seriously. The flashback just went by way too quickly. The main six have to convince the games inspector that the Crystal Empire is a good enough place to host the games. The main six start cheering on the train, until it comes to a complete stop and jostles them all around. After they get out, they start wandering through the Crystal Empire, and see every Crystal Pony cleaning it up. They go to see Cadence at the Crystal Empire spa, and Pinkie goes crazy, causing Twilight to freak out. But Cadence teaches her a calming technique, and it actually seems to work. Sort of. We learn that Cadence's hairdresser is out sick, even though she needs to have a special hairstyle for the games inspector. Rarity offers to give it a shot, even though it demands a lot of instructions. Another piece of news is that the game inspector will be arriving several hours ahead of schedule, on the next train. Twilight calms herself down, and gives everyone instructions.
Every pony just be on the lookout for the pony with the flower print luggage.
That's the best detail you could include. Not her eye color, what type of pony she is, her fur color, her mane style, just her type of luggage. Are you Miss Harshwinny? Well, he's got a flower print luggage. He must be Miss Harshwinny. I know that example seems a little extreme, but the main six are lacking on quite a bit of intelligence in this episode. Rainbow convinces them that since Miss Harshwinny has a reputation of throwing tests at welcoming committees, they should just roll with whatever's going on. Then they walk up to a pony with a flower print luggage.
You're not expecting us, but we're here to personally welcome you to the Crystal Empire.
Yeah, they never ask what her name is until the end. They just assume that she's Miss Harshwinny, when she's so clearly not. And they offer to be her welcoming committee, making her pretty excited for it. Then they go off to the Eiffel Tower, while the real Miss Harshwinny arrives at the train station. And she seems to be expecting someone, despite Twilight just mentioning that Miss Harshwinny wasn't expecting anyone. You know what? It's a nitpick, not important. We cut to Rarity, who's having trouble fixing Cadence's mane. A lot of trouble. Then we cut back to the imposter.
This has been another pointless moment.
Who seems to have some kind of claustrophobia. The main six think it's a trick, and force her to sit down.
We're not even from here ourselves. Who better than us to let you know just how welcoming this place can be?
I think that's the problem with this episode. Someone please tell me how that makes sense. In the slightest. The main six have a cheer routine, and yeah, it's pretty impressive. But after the cheer routine, we get the most forced scene of the episode.
That's fantastic. Princess Cadence would be so glad to hear that.
I'm surprised she knows anything about me at all.
Of course she does. She's been looking forward to your visit for weeks.
Twilight tells the imposter that Cadence has been expecting her, and the imposter keeps saying she doesn't have any idea why Cadence would. Everyone's an idiot all around. The imposter comes outside, and Rainbow offers to give her a tour of the Eiffel Tower, despite not knowing anything about it. And yes, they do bring up how that might be a problem. Twilight comes down, and agrees to let them give the imposter a tour, and she goes to find Cadence. As soon as she leaves, she finds Miss Harshwinny struggling with her bag, says hello, and walks by. Dave Polsky, if you're going to do something as cliched as the Comedy of Errors, do it right, please. In that moment, Twilight could have helped Miss Harshwinny with her luggage, making her think that the Crystal citizens are nice and helpful. Instead, Twilight just walks by.
This has been another pointless moment.
Twilight checks up on Rarity, and she does get a pretty good moment to shine. The remaining main six are acting like idiots, and Pinkie is literally making faces. Is that in character? Maybe. Either way, it's not really funny. Twilight believes that the imposter is getting bored when it's clear that she's getting claustrophobic. Needing help, Twilight goes to find Shining Armor, while the rest of the main six continue giving her the tour of the Eiffel Tower that they know nothing about. Shining Armor's training some of the Crystal Pony athletes, and Twilight starts asking him for help. Then the imposter runs outside and starts freaking out. Yeah, that's funny enough. Stick to what you know, Polsky. And would you look at that, Shining Armor actually isn't an idiot. He starts questioning why the games inspector would be running around like crazy. The imposter eventually lands a vase on her head, and freaks out, running through the city. Rainbow Dash pulls the vase off, and splats into the roof of the spa. Yeah, that's probably one of the funniest jokes all season. Then I think the imposter starts flirting with Shining Armor, and that reveals that she's not Miss Harshwinny.
Are Miss Harshwinny, the Equestria Games Inspector?
You know, when I meet new people, their name is usually the first thing I ask, not the last. No, she's not Miss Harshwinny. And Twilight starts hyperventilating her calming technique, which, yes, is pretty funny. The main six go looking for the real games inspector, and Pinkie suggests that they check the spa through her own Pinkie way. And that's just where she happens to be. In fact, she's talking to the imposter and hearing how wonderful her time at the Crystal Empire has been. When Miss Harshwinny learns that Cadence is also at the spa, she blows up at her, and then Rainbow admits their mistakes, and even offers to take the blame. Then we hear that Miss Harshwinny likes how the imposter was treated, and the plot unravels in a convoluted mess that I'm not even going to try to untangle. Miss Harshwinny said that she hated welcomes and wanted the inside scoop, and she got it. But it was only when the imposter got an apparently unbiased appraisal did she give the Crystal Empire the Equestria Games. Yep, they got the Equestria Games, which everyone is expecting in Season 4. The humor is great, but the plot sucks. No, really, that's entirely what this episode amounts to. Some of the best jokes this season, but probably the worst plot. Luckily for this episode's sake that everyone is reasonably in character. Compared to just For Sidekicks, this episode has better moments, but it's a worse overall product. But let's be honest here, you don't really care. Do you? If you find my opinion of this episode valuable, my opinion of the next episode is like 10 times more so. I actually think that this episode was designed to have nothing really to talk about, and to be as average as possible. If you don't recall, just after the release of Just for Sidekicks, Alicorn Twilight was revealed, and everyone was going crazy over it. If this episode was another party of one, then it probably would have gotten overshadowed. But if it was another mystery on the Friendship Express, it probably would have added fuel to the fire. I'm halfway certain that no one really cares about this episode, but it's not like Apple Family Reunion where that was an unintentional effect. Whether you like this episode or you don't, the next episode is much more important. This episode was just made to tide us over. Speaking of which... This is the big one, the one that you've all been waiting for. Magical Mystery Cure. First things first, let's go over my ground rules. Rule 1 has always been that songs do not affect my overall rankings of an episode. That's technically inaccurate. How much I like the songs do not affect the ranking, but what happens during the songs does. For example, I really like the Smile song, but I don't really like the Find a Pet song. However, since they both have little to do with anything, they would count as a strike against the respective episode. A lot of people hate this episode because they don't like the songs, and while that gives you license to do so, it's a little unfair to call it a bad episode, since you personally don't like them, since music is subjective. In fact, to prove my point, I'm not even going to tell you what I think of the songs, for 2 reasons. 1, we'll be here forever, and 2, to prove that music has absolutely nothing to do with my review. Rule 2 is that changes to the show dynamic doesn't affect my overall rankings. So if a character suddenly sprouts wings and gains a new social standing, that fact alone will not bias my rating. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but if it does happen, you know the drill. Spoilers, by the way. The fact that this is a musical episode doesn't bias me either. 5 points on the board, let's begin. Speaking of musicals, this episode starts right out of the gate with the establishing musical number. A lot of people complained that Pinkie Pie just ramming into Twilight and too many Pinkie Pies started the plot too quickly, and then they turned around and complained that this episode is actually taking its time to establish things correctly. It's not blindsiding us with the plot. Instead, it blindsides Twilight with the plot when she says that Rarity has Rainbow's cutie mark, and she's controlling the weather. Let's think about this really hard. I said that Just for Sidekicks expected you to have watched Secret of My Excess and actually understood it completely. This episode does something similar, except instead of one episode, it's every single one. Starting with Call of the Cutie and the Cutie Mark Chronicles. We learn that each of the main 6, except for Twilight, have had their cutie marks swapped. Rarity has rainbows, Rainbow has Fluttershy's, Pinkie has Applejacks, and Applejack has Rarities. Not only do they think that this is their talent, they also think that this is what they've been doing for all their life. And M.A. Larson swapped their cutie marks in just the right way to make sure that they would all be miserable. Rarity is making weather patterns that go unappreciated by every pony. Rainbow's taking care of animals, which requires her to be still and actually take some level of abuse. Fluttershy, who hates attention, is forcing herself to be laughed at. Pinkie Pie hated her life on the rock farm, since it wasn't really fun. And Applejack values practicality over aesthetic design. Of course, this looks like a problem, doesn't it? Rainbow's talent is not manipulating the weather, and Rarity's talent is not being a fashion designer. We already know that it would be impossible for Rarity to fly and create a sonic rainboom, as it would be impossible for Applejack to cast a gem-finding spell on purpose or by accident. On the surface, it looks like M.A. Larson wrote himself into a corner, until you realize that their memories were also altered. Let's take a look at Call of the Cutie.
Decided to become a teacher. The flowers symbolized my hope that I could help my future students bloom. Smiles represented the cheer I hoped to bring to my little ponies.
That's a little bit of a stretch, don't you think? Flowers equals be a teacher. I could say that a colorful rainbow pattern means making the skies beautiful. Cutie marks have always been interpretable. You get them after you figure out what you want to do, not the other way around. By the way, there is enough humor in that song in order to get a point. Also, I should get this out of the way now because I don't care what you say. This is the best animated episode of the entire show. Even if nothing else makes sense, this episode is still beautiful to look at. Twilight realizes that she's screwed up, badly. She got a letter from the princess that contained Star Swirl's unfinished masterpiece, and Celestia believed that Twilight would be the only one who could finish it. Twilight starts by reading it out loud. What? Reading something in a book? No, it's probably the first thing that Twilight would do. And since the spell is unfinished, she accidentally casts it, which screwed up her friends' lives because they were the bearers of the elements of harmony. Twilight because she cast the spell and Spike...
I'm a dragon.
Yeah, that's the best explanation I could find. Someone somewhere has to make them. Magic just doesn't come forth from the ground. Yes, we have. Hell if I know. Because it's reasonable we don't know that. We don't know where the elements of harmony came from, nor do we know their true nature. Star Swirl could have created them himself for all we know. And if I predicted that right, you each owe me a chocolate chip cookie.
I cast the spell so I could find out what it was.
Isn't sending the entire town into a frenzy over a doll? Twilight's not perfect, and if anything outweighs her obsession over the future, it's her curiosity. And if I know anything about Twilight, it's that her intelligence goes down when she gets tired. Looking at both It's About Time and Look Before You Sleep. According to Star Swirl's book, there's no way to undo the incomplete first spell. Spike says that Twilight should just restore their memories like she did when Discord was around.
It's not their memories, Spike. It's their true selves that have been altered.
First of all, how the hell do you know? Let's think about this really hard. Perhaps the spell changed more than their memories, but their past. Like, it actually changed their past. They don't just remember getting these cutie marks, they actually got them. And the spell just changed the nature of how they got them.
That makes sense, right?
Actually, yeah, it kinda does. It would make them want to live out these lives, especially with their world telling them that cutie marks are supposed to dictate what you do. It all makes sense now. Twilight feels totally crushed that she essentially ruined her friend's life, and so we get a really sad song. Why do people say that this song is pointless? First of all, yes, this episode has wonky pacing, and once again I'll count the strike here. I deduct more points if any scenes or time was wasted. This song lasts 1 minute and 6 seconds. Can anyone please tell me how all the pacing problems in this episode could be fixed in 1 minute and 6 seconds? Now I say the song is not pointless because it uses something called emotional juxtaposition. The last scene was supposed to be really funny, and this one is really sad. Putting them next to each other makes the emotional jump bigger and more powerful. It also shows us the true gravity of the situation. We aren't laughing anymore. In fact, we feel kind of bad for laughing in the first place. And unlike Double Rainboom's use of this, it was actually intentional to make us feel even worse for the characters. Spike reassures Twilight and tells her that these are her friends they're dealing with. And, hey, it's that thing from the Thing! You know the Thing? And this somehow teaches Twilight what she has to do, making her glow, and that lets her know what she has to do. Let's think really hard about this. Yeah, I got nothing. I understand that she's got an idea, but I don't understand why it made her eyes spark like when she first realized the main six were her friends. Wait a minute, I think I got this one. Once again, after doubt, Twilight realized how powerful friendship was and how it could overcome any adversary, like done twice before. Once in Friendship is Magic, and once in The Return of Harmony. Got it! Twilight runs into Fluttershy, who's thinking about returning to Cloudsdale, which means that she must have been really unhappy with her life. Twilight convinces her to help out Rainbow Dash, and just in time too, since the animals are cooking her. And I thought the animals treated Fluttershy badly. Jeez, no wonder she's so tough. Fluttershy helps and stops the animals from going crazy. The animals seem to love her, and she realizes that this is her destiny. And only once her element of harmony is placed on, what the fuck? Seriously, what's up with that? Every time I watch this episode, I expect coins to start spraying forth from their nose or something. I suppose they didn't want to repeat the change from the Return of Harmony, but this seriously looks a bit weird. They start singing a new song and...
Hello? Friend trapped inside, remember?
Okay, that's pretty funny. The main six go wandering around, turning their friends back to normal and undoing the spell that was cast.
I want to see you smile!
Wait a minute, the crowd wasn't affected by the spell, and they were just that miserable without Pinkie? Yep, I'm giving the point back for wrongly thinking that only Twilight and Spike were unaffected by the spell. By the way, can any pony tell me what the hell a hand is? Or for that matter, what the hell is a townsperson? One thing I don't get though is why the apples didn't stop Pinkie from destroying the farm, but they did help Applejack restore it. Unless Pinkie trapped them somewhere. She definitely looked pretty intimidating when attacking that water chute, so I'm going with that. Pinkie trapped them in the basement of Sweet Apple Acres when they tried to stop her from living out her destiny. But yes, I will concede that that probably should have been addressed. This song helps Twilight realize what was missing from Star Swirl's spell, and the magic of friendship helps her do what Star Swirl was never able to do. As soon as she finishes the spell, the elements of harmony activate, and start shooting lasers at her. Then Twilight disintegrates, leaving a singe shaped like her cutie mark on the ground. What if I told you the episode ended just like that? Because if this story was a two-parter, this would be the most logical place to end it, with Twilight seemingly dead. I don't think that would make very many people happy. But let's talk about this one moment here, shall we? When I first watched this episode, it was like 9 in the morning during the original air date, so I wasn't fully awake, and I kinda laughed. Pinkie's expression there, you know? But if I was more lucid, it would probably be the bird times it like a million. On a more serious note, Twilight smiles before she gets blown to Kingdom Come. That's not a look of fear or defeat, that's a look of acceptance. Either she knows what's about to happen, or she's okay with the inevitable. Twilight awakens in the Celestial Plane, or perhaps the Twilight Zone, where she meets Princess Celestia. She starts singing a song where she claims that Twilight is now ready to move on to the next level of her studies. They walk down a hall showing scenes from previous episodes of the show. And no, I'm not making that joke because it's not funny anymore. You know the term breaking the fourth wall? This episode does it a lot, but not for laughs.
You've come such a long, long way.
Have you seen Twilight come such a long, long way?
And I've watched you from that very first day.
Have you watched her from that very first day?
To see how you might grow.
Have you seen how she's grown?
To see what you might do.
Have you wondered what she might do?
To see what you've been through.
Have you seen what she's been through?
And all the ways you've made me proud of you.
Now here's a question. Are you proud of Twilight? Are you proud of watching her overcome each of her own trials? Is she really enough of a character for you to feel this for her? I'm not saying that in a condescending way either. That's the intent of the song. In fact, that's the intent of the whole episode. I gotta admit, most media will only try to make you feel happy or sad for a character. This episode actually goes out to try to make you feel proud for a character. I've gotta give them credit where credit is due. From Twilight's heart, and not her horn, comes magic that swirls around her, turning her into an alicorn. Okay, we got a lot to talk about, so buckle up. Let's start with the moral. The first part of the episode says that you shouldn't just blindly accept destiny, and here Twilight is just given these wings and a crown. It sounds contradictory and hypocritical. Let's think really hard about this. I mean, really hard. I argue that this actually makes the moral complete. The first part of the episode shows that you shouldn't blindly follow destiny. This part shows that you shouldn't just blindly refuse destiny either. Sometimes following someone else's course in life can lead you to happiness, and sometimes it can't. Only you can really be the judge of that, but friends can help you realize this. Okay, let's talk about Princess Alicorn Twilight Sparkle. You start. No, seriously, what do you expect me to say about it? That I love the idea or that I hate the idea? I don't love or hate it. I can't until I actually know what they're going to do with it. So, you start. I just don't get that complaint at all. Amari Sue is a perfect character with no personality or flaws to speak of. First of all,
What do I do now? Is there a book about being a princess I should read?
she's still our same old Twilight. Secondly, the only power she gained is the ability to fly, a power that she never needed in the past. Yeah, because the wings totally did that, and alicorns don't get the shit beat out of them. Here's the way I see it. Either she is ready, and the almighty Celestia's trust was well placed after watching everything that Twilight did for the past whenever, or the show is going to get very interesting. To answer that question, let's take a look at Lesson 0, for 2 reasons. Number 1, that it's really funny to overlay Celestia's ballad, and 2, in that episode she sent the entire town into a frenzy, and herself nearly into madness, just to be with her friends. Because getting wings stops Twilight from using magic.
We would have a royal wedding, befitting a princess, which is what I would become upon marrying him.
Yes, but it's a made-up term and they can call it whatever the hell they want. That's an alicorn in my fantasy novel. I can tell you that they're at least happy for Twilight, and that's before they find out that she's a princess. And Twilight's opinion of her friends hasn't changed in the slightest. If they did this to stay fresh, sure, but they didn't. It was a corporate mandate. You know, like Rarity. Okay, that was pretty funny. I don't often laugh at spit takes, but that was pretty good. And no, I'm not expecting them to explain everything now, because as Celestia says,
There will be time for all of that later.
This is apparently part 1 of a 3-parter, or a 6-parter if you count Equestria girls. So, in Canterlot they give Twilight her coronation. Jeez, imagine what they're going through. One's married to a princess, and the other is a princess. Why do people say this coronation goes on forever? The coronation itself is 3 minutes long, and the whole alicorn plotline is about 5. Twilight starts giving a speech to the crowd that seems to be recapping the entire series until this point.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest pony in Equestria.
Yeah, because she doesn't want to be a princess. In fact, come to think of it, I think that Twilight is the first character ever to actually earn being a princess. Shining Armor is definitely proud of her. We end off with a reprise of the first song, which is once again talking to the audience. Yes, I'm deducting 1 point for her flying into the camera, but I wouldn't worry about it. Of course it is. I don't know why people were running around panicking like crazy when this was first announced. Let's get the obvious out of the way. This is a finale on multiple levels. If it was just a typical episode, the leaps of logic I needed to take to other episodes would have been inexcusable. But being a finale, it is allowed to demand that its audience has been along since the beginning. There's a reason I didn't just critique this episode first, and that's more than just my own skills improving since my first review. I mean, I've looked deep into each and every episode to the point where I'm noticing animation errors left and right, and by now I know each episode by the back of my hand. everything in this episode makes complete sense to me. Let's talk about the pacing, the one major flaw of this episode. Things go by way too quickly because, as established, the show does not use transitions. It doesn't really bother me. After all, I'd rather have too much going on than not enough. If I missed anything, I would just watch it again. In fact, when I usually do that, my opinion of an episode lowers. This is the first time my opinion of an episode has actually risen while reviewing it. It took me 4 hours to write the script for this review. Not even the script for my Equestria Girls review took that long to write. Each time I said, let's think about this, I really did. And it was then I realized that these huge leaps of logic that didn't make much sense were actually a lot closer than I thought. I may not have worded everything perfectly, but at no point was I talking out of my ass. I used as much continuity and as much logic as possible all the way through. Even with my perceived logical problems, I used to think this episode was still pretty good, but now that I realize how much effort was put into getting all the continuity as right as possible, I appreciate it much, much more. So why do people hate this episode so much? Simple. Did you want to hate this episode? If you did, then you do. It's that simple. I don't know anyone's opinions who were changed by the episode itself. It runs on emotion, and if you tuned yourself out of that, then you're not going to be very impressed with the episode. Ah yes, emotion, the word of the day. Yeah, I won't deny that this episode made me emotional. Like I said, it was designed to make you feel proud of Twilight. Not accepting that she became an alicorn, but actually proud for her. And yes, it did succeed in what it wanted to do. At least with me. Wow, I am proud that a purple unicorn pony became a princess. This is an odd decade for me. I feel like I'm being trolled. Emma Larson and Daniel Ingram are trolling me. The songs I don't need to vouch for. This episode's soundtrack won a Leo Award. Not nominated, actually won. This episode probably contains my 2 favorite songs from the show to date. Celestia's Ballad, which is just beautiful, and A True True Friend, which perfectly sums up the themes of the entire show. Also, musical numbers are used to put in a lot of information into a small amount of space. With one, you can cram 100 years into 3 minutes. Without musical numbers, this episode would be inarguably worse. Even if you hated every single song in this episode, it still would have been worse, with them cutting out needed exposition. By the way, I'm tired of people calling this episode bad just because they don't like the songs. Please stop doing that. All you're doing is making your arguments invalid, because like I said at the beginning, music is subjective, which is part of the reason why I take songs completely out of the equation when I review an episode. Also, unlike the CG Timberwolves or the simultaneous stories, this didn't just feel like an experiment. You know, the staff just doing something to prove that they could. This was necessary. And to the haters, don't be surprised if they do it again. Speaking of which, don't be surprised if another character eventually undergoes a life-altering change. Very rarely do shows do something like this, because people hate change. People hate change because all too often does it turn out wrong and horrid. This show is now in a unique position, one where they can teach people that change isn't always bad, and sometimes it should be embraced. In fact, they almost don't have a choice anymore. They've given us the change. Let's see how they deal with it.
It's time now for a new change to come. You've grown up and your new life has begun. To go where you will go, to see what you will see, to find what you will be, for it's time for you to fulfill your destiny.
Alright, let's finish this up. You know the rules, they haven't changed, except that this is a half season. For a normal length season, the minimum score needed to be reached is 70. This season needs to hit 35 to be considered a passing season, 40 to be considered a good season, and 45 to be considered a great season. Let's go. The Crystal Empire. Good character moments, decent humor, and a really good adventure. 10 stars total. Too many Pinkie Pies. The funniest episode in the whole series, and Pinkie Pie is totally in character. 5 stars. One bad apple. If a bad moral wasn't enough, it's the forced plot and horrible attempts at comedy. 1 star. Magic Duel. A great grudge match between Trixie and Twilight with everything top notch. 5 stars. Sleepless in Ponyville. Despite Luna's sleepwalker role being confusing at best, the episode had enough sentiment to warrant 5 stars. Wonderbolts Academy. I originally gave this episode 4 stars, but after refuting Byter's arguments, I realized that this changed Rainbow's character from wanting to be admired to wanting to be admirable. It's the greatest character development she's gotten to date. 5 stars. Just For Sidekicks. Some minor logical problems, some mean-spirited jokes, but in all it was alright. 4 stars. Apple Family Reunion. It's an Applejack episode and not much else. 2 stars. Spike at your service. Why is Spike such a klutz? 1 star. Keep calm and Flutter on. If you want to make the evil guys good, don't make the good guys evil. 1 star. Games Ponies Play. Terrible plot, but pretty good comedy. Magical Mystery Cure. It's all the emotional chords it needs to. 5 stars. 46 out of 65. Before I go on, I want to show you guys how it compares to the original 2 seasons. We're going to divide them each in half and see how they compare. I'm not giving a brief synopsis, I'm just giving their names and their score. Let's go! Friendship is Magic, Part 1, 4 stars. Friendship is Magic, Part 2, 2 stars. The Ticketmaster, 2 stars. Applebuck Season, 4 stars. Griffin the Brush Off, 4 stars. Ghostbusters, 1 star. Dragonshy, 5 stars. Look Before You Sleep, 1 star. Bridal Gossip, 1 star. Swarm of the Century, 5 stars. Winter Wrap Up, 3 stars. Call of the Cutie, 5 stars. Fall Weather Friends, 4 stars. That's odd. 5 points worse than Season 3. By the way, for the record, I could have failed Griffin the Brush Off by focusing on guilt and downplaying the humor. I could have also failed Swarm of the Century for Pinkie's lack of explaining things. If I did that, this first half season might not have passed. But that's okay, the show's just getting established. You know, kinda like how Season 3 is establishing itself without Lauren Fast. On to the next group. Suited for Success, 5 stars. Feeling Pinkie Keen, 1 star. Sonic Rainboom, 5 stars. Stairmaster, 4 stars. Showstoppers, 1 star. A Dog and Pony Show, 5 stars. Green Isn't Your Color, 4 stars. Over a Barrel, 4 stars. A Bird in the Hoof, 1 star. The Key to My Chronicles, 5 stars. All's Well That Ends Well, 1 star. Party of 1, 5 stars. The Best Night Ever, 5 stars. Oh my god. It's exactly the same score I gave Season 3. Once again, there are some episodes I could have failed but didn't. I could have failed Over a Barrel by interpreting all the characters out of character. I could have failed Stairmaster by playing up the annoyance of the CMC. And Twilight dying. I guess that makes it twice now. I could have also failed Suited for Success, because the plot only works because the main 6 all blindingly take advantage of Rarity's generosity at the exact same time. And I could have failed Party of 1, the party extraordinaire for getting her own birthday. The Return of Harmony, 10 stars. Lesson Zero, 5 stars. Luna Eclipsed, 4 stars. Sister Who Social, 5 stars. The Cutie Pox, 2 stars. May the Best Pet Win, 1 star. The Mysterious Mare-Duel, 1 star. Sweet Elite, 5 stars. Secret of My Excess, 4 stars. Family Appreciation Day, 5 stars. Baby Cakes, 1 star. Hearth Swarming Eve, 3 stars. 46 out of 65. Are you beginning to notice a pattern yet? Once again, let's see what episodes I could have failed. Among other things, I could have failed Sweet and Elite for Rarity's terrible behavior. I could have also failed Hearth Swarming Eve because there's no real conflict. There are other episodes I could have failed in there too, but let's move on to the last group. The last roundup, 4 stars. The Super Speedy Setter Squeezy 6000, 3 stars. Read and Weep, 4 stars. Hearts and Who's Day, 4 stars. A Friend Indeed, 3 stars. Putting Your Hoof Down, 0 stars. It's About Time, 4 stars. Dragon Quest, 1 star. Hurricane Fluttershy, 5 stars. Ponyville Confidential, 5 stars. Mr. and the Friendship Express, 1 star. A Canterlot Wedding, 10 stars. Alright, a little worse off, but we're close. Once again, let's see which episodes I could have failed, but I didn't. I could have failed the last roundup by finding Pinkie annoying rather than funny. I could have failed the Cider episode because of its mean-spirited nature. I could have failed Read and Weep because it jams the moral down our throats. I could have failed Hearts and Hooves Day by deducting more points for the baby talk. I could have failed A Friend Indeed because it turned Pinkie into an insensitive stalker. I could have failed It's About Time because the plot is predictable and Twilight is debatably out of character. I could have failed Ponyville Confidential because it gets a little too mean-spirited. I could have also failed A Canterlot Wedding because the villain's plan is a little convoluted. Notice something? Yeah, that's like every single episode in this stretch. I could have failed some Season 3 episodes, most notably Games Ponies Play and Just for Sidekicks. I gave arguments and reasons why each episode deserved its score, because they are what I think the episodes deserve. Sure, I find Hearts and Hooves Day's baby talk annoying, but some people find it hilarious. I try to be as unbiased as possible. Of course, it's impossible to be totally unbiased. Some things piss me off more than others, but what can you do? If you've noticed my tallies, Season 3 is pretty par for the course. I honestly don't know why people are panicking. Granted, you may not agree with my picks of the good episodes and the bad episodes, but unless you're as jaded as someone like Byter, then chances are there are only 3 or 4 episodes that you consider bad in this stretch of 13. But Season 3 does have its own unique problems. Let's start with the most obvious one. The unbalanced character screen time. People say that Pinkie Pie got way too much screen time. People also say that Rainbow got too much screen time in Season 2. As for the latter argument, I'll admit Rainbow was there a lot, but she didn't really disrupt anything. However, Pinkie Pie in Season 3 did cause a lot of problems. Not in every episode, mind you, but quite a few. The most notable examples are Games Ponies Play and Wonderbolts Academy. The only excuse I can think of is that the writers think putting Pinkie into an episode automatically makes it funny. Yeah, that's not true. And no, she didn't ruin One Bad Apple because it was off to begin with. They did it with Twilight in Season 1, apparently they did it with Rainbow in Season 2, and it'll probably be Fluttershy in Season 4. Either her or Rarity. Speaking of which, Rarity didn't get an episode in Season 3, and a lot of people are miffed about it. So they're obviously going to give her multiple ones in Season 4. The only thing I have to ask about this is, don't do what I'm going to call pulling an Apple family reunion, which is essentially where they make an episode solely to give a character screen time. Think of a situation that Rarity's flaws would reasonably get her into. Don't just put her in the limelight to put her in the limelight. This season also felt very experimental, let's say. New animation and storytelling techniques were used. While they never actually hurt the episodes, they didn't exactly help either. They were mostly just there. I kept getting the impression that the writers were doing it just to prove that they could do it. They'll probably come up again in future seasons, so we shouldn't be surprised at seeing more CGI or musical episodes or simultaneous stories, etc. And speaking of things returning, let's have an offhand count of what was established in Season 3. An ancient empire that disappeared for 1,000 years. The Mirror Pool and a secret book detailing it. The Alicorn Amulet. Trixie's Reformation. Discord's Reformation at Celestia's request. The Equestria Games. Celestia negotiating with Saddle Arabians. Twilight's new status. They're obviously building up to something, I'm just not sure what. Like I said, there's not much to say about Season 3 that I haven't said before. It's pretty par for the course. Similar strengths and problems to the previous two. The problems just stick out more with less episodes. Things are doing fine, despite what people like Byter are saying. Speaking of that, I should give a bit of an update on what I've been doing. Why have I been rebutting Byter's arguments? Besides the fact that they, annoy me. Simple, because they're filled with lies and a lack of understanding. It's one thing to nitpick, and it's another to make things up. He can have any reason he wants to hate any episode he wants, provided they're, real reasons that actually exist. It's not his opinions on fighting, it's his facts. He claims the first 2 seasons were better based on things that aren't true. And I'm not done with that little side quest either. Expect at least 2 other videos in that series. Now what else am I going to be doing? I'm almost at 100 subscribers. In fact, by the time this video goes up, I probably will be. So as promised, my next review will be Snowdrop. I'm also going to make that top 10 worst episodes list, my top 20 favorite episodes, a season 4 wish list, and some things that you request. And yes, you can expect an Equestria Girls review when it comes out. Aside from that, here's to hoping we'll have a fantastic season 4.
A true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true friend.
Hello? Friend trapped inside, remember?
By popular request, let's take a look at Snowdrop. I suppose it was inevitable, since after you talk about Double Rainboom, you have to talk about Snowdrop, which is odd. Besides the fact that they came out in about the same week, they're pretty much opposites on every end of the scale. Double Rainboom wanted to make you laugh. Snowdrop wants to make you feel. Double Rainboom uses the show's canon characters. Snowdrop barely uses them at all. Double Rainboom was hyped as hell, and Snowdrop came from nowhere. Double Rainboom was way too flawed for me to recommend, and Snowdrop, well, let's see if they're total counterparts. Let's get the animation out of the way. Once again, things are a little stilted. In fact, even more so than Double Rainboom, but still not to the point of being distracting. It's alright. While we're talking about presentation though, there's one thing that really sticks out, and that's the background music. It really sells the whole heart-wrenching mood of the episode, and I'll elaborate more on that. It starts with an opening narration. Celestia is talking about how amazing the first winter snow is. She goes on to talk about how some people don't appreciate snow. It's very poetic, I must admit. They definitely have the mood established. We have a flashback to presumably sometime before 1,000 years ago. We see in on a class of Pegasi learning about the snow and why it's needed. I'll also say that I'm not too keen on the voice acting in this episode.
And, yeah.
Wherever it is, they need to hurry up and go get the front. It's freezing.
While the actors have much better direction, most of them don't seem to have much experience. Once again, it's not a distraction, but it could be better. Then we cut to my main problem with Snowdrop, and that's the character of Snowdrop herself. Before you say anything, let me explain. Snowdrop is a little girl with a disability, specifically blindness. She's timid, she's bullied, she has to walk alone in the storm, and she immediately has your sympathy. Let's ignore the obvious logical problem of a blind Pegasus unguided in a floating city and focus on why this was not a bad choice, but a lazy one. Snowdrop is designed to pull at your heartstrings, not from what she does, but from what she is. The whole animation is basically saying, she's a poor blind girl. Feel sorry for her. It feels manipulative. Scratch that. It is manipulative. The entire class is instructed to make some project for an upcoming celebration, and the teacher asks Snowdrop what her project and her partner is. She's unable to answer because she hasn't started on it and she doesn't have a partner. The other kids start, well, not whispering, talking about how they don't want to work with Snowdrop. The other kids don't like Snowdrop. Feel sorry for her. Snowdrop tells the teacher that she's working alone and her project is a surprise. The teacher bids everyone away and tells them to watch out for the blizzard.
Be careful going home. I know you know your way, but the last blizzard of the year is always the worst.
Even if she does know her way home, I don't think it's a smart idea to let a blind girl walk home alone in a blizzard in a city in the sky. Oh, by the way, Snowdrop needs to walk home in a blizzard all alone. Feel sorry for her. So Snowdrop sits on a cloud and starts crying, calling herself useless. Yep, she's got self-esteem issues. feel sorry for her. She thinks that if she goes to present her project, then the princesses will laugh at her. Then she has a flashback for some reason. She's sitting on a cloud with her mother. Her mother is explaining the stars and telling her to listen to the twinkle, but Snowdrop wishes that she could see them. She's blind. Feel sorry for her. Then Snowdrop's mother tells her that she's special because only her wings and her hooves are gentle enough to figure out the size of a cloud without denting it, for some reason. And Snowdrop hears the twinkles. Back to the current day, Snowdrop also finds the twinkles useless because she can't wish on them. That doesn't stop her from trying to wish that she could actually do something for once. You get it by now, don't you? She cries a tear that turns into ice and picks it up. She tears out a feather from her wing and turns that piece of ice into a snowflake, the very first one. Eventually she gets called inside. The next morning, Snowdrop comes to the celebration to present her project. Yeah, you get it. Feel sorry for her. Princess Celestia wants to see her project. The other kids sorta make fun of her, and Snowdrop gives a very sentimental description of the snow and winter. It seems to touch Luna. The princess is asked to see it, and asks Snowdrop make some more of them. The next snowfall was the best one yet, with the snow behaving and actually bringing joy. We cut to 1,000 years later, where Celestia and Luna are debating on releasing the last snowflake Snowdrop made. And they do, because that's what Snowdrop would have wanted. Yeah, I'm actually still recommending Snowdrop. Not a must-see, not even a strong recommendation, just a normal recommendation. If you like this kind of stuff, go see it. Why? After all, I said that everything about the character of Snowdrop was designed to make you feel sorry for her, and her appearance to how the world treated her, and I called it a lazy choice. It wanted to be heartwarming in the cheapest way possible. Here's the thing though, it actually kinda worked. It actually managed to push some emotions. I may have got misty-eyed. Like I said in my previous video, criticism is about being unbiased as possible, and this is one of the harder parts of being a critic. I don't want to be too hard on this. I mean, it's impossible to hate the character of Snowdrop, and that's really the whole problem. Characters should be liked or hated based on what they do, not what they are, or even what happens to them really. I also have a hard time believing that the whole world would be so against a little blind girl. Okay, so it was only a class, but I'd at least thought that the school teacher would have said something about it. Snowdrop is definitely not a bad character, but it would be a lot better if she was more dynamic, or at least wasn't designed to elicit so much sympathy. There's a huge difference between sympathizing with a character and empathizing with a character. I said you were supposed to feel proud of Twilight and Magical Mystery Cure. That's because we saw all the obstacles that she overcame over 65 episodes. You're supposed to feel sorry about Snowdrop because she's blind and bullied and she feels useless. We don't see how she seems useless. The kids in the class just tell us that. Twilight could control overcoming all of her obstacles. Snowdrop could not control becoming blind. Like I said, I don't want to be too hard on this. I don't think anyone does really. So, I've just reviewed all 65 episodes of Friendship is Magic, and I would just like to take this moment to say that every single episode is awesome! I'd like to say that, but I'd be lying straight to your face. We have had some truly amazing episodes, and we have had some pretty awful duds that were a slog at storytelling, had reprehensible morals, did terrible things with the characters, etc. So I'm here to count down my top 10 worst episodes from seasons 1 through 3. The rules. If I've given an episode 3 stars in my actual review of the episode, it's safe. Hearts and Hooves Day, you're lucky. This is how they personally made me angry, bored, etc. If you want the factual reasons as to why I failed them, check out my actual reviews. Also, check out my season overviews for dishonorable mentions. This is by no means an objective list. They're just the episodes that made me go. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting list when my least favorite writer barely cracks the list. That's because, like I said in my review, this episode is mostly okay, despite Pinkie leaving the infants alone in the bathtub. I know the kids won't imitate that, at least I hope not, but it still bothers me that that was allowed through. One of the biggest problems with this episode is how cliched it is. I've seen this before. I've seen this all before. Except that. And I never want to see that again. That one moment is more disgusting than the entirety of A Bird in the Hoof, which I've spared from this list for keeping its similarly insulting ending in canon. Yeah, the reason this episode lands on the list is the last 5 minutes. It doesn't just have a disregard for canon, it's got a blatant disregard for canon. If you watch any other episode, you should know that infant ponies cannot fly, and do magic better than experts. Blah 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 bullshit. Charlotte Fulton, if you're going to keep writing for the show, actually start watching some goddamn episodes. Oh wait, you must have, because this episode rips off the plot from Stairmaster. Not only is it disgusting, insulting, and cliched, it's also redundant. Charlotte Fulton, why are you ripping off the only writer on the show who's debatably worse than you? I mean, if you're gonna rip someone off, rip off M.A. Larson or Cindy Morrow or even Amy Keating Rogers. Or if you're gonna rip someone off, actually do a better job than they did. Hello, Charlotte Fulton. Again. No, she won't take up the entire list. She didn't write enough episodes to. So let's talk about Look Before You Sleep for like the 3rd time. Yeah, I'm pretty tired of talking about this episode considering I've reviewed it twice now. Or 3 times if you count Sleepless and Ponyville. By the way, that's how you do it, Charlotte. I don't even know what to say about this one. I mean, I could talk about how childish Rarity and Applejack were acting, in more ways than one, but I already did that. I could talk about how unbelievably stupid Twilight behaved the whole episode, but once again, I already did that. I could talk about how incredibly forced the plot was, but you get the point. Seriously though, you could see that they didn't want a slumber party. And you too! Why didn't you tell her that you didn't want a slumber party? More importantly, why did you go along with it? The only thing ever explained is why Spike isn't in the episode, instead of explaining why antisocial Twilight wanted a slumber party, or once again why Applejack and Rarity actually went along with it.
Does not.
I've heard that exact same argument in a commercial once, but there was one little difference. The people arguing in the commercial were 5 years old. You know, not successful business owners. I've repeatedly heard the excuse that it was to make it obvious that they were behaving childishly. I don't buy it. There's a huge difference between acting childishly and actually acting like a child. Rainbow Dash was acting childishly in Fall Weather Friends when she assumed Applejack was cheating, but it was believable, in character, and at no point did she spout this miserable excuse for dialogue. But I could forgive this. I could forgive the out-of-character behavior, the forced plot, the terrible dialogue, if it wasn't so ungodly boring. I don't know if it was supposed to be funny that Twilight couldn't notice what was directly in front of her, but it came off as infuriating. Haha, Twilight could stop the arguing and fighting, but she doesn't! Isn't that hilarious? No, it's not. It's out of character, lazy writing, and frustrating. When it comes to Spike episodes, we got off to a really great start, didn't we? When I think of an episode where someone really didn't care, it's not this one that comes to mind, and we'll get to that one. But this is a pretty damn good candidate. I say no one cared because the point of the episode was that Spike got jealous because he thought Owlicious was taking all of his work. Twilight comes up with the excuse that she needed the extra help at night, which would be fine and good, except almost the entire episode takes place during the day. There was not one time that Twilight asked for the owl's help during the night. Did they really think that no one would notice? But that's not the biggest problem I have with the episode. My biggest problem is how badly Spike suffers abuse throughout the whole episode. People say that Just for Sidekicks is too mean-spirited towards the guy. This episode takes the cake, and unlike in Just for Sidekicks, he doesn't deserve it here. There's a scene where Twilight's last quill breaks, so Spike goes all around town looking for a new one when we already know what the result is. As expected, when Spike gets back, Owlicious gave her one of his own. Twilight nonchalantly says that she was calling out, when she could have chased him down or at least sent that ill-begotten owl after him. And then we come to my biggest problem with the episode. This moment right here, when the main 6 are fawning over Owlicious. This is an exact shot-for-shot parallel to another scene where they were all pretty much doing the same thing to Spike. The difference? They've known Spike for about a year. This is the first time they've ever met Owlicious, ever! If it's that easy to gain their affections, then those affections are worthless. It makes them all seem horribly petty. Yes, Rarity, petty. Why else would you have a special bow tie for an owl that you've never seen before? Now let's talk about Owlicious. He's a Mary Sue. You cannot compete with him. He is perfect in every way and has no personality other than being better than whoever gets jealous at him. He's my second most hated pet, only edged out by surprise surprise Angel Bunny. No one thought anything through in this episode. Cindy Morrow didn't think about the implications or the fact that we already had a better jealousy story told, and the animators didn't think about the passage of time. This was an episode that didn't need to exist. And next we move on to an episode that shouldn't have existed. Yes, really, the Cutie Pox makes number 7 on the list. Why is that? Because out of every episode in the show, this is the only one I believe does not deserve to exist, as in, it should have been cut out in the pre-planning process. Its plot has been done 3 times before this episode, and even so, the plot would only last about 7 minutes without all of the filler. It's the already been chewed gum of MLP episodes, if you will. It's hard to get mad at this episode because there's nothing really to get mad at, which is why it ended up so low on the list. No, I'm not mad at this episode, I'm mad at Amy Keaton Rogers for writing it, and I'm using writing in an extremely loose sense. One thing that makes me angrier than anything else on the writer's part is laziness. Amy, this isn't an episode, it's an excuse for an episode, and it's not a very good one. The definition of plot is not stuff happens. I would say stuff happens is the definition of the cutie box, but when it comes right down to it, nothing really does happen in this episode. If this episode didn't exist, what would we have lost? Really, this episode shouldn't exist. As far as I'm concerned, this episode doesn't exist. Season 2 has 25 episodes and a 4-minute bumper that should have stayed on the internet. Yep, it makes everyone's worst list, including mine. Where do I begin with this one? Well, let's start with what everyone thinks of first when they think of the showstoppers. The horribly off-key, ear-bleeding song is actually not that bad. Yeah, I kinda actually like the song. Sure, it's off-key, but it's not that bad. The lyrics are still admirable, and I've certainly heard worse. No, what lands this episode on my worst list is literally everything else. Specifically, this episode is on the worst list because it's one of the few episodes that fails so hard, it actively makes other episodes worse. About 3 minutes in, it reveals the talents of the CMC. Then the rest of the episode goes on shoving it in our faces. I feel like I'm being elbowed by Cindy Amaro as she's saying, "Haha, they're stupid! Get the joke?" Yeah, Cindy, I get the joke, and it's not funny. It was never funny. In fact, 3 seasons in, it's getting to be kinda pathetic. And that joke taints other episodes. They're looking for their talents in the Cutie Pox, but Showstoppers already revealed what they are. They're looking for their talents in the Cutemar Chronicles, but Showstoppers already revealed what they are. They're looking for their talents in Ponyville Confidential, but Showstoppers already revealed what they are. I keep hearing the defense that this episode was supposed to be bad. First of all, only the song was. And about that, there's a way to make a song sound good, but still seem bad. Make it sound good, but have the characters in the show cringe. Secondly, how do you think that conversation went? Cindy, I want you to make the most horrible episode you can. Congratulations, you succeeded! Oh wait, no you didn't. Yeah, the funniest thing about this episode is that this isn't the last Cindy Morrow episode on my list. So, why don't I like Charlotte Fullerton? I should make this abundantly clear. In her episodes, the plot dictates logic. Things don't need to have a reason to happen, they just do. She likes to shoehorn in characters or conflicts to get whatever half-assed ending she wants. And the worst part is, she doesn't even try to hide it. I think she thinks it's funny. And when you boil all of her episodes down to their essence, you get May the Best Pet win. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this tortoise here for no reason, and I'm gonna have him be Rainbow Dash's pet beyond all logic. And you're just gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, I could put whatever half-assed plot in front of you, and you'll buy it as long as I'm not Meriwether Williams, so screw you! No, Charlotte, some of us demand more effort than that. Never before has this show felt more like a toy commercial. Not only is the plot predictable, but it's blatantly predictable. It knows it, and it wants you to know it. Yeah, that's exactly how this episode makes me feel. You could at least try to hide the end result. Even hiding it half-assed is better than not hiding it at all. And you didn't have to make everyone so goddamn unlikable.
Does she understand what a pet really needs?
Why don't you go ask her? No? Too busy watching Rainbow torment those animals and cheering her on? Alright, fine. And the tortoise can lift a giant boulder because apparently lifting a cat house gives you that ability. Not only is this episode lazy, but it wants you to know that it's lazy. I know a lot of people like this episode, but the more I watch this, the less I get it. Is it supposed to be funny? Cute? Compelling? All it is to me is aggravating.
You know, this all could have been avoided if y'all just came to me in the very beginning.
I wonder how insulting this moral is to the victims of bullying whose adults in their life could not or would not do jack shit to stop their bullying problem. Very insulting. Like, unbelievably insulting. Really, what if you tell the adults and they ignore you? Or tell you to ignore the bullies? And what if the bullies get the brilliant idea to pepper spray you because you tried to tell on them? And then what happens if the adults didn't believe that the bullies would do something like that? And then you have the gall to suggest that taking a stand against your bully turns you into a bully. Sometimes the only way to stop a bully is to show that you're not afraid, which is easier said than done. Sometimes bullies are packing knives. Sometimes they're packing guns. There's no such thing as an extreme case of bullying either. Some of them can get just about as sadistic as Babs here. Oh, she was bullied back in Manhattan. Boo-hoo-hoo. That doesn't give her license to become a bully. This episode gives her license though, but she didn't want to become a bully herself, which is why she upped the bullying to physical levels and continued to do so while Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon weren't around. Why don't you come up with a better excuse, like, Babs didn't know any better? It's really sad when a fanfic writer can do a better job than you can. Normally I can stomach a bad moral if the episode can make up for it, which is why Feeling Pinkie Keen and Keep Calm and Flutter On aren't on this list. But this moral is far too rancid, at least with my own personal experiences. It's not like this episode was even trying to make up for it anyway. An A-Team reference and a catchy song will only get you so far, especially if the CMC are getting tortured in the latter. And veggie salad, how is that conceivably funny? Like, I don't even know how that's supposed to be a joke. It's not a pun, not even if you squint at it. Cindy Morrow, you went from Hurricane Fluttershy to one bad apple. That's not an improvement.
Why does life have to be so ironic?
Because life hates you. Next. Every show usually has at least one episode that does absolutely nothing right. Friendship is Magic is lucky. They got theirs out of the way fairly early. In Ghostbusters, every single joke falls flat. The plot is so paper thin, being bolstered by a subplot that amounts to Spike trying to get Twilight off of her ass and show up Trixie. Ah yes, the characters. Every single goddamn one is annoying and reprehensible. Trixie, a traveling performer, comes to Ponyville to do magic tricks. Yay, Trixie, you can do magic. So can 1/3 of the population. True, some unicorns are more powerful than others, but Trixie's tricks didn't seem all that impressive, even back then. Even so, she didn't deserve to be heckled like she did by Rainbow, Rarity, and Applejack. Our heroes, everyone! Rainbow is the last pony who should be complaining about anyone being a loudmouth. And why the hell do Rarity and Applejack care about Trixie's performance? She's a performer! It's what she's supposed to do. That's her job. She's supposed to embellish her talents, and if you don't like the show, just leave. Seriously, it's not like Trixie's restraining you guys, you know, until you try to show up the show-off by being a bigger show-off. Then we get to Spike at his most punchable, his worst appearance ever, bar none. All of his dialogue amounts to, "Do it, Twilight," in the most annoying, obnoxious voice possible. And he never shuts up. Twilight, once again, could get someone to shut up, doesn't. She's afraid of her friends hating her if she tries to show off her talents. And for all she knows, she could be right. Rainbow, Rarity, and Applejack had no real reason to hate Trixie. Then there's Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Take a good long look at your legacy, Chris Savino. This is your impact on the show. This is what you have contributed. Some of the most annoying characters in cartoon history who have absolutely no redeeming value. Here's some advice for you, Chris. Dipshits aren't funny. Yeah, this is the other episode that also makes other episodes worse. But some of those episodes fought back. Magic Duel actually made this episode worse. In that episode, we learned that Trixie got her home destroyed. She did not deserve to have her career, her reputation, and her home destroyed because these two are being dumbasses. I'm done talking about this. Let's move on to the next one. It's not truly a worst episode list without at least one Meriwether Williams episode, is it? I originally said that Dragon Quest was an insult to everything that the show stands for. That's not entirely true. It's a threat. This episode hates what the show stands for and wants to fervently go against it. Ha ha, Spike is doing something feminine. He's not a real dragon. Every pony mock him.
Act like other dragons?
Oh, not even close.
But why would you want to, Spike?
How the fuck did a line like that pass through the censors? Of course, that's nothing compared to the fact that the episode wants to teach that message. Spike, you're a dragon, and you should be ashamed for being a dragon. Each and every one of them is brutish. They do stupid things. They steal. They vandalize. They have no regards for life. You should be more like ponies. They are perfection compared to dragons. They took you in, so you should be indebted to them and serve them for the rest of your life. Spike has absolutely no respect from ponies, but that's okay. At least they're not dragons. See where I'm going with this? I'm honestly surprised why more bronies don't hate this episode. This episode actually deserves Meriwether's treatment and reception. Yes, I do mean that. I already said that this episode was beaten by Gravity Falls. Do you know what else this episode was beaten by? G1. Not kidding. There, Spike learned that just as there are different types of ponies, there could be different kinds of dragons, and that one group doesn't represent a whole. You know, unlike in this episode, where it's to be assumed that all dragons are like that. Besides that, there really isn't much to say. The intro is terrible, putting Rainbow Dash on the right just to beat her up. The plot is predictable. We knew that Spike wasn't leaving forever. It's also contrived. Twilight, you don't know anything about creatures that migrate over your house, except for their migration patterns, apparently. This is one of two episodes that actually fall into the hate category for me, and if you watch my reviews, you already know what the other one is. Out of all the episodes on this list, out of all the episodes of the show to date, this is the only one that I will not willingly watch again. Ever! It's unwatchable. Beyond terribly put together. Beyond having no redeeming value. It's an episode that I cannot watch. This episode is so mean-spirited, harsh, and purely unpleasant. It's the kind of episode that destroys a character.
Stop! Things getting too complicated for your simple little brain, Pinkie Pie. Why not? I thought petty was what you're all about, Rarity, with your petty concerns about fashion. Oh, and what are you passionate about? Birthday cake? Party hats? On pointless pursuits that no pony else gives a flying feather about!
Yeah, well, fuck you too, Fluttershy. Tell your best friends that their lives have no purpose. Tell them that you personally find no value in them. Do it all with no hesitation at the slightest provocation. Why would anyone want to come back to you after that? Oh yeah, because it's all Iron Will's fault. He put those dirty words in Fluttershy's mouth. He told her to drive her friends to tears. And fuck you too. Turn a beloved character into this monstrosity. Have her give up a beautiful friendship on a hair trigger. Use everything we've seen them go through and just throw it to the wayside. And on top of that, make no sense as you do so. Nothing about this plot makes sense in the slightest. Fluttershy stands up to Iron Will because she learned how to control herself, off-screen while she was tied up apparently. Every minor character is a random stereotype for some odd reason, and each and every one of them is an asshole! Fluttershy beats two ponies up, and suddenly she's stuck in frenzy mode. Fluttershy gets angry at Pinkie because the element of laughter decided to laugh. One of my commenters said that I beat this episode up so hard it doesn't exist anymore. How I wish that was the case. If I did so, it put up a hell of a fight. After reviewing this episode, I was in a depression for 2 days. Yes, I hate this episode that goddamn much. I really don't know why this isn't on more worst episode lists. There is nothing to like about this episode. Iron Will? Sure, he's interesting, but he's also a stereotype of self-help instructors. The Looney Tunes reference? It's funny, I guess, but I still have the sour taste of Angel Bunny slapping Fluttershy across the face in my mouth. The Lonely Man Hulk reference? That would be nice if it didn't come immediately after the worst moment of the show. The slapstick? Yeah, that would be funny if it didn't happen entirely to characters who didn't deserve it. All I could say is fuck this episode. Here's to hoping I don't have to update this list in the future.
Dusk's Dawn? What the heck is that? Okay. I suppose I could give that a shot. I mean, there's no possible way that this could be anywhere near as bad as...
He won't freeze. He's too evil for that.
Oh, come on. It can't be that bad. Can it? What? Okay, well, yeah, that was something. Something is definitely what I'd call that. This is something. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen something like this. It's, not good. Like, really not good. Calling it bad isn't exactly accurate. A better word is bizarre. Where do I begin with this thing? This is technically the first real MLP fan episode, but I wouldn't exactly call it that. Episode is a very unique word, and it doesn't apply here. Fanfic is also a unique word that doesn't apply here. I'm going to call Dusk's Dawn a thing. That's what it is. It's a thing. Now, where do I begin? Well, let's start with the presentation, or lack thereof. The animation is horrible. Like, they move static vectors over static backgrounds. Scratch that. They move static Ponymaker avatars over static backgrounds. And yes, those are Pony avatar vectors, perhaps the most obvious I've ever seen. The vectors also seem to have clipping problems, but the animation is absolutely nothing compared to the voice acting. Half of the actors have very heavy accents, and all of them sound like they recorded their lines in one take. None of them have any direction or emotion. And now I'm stalling. Let's just see what lies below. The thing starts with not Rainbow Dash flying around, seemingly cleaning up the weather. Remember how Double Rainboom had Rainbow Dash fly throughout Ponyville just to show off how impressive its animation was? Yeah, Dusk's Dawn has not Rainbow Dash fly around the forest to show off how terrible their animation is, and how their editor fails every technique. Both of them are out of sync. The wings are still going at the same speed, shattering the illusion. Seriously, I could get a better slowdown effect with Windows Movie Maker. Not Rainbow Dash hits his wing on a tree limb and tumbles into the snow, and for some reason he's smiling about it.
So cool! Cold even. I hope nobody will notice I left that hill snowy during last year's wrap-up.
What?
So cool! Cold even. I hope nobody will notice I left that hill snowy during last year wrap up.
What?
So cool! Cold even. I hope nobody will notice I left that hill snowy during last year wrap up.
What? Okay, does anyone know what the fuck he just said? Oh, by the way, I hope you like that accent. He's one of our main characters, and the rest of his dialogue is just as unintelligible. If you have an accent and you want to participate in one of these fan projects, that's fine. Just make sure that people can actually understand you. Not Rainbow Dash turns to see Angel Bunny stamping his foot, blushes, and then the screen fades. Was that supposed to be a joke? Like, I'm legitimately asking, was that supposed to be a joke? I know that veggie salad was supposed to be a joke, but this, I don't even understand. Let's just leave it at, I don't understand. Anyway, we have an intro song because this fan thing uses entirely OCs, and even more obvious sliding effects. We get all the classic characters like Not Shining Armor, Not Fluttershy, Not Twilight, and Marijuana. And then we get this, an original episode by Bronies for Bronies. Well, they did say to never look a gift horse in the mouth, but honestly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I won't be the same person by the time that this is done.
I'm ready to take on the adventure.
Good. I'm glad. That makes one of us. So when we get back, Marijuana scolds Not Rainbow Dash for not finishing cleaning up Winter, because apparently in Not Ponyville, it's all his job.
Come on, Breeze Rider. What if the Denoir family says something?
The what?
The Denoir family says something.
What? I'm sorry, I wasn't aware this took place in Skyrim. Ironhoof? Hitchcock? No.
The Denoir family...
Whatever. We get an exposition dump where Not Rainbow Dash begins telling Marijuana what she already knows. Okay, wait. What is that thing? That looks like you spent 5 minutes in Microsoft Paint. And I love how you put some trees in the front there in an attempt to hide the vast nothing everywhere else. Back to the... well, story is the wrong word. Apparently fuck it, I'm calling them the Addams Family. Apparently the Addams Family owns all of the land, and yet they never come out of their castle, and yet they're feared by Marijuana and Not Rainbow Dash. I hope you don't find these two characters here interesting the slightest, because we're going to be leaving them behind for like 7 minutes. And everything they said up to this point isn't important in the slightest. Instead, we're going to be following Dusk, who is having a very interesting conversation with himself. I am not going to cut out a single line of this monologue.
Sleep well, Mother. It's been a long time since she hasn't been around.
Who? Your mother? She's right there, dude.
Illusions can't do everything.
About what? Your mother, or about this other girl who apparently hasn't been around?
One day they will return.
Who's they? And who the fuck are you talking to? The candle?
I know it. Until then, I guess I have to grow up by myself.
What the fuck are you talking about?
After all, isn't that some special day?
What day? The day when they return? The day when she comes around? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm turning 9 tonight.
Good for you. Why do you care? More importantly, why the hell do I care? And for a 9-year-old blank flank, it's odd how you have a deeper voice than most other characters in the thing, and have the exact same stature as them. Oh yeah, Ponymaker doesn't give you the option to make foals. Suddenly his reflection gains red eyes, a cutie mark, and a menacing grin. No, I don't know why. And then we get this episode's musical number. Yeah, this episode has a musical number. It's not bad per se. It's one guy strumming his guitar and singing nonsense. So, Dusk climbs up to a tower and finds a book. Apparently his grandfather had a huge power and Dusk wants to know.
Illusions? Dark powers? What a shame.
Gosh, my ancestors were mass murderers. Such a shame, really. Suddenly, Dusk's evil reflection comes out and starts singing about how evil he is, and how he's going to take over Dusk's life. Okay, who are you again? No, seriously, I don't know. Dusk read the book, and his evil reflection came out and captured him. If it was the book that brought him out, why was he in the reflection to begin with? And the evil Dusk wants to conquer Equestria, I guess. Maybe. It wasn't made very clear. I hope he wasn't interesting either, because we're going to leave him to the wayside for a while. You give this thing way too much credit. No, instead we're going to a doctor's office. And by the way, I hope that eye chart was supposed to be misspelled that badly. Did you see that? The C and the P in cupcakes switched places. Why? If you're gonna fix something half-assed, don't fix it at all. especially when you still misspelled Brony and awesome. This here is Mr. Brave. I didn't make up that name. That's actually his name, Mr. Brave. And every line of his dialogue sounds like sexual innuendo.
Things have been fine. Still working on that bridge above the river.
They have some banter that relates to absolutely nothing. And a storm starts blowing. Hey look, it's Paleo. I wonder if he knows about this project. More importantly, I wonder if he watched this project. Oh hey, it's not Rainbow Dash hanging onto a light pole.
At this rate, the Tempest is gonna damage all of Ponyville.
Dude, this isn't Ponyville. It was never Ponyville. It will never be Ponyville.
Any ideas how to solve it?
Well, I'm not sure telling the jokes will do the trick.
No, I'm just kidding. That's not what he said.
I'm not sure telling the jokes will do the trick.
No, that's what he said. Which means that not Rainbow Dash is supposed to be the comic relief. Okay. Speaking of thick accents, the nurse, who also has one, a different one, is also one of the main characters. She's a nurse and she likes animals, so I'm gonna call her not Fluttershy. Apparently the wind was magical, so Mr. Brave goes running through the storm that was tossing ponies everywhere. And hey look, the animators learned how to use the clone tool. Mr. Brave eventually runs into Marijuana. She claims that her friend is trapped in some kind of magical field, and she asks him to try and help her. He goes to try and help Not Twilight, and we get even worse animation. Those tornadoes are like the worst thing that I've ever seen animated in Flash, like ever. Mr. Brave tries to talk to Not Twilight, and a tornado flies over his head. Okay, they're not rocks. You can't just throw random Flash objects at the sky. So, Not Twilight is shooting more of these things at him, and there's actually potential for a battle sequence. That doesn't happen. Do you want to know what really happens? Just guess. No, seriously, just guess. Mr. Brave walks up to Not Twilight through 3 tornadoes and hugs her. I am not joking. That's exactly what happens. I got nothing. Marijuana walks up, puts a leaf around Not Twilight's hoof, and pulls off a ring apparently. Then Not Shining Armor comes up and asks what happened. Not Fluttershy appears from behind his back, asking if any pony needs medical attention. And Not Rainbow Dash appears from behind his wing, asking if any pony needs to hear a joke. That's not funny. Not Twilight was instructed to study a ring that sent her into that. Apparently it has the Addams Family crest on it. And Not Rainbow Dash tells every pony to pay them a visit. And they do! So we finally got our party together. We've got Not Rainbow Dash, Not Shining Armor, Not Fluttershy, Not Twilight, Marijuana, and Mr. Brave. Why the hell am I watching this? And they spend the second half of the episode on their journey. Oh yeah, we just made it to the 11-minute mark. Out of 20. They all stand in front of a misty fog.
I'm not so sure about this. This isn't very natural.
You have a pot leaf on your flank. I don't think you're one to talk.
Well, duh. If it was, I would have cleaned this in 30 seconds flat.
It's funny because reference. Hey, they got a real sound effect. And they must be proud of it because they use it twice. I'm not joking about that. By the way, when you use thunder, you should use a fake sound effect, because actual thunder is just loud and jarring. In the fog, Not Fluttershy wants to tend to sick animals, so Mr. Brave and Marijuana go with her. The others decide to break into the castle. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Dusk's Dawn is trying to tell 2 stories simultaneously. This should work oh so well. Not Shining Armor breaks down the door, and Party A looks around a bit. We cut to Party B. Less than a minute. Really, guys? Less than a minute? Not Fluttershy is looking over a bird that I'm pretty sure is dead. Actually, I'm pretty sure that it's stuffed. Marijuana and Mr. Brave come by with a gurney for the stuffed bird.
The animals we took care of outside are recovering.
Oh, come on! You don't even have an accent! Why can't I understand you? And back to Party A. Once again, less than a minute. If you're going to do this, make sure that something happens. Party A has made it to the top of the castle, off screen apparently. This time, Not Rainbow Dash opens the door and... guys, I didn't do that. Dusk's Dawn did it by itself. Also, on the point, who the hell are you?
Royal Guard, freeze!
Freeze? I'm way too evil for that. He sounds dangerous.
He just said he was evil and he simply sounds dangerous? He sounds like an idiot.
Must be the scepter.
How the fuck do you know? First of all, we haven't seen the scepter yet. And secondly, you haven't seen him without the scepter. Apparently, Not Rainbow Dash has disappeared. And Dusk throws the scepter at Not Twilight, while Not Shining Armor blocks it. Once again, I didn't do that.
Donut!
Wait, say that again?
Donut!
That's his real name? His real name is Donut. Alright, I'm calling Not Shining Armor Donut from now on. So after Donut gets knocked out, Not Twilight tries to take the scepter, and then we have, Climax? Maybe? Suddenly, Not Rainbow Dash comes up with a gurney and...
Oh, hey, it works. Cool. See ya.
What? Who the fuck wrote this? By all that is pony. Who spewed that forth from their brain? It just comes out of nowhere. I mean, what? I mean, what?
I didn't foresee that.
Neither did I. And why are we inside your head? This isn't your point of view. So, Dusk tricks them to think that the scepter made him evil.
Since I'm obviously cured, you should go back to your occupations.
Yes, that does fool them. Does that even count as an anticlimax? I mean, a climax is the highest point of the story. You can't have one if there's no story. And you can't destroy a climax if there's no climax. Sometime later, Donut is talking to himself. And by talking, I mean he has a full-fledged conversation with himself. Until he comes past a door that holds the elements of harmony. Hey, the main six! So they do exist. He tells the princess that the elements are glowing, and a few days later, all of the party has come back together. And then we get an out-of-nowhere diary entry.
Dear Diary, in retrospect, I think I should have guessed things weren't right. I mean, in the end, we tried to walk to the problem and bash it until everything was fixed. Since when is that a good solution?
I think that's the diary of the person who made this. And then it ends on a to be continued. Besides the horror of the possibility of this thing procreating, I gotta say that this was the funniest thing I've seen in quite some time. Not any of the jokes, of course. Those were terrible. But I must admit, I laughed more at Dusk Dawn than I did at Double Rainboom. I only laughed at Dusk Dawn when it was trying to be serious. This thing isn't just horrible, it's bizarrely horrible. Even at a cursory glance, I could see that they didn't just put no effort into this. They put as much effort as possible, making it seem like they put no effort into it. At least I hope so. Nowhere on their website do they seem to have any awareness of being this mind-blowingly bad. But I don't see any other possibility other than them being self-consciously bad. It seems to take every opportunity just to prove how bad it could really get. And it gets so stupid at points that I can't help but laugh. Every time Dusk talks about illusions and his birthday, I just have to crack up. Let me assuage your fears. I am aware that this is an abysmal train wreck of a video. It's called The Room of My Little Pony for a reason. And before this point, I didn't really know why people actually like bad movies and stuff. Now I can see. Of the 3 fanfics I reviewed so far, the only one I haven't liked is Double Rainboom. Yes, I really like Snowdrop. After I gave it a semi-harsh review, people thought that I didn't. It's my favorite of the 3 so far, and I'm probably going to watch it like every Christmas from now on. I also like this more than Double Rainboom. Bad drama makes great comedy, but bad comedy is worthless. I'm probably going to lay off on Dusk Dawn for quite some time. You know, until the sequels come out. Am I looking forward to it? Well, if interlude animation can keep it this bizarrely horrible, then sure. Keep up the hard work, guys. I'm expecting, well, not good things, but at least interesting things. In my last review, I went over my top 10 personal worst episodes of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. And by the way, that's what it is, my own personal worst list. If you like any of them, and I do mean any of them, that's fine, I'm not gonna judge you. I should make it clear that I like way more episodes than I don't. Besides those 10 and maybe 1 or 2 others, every single episode has something for me. Quite a few of them range from pretty average to pretty good, but these 20 are great. At least with me. The rules. Since I gave more than 20 gold or platinum ratings, each episode featured on here has at least a gold. But why 20? Because there are that many good episodes. Even with 20 on this list, there are some really good ones that I have to leave to the wayside. Are you ready? It's time to celebrate. The opinions on this episode seem to be very mixed. Some people really don't like it because Pinkie never telegraphs her plan, and I will admit that that's pretty much the reason that it isn't any higher on this list. That aside, there are two reasons that I really like this episode. Number one is because it's a tribute to Gremlins, and I really love that movie.
He slipped and broke his neck, died instantly. And that's how I found out there was no Santa Claus.
I really love most of that movie. The second reason is because for me, at least chronologically, this is where the show got good. Each of the characters are finally full realizations of themselves, and each of them get pretty good moments to shine, Pinkie especially. This is also where the humor started to become perfected. The jokes really do make this episode for me. Each visual gag hits home, and the timing is amazing. Is it frustrating that Pinkie doesn't give any clues to what she's doing? Maybe. But she does seem like the kind who would already assume that every pony else knows what her plan is. You know, she's Pinkie. Her mind works a little bit differently, and sometimes you just gotta accept that she isn't working on the same level as everyone else. How I wish I could put this episode higher, but there are just way too many other good, and dare I say better episodes. This is the first episode that I actually watched, so in a way it's one of the episodes that made me a Brony. And yes, I did see the parallels obviously with Rainbow Dash and me going through similar hoops at pretty much the exact same time. But no, that's not why I like this episode so much. It's obviously the daring do segments. This show can be funny, and the show can be heartfelt. And this episode proved that it could do action-packed outside of the two-parters. Sure, it's pretty much the first part of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it's the first part of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's completely awesome! I don't think that I'm alone when I say that I want another Daring Do episode. There's just so much potential with this character. After all, if you want to keep parodying Indiana Jones, there's still the entirety of the first movie, 2 other complete films, 2 really good games that would make great stories, and a fanfiction that someone put to film. I told you guys that I liked it. I'm gonna come right out and say it. I absolutely love Disney's Atlantis: The Lost Empire, and whether intentionally or by accident, this two-parter seems to tribute it to a T. If it wasn't done on purpose, it was one hell of a coincidence. But in all seriousness though, the biggest problem with this episode is the drastic and constant tone changes. But when you take each of the stories on their own, they're really good stories. Clearly the better of the two is Twilight and Spike looking for the Crystal Heart, and having some really in-depth and touching moments. That door there is probably my favorite single scene from Season 3 in general. It's funny, isn't it? That one moment there does everything that All's Well That Ends Well did, does it 10 times better, and does it in under 30 seconds. It's not like the other story is bad either. It's actually pretty good. Once again, taken on its own. Each of the main 6 had their moments to shine. Except for Fluttershy, oddly enough. Yeah, Fluttershy is like the anti-Applejack. Applejack really doesn't have a point in episodes where she's the focus, and Fluttershy doesn't seem to have a point in episodes where she's not the focus. Other than that, the episode is pretty good. Pinkie being a spy is still really funny, and the Battle of the Crystal Empire is a pretty good song too. A lot of people were asking why Ponyville Confidential wasn't on my worst list. Despite the fact that it was disqualified from that list, it somehow ended up on this one instead. CMC episodes have been pretty hit and miss. You'll notice that 3 of them are on my worst list. This one, however, seems to do everything right. Instead of the CMC doing a bunch of random bullshit, they're actually focusing on something for once. I mean, I would like the CMC episodes a lot more if that was the point, instead of throwing them into a ton of random gags. That's not the only reason that I like this episode. The main reason I like this episode, I guess, is how mature it is. It shows the harshness of rumors and the harshness of anger, and it doesn't hold any punches. I mean, if you're going to tell lies about people and others happen to believe you, those people are going to be hurt badly, and they're not really going to want to deal with you. Even if your secrets aren't lies, that doesn't mean they deserve to get reported to the world either. There are a bunch of other little things I love about this episode too, like Fluttershy doesn't have a single line, and yet she has just as much presence as the rest of the main 6. Does this episode get a little too mean? No. I think I respect Rarity a lot more than I like her. I mean, I really do like her, but I like all of the main 6, with the exception of Applejack, who I don't care about. I say I respect her because she had to work the hardest for me to like her. Let's be honest here, if her character was mishandled in the slightest, she could become one of my least favorite characters ever. But as it stands, Rarity has never had one bad episode. It's exceptional here because Rarity does some pretty despicable actions. It would have been so easy for this to become another May the Best Pet win. But no, Rarity does some believably bad actions, but we see her thought process, and as she justifies it to herself, we justify it as well. That doesn't change the fact that the actions are still pretty despicable, so you get a good dilemma going. Even though Rarity doesn't suffer any consequences, it's actually made abundantly clear that she has learned her lesson. That's how you do it. I do not need a character to be punished. I just need them to realize that they did something wrong. This was a great first shot, Miss Powell. In fact, this is like the best first shot ever. The strangest part about this episode is that I should hate it. I mean, it starts out with a Showstoppers reference. I mean, why would you do that? Why would you start out with a reference to one of the most hated episodes of the show? Do I really think that this is a ripoff of Look Before You Sleep? Not really. At least, not as far as I went to in my actual review. It's just, that's what I kept thinking when I watched this episode for the first time. I don't even think I need to say why I like this episode so much. There's tons of heart here. By the way, that's probably the most important part of an episode to me. Heart allows me to look past some of the flaws in an episode. Ha 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 ha! I mean heart that I can actually believe. More importantly, this episode seems to be very reminiscent of Courage the Cowardly Dog, bringing in monsters and environments that are pretty disturbing for the show. Not to mention plunging Scootaloo into the river. I was surprised that they actually did something like that. Corey Powell, I'm looking forward to some great episodes from you. Don't screw this up. No pressure. When I first started watching episodes of MLP, I started out by watching all of the Rainbow Dash episodes. Like I said, the first episode I watched was Read It and Weep, and I was impressed with it, so I decided to check out all of her episodes, until another character stole my fancy. The second episode I watched was The Mysterious Mare Duel, which unfortunately will not be making this list. The third one was Sonic Rainboom, which cemented my love of the show. Take a mundane concept, a talent show, throw in a fantasy twist and put it in the sky. Then put in some pretty amazing characters with layers of depth, playing off each other beautifully. Throw in a reference or two and top it off with some stunning animation. That makes for one awesome episode. This is an episode I watch more for the story than the humor, although it is there and some of the jokes are pretty good. Most, however, I've seen so many times that they've kind of lost their impact. I guess somewhat that's a good thing. Only the good jokes get beaten into the ground. There are still plenty though that contain their original funny flavor, but once again, it's the heart that makes me like this episode. Stage fright is something that I can relate to in a big way. Yeah, if I wasn't talking to my computer screen, you probably wouldn't hear a peep out of me. It's amazing how they tapped into that conflict with one of the more social of the main six. I guess I really like M.A. Larson, since 4 of his episodes have appeared so far. What can I say, he makes some really good episodes. This here is definitely no exception, despite some people who are never satisfied with anything. This is a great grudge match, and here's the thing, I don't really care about Trixie, or I should say I didn't. In Ghostbusters, Trixie was almost as unlikable as everyone else. Not to mention that she was kind of annoying. She only had my sympathy there because everyone else was portrayed in such a despicable way. Here, however, Trixie is amazing. She doesn't have control of her own actions, so the writers can have her do some pretty twisted stuff, like say removing Pinkie's mouth, which would slowly lead her to starvation. This is mean-spirited done correctly. You know, never have the heroes do it, like, ever. With the exception of Zeccora's cryptic bullshit, everything in this episode is pretty perfect. Though I don't like Twilight levitating the animals, I do appreciate the reference to the Magician Tarot card, not to mention the other references, both to other episodes and to other media. This was M.A. Larson giving his all, which is why it bugs the crap out of me when people call this underwhelming. I mean, what were you expecting? I was expecting a great grudge match. What I got was a great grudge match that redeemed a character, and had a lot of fun at the expense of my 2 most hated characters. Can't go wrong with that, now can you? Do you want to know the real reason I hate Charlotte Fullerton? It's not this, or even this. It's this. You can't ever get mad at an Ed Wood film. Even though they're horrible movies, it's abundantly clear that that's the best he can do. However, with Suited for Success, Charlotte Fullerton proved that she had talent and she could produce quality work. Everything about this episode works. Yes, all the main 6 take advantage of Rarity's generosity at the exact same time, which would seem unlikely, but the episode plays it to its advantage. Each of the main 6 become the typical types of clients that artists usually have to deal with. Twilight knows exactly what she wants, but that goes against aesthetic design. Pinkie Pie wants what she thinks is cool right at the moment without considering the finished product. Rainbow Dash is the note when I see it type. Applejack doesn't give a damn about aesthetics, and Fluttershy thinks that she knows Rarity's job better than she does, while only having a very cursory knowledge about it. It's not coming out of nowhere for no real reason. It's not that I'm watching the puppeteer, it's that I'm more focused on her than the puppet. If I'm more focused on the wonderful character development, I'm less inclined to notice the shoehorn plot, conflicts, or characters. If they have to be there, push them into the background. Charlotte Fullerton, you can do good things. Great things even. I want you to do more good things. I want to be able to like you as a writer. You can do this. I think that Amy Keating Rogers is great at telling very simple stories. Her episodes tend to have less plot, which is fine, usually. When she tries to tell complex stories, they usually fall on their face, as the plots come together in a jumbled mess. This episode works to her advantage. Instead of one complex plot, this episode tells 6 simple ones, and intertwines them perfectly. Each of the simple stories in this episode are some of Amy Keating Rogers' best, Fluttershy's especially. Yeah, despite putting her hoofs down treatment of Fluttershy, I still find her going crazy in this episode hilarious. The difference here is that it's toned down, and you can actually understand Fluttershy's outburst. But let's not give Amy Keating Rogers all the credit. I love At the Gala. I know I said that Art of the Dress was my favorite Season 1 song. On repeated listens, this is my favorite Season 1 song. Each of the verses are like a whole new song, and each of them are awesome. My favorite of them has to be Rainbow's. Does anyone else find it strange that after 3 seasons, she still hasn't had her own solo song yet, despite her voice actress being an actual singer? Writers, get on that. Hey, it's another movie homage, except I didn't see this one. This episode kinda makes me want to though, maybe. Anyone know if Top Gun's a good movie? I'm getting off track. You know, I normally don't care for military-type boot camp scenarios, but this episode warmed me up to it. There are 2 reasons that I really like this episode. One is Lightning Dust, and the other is Rainbow Dash. Lightning Dust is my favorite one-shot character to date. If I were to describe her simply, she's Gilda done right. Rainbow and Lightning play off each other wonderfully. Lightning shows what reckless ambition can have you become, and helps Rainbow realize that. She even comes to realize the moral herself by the end, I think. Yeah, the ambiguous ending still holds this episode back for me, but I suppose that could be resolved if they ever decide to bring Lightning back. Please bring her back, by the way. Maybe she can team up with Gilda and they'll try to take Rainbow out or something. As for Rainbow, this is definitely the best character development she's gotten. Most people saw this as an apology from Mare-Duel. I didn't, really. After all, Mare-Duel didn't put Meriwether Williams on my bad side. But I will say this, Wonderbolts Academy did help bring her back into my good graces in a big way, pushing Rainbow to who she'll eventually become. This is an episode where the puppeteer is plainly visible for all to see, but you don't focus on her because the puppet is just that damn good. There are so many logical problems and plot holes in this episode, but the experience of the episode is just so good that most people tend to not really care. Of course, some people do and make 30-minute long reviews detailing all those problems. Instead of focusing on where the hell Twilight's brother came from, I'm instead focusing on how great and realistic, if a little idolized, their relationship is. Instead of focusing on the villain's convoluted plan, I'm instead focusing on how powerful she got, and how she really gives the main 6 a run for their money. I can fully understand why people don't like this episode. Like I said, the flaws are right out there in the open. It's just the story, the emotion, the actions, and the interactions are all so well done that in the end they really don't matter to me. Yes, this episode is flawed, but for once I don't give a damn. And don't even get me started on the songs. This Day aria especially. It's expertly crafted, amazingly intense, and just wonderful. You know, I don't think I have nearly enough M.A. Larson on this list. He created the best 2-parter to date, and I really hope he's the one who writes the apparently other 2 parts to Magical Mystery Cure. From the storyboards, it seems to be right up his alley. Aside from the rush ending of this episode, which is par for the course with M.A. Larson, this episode is pretty amazing. Obviously, Discord makes this episode great, a perfect fusion of humorous and diabolical. He always has a plan, but you'll never guess what it is because half of the time, he doesn't even know what it is. The way he plays with the main 6 is just awesome, although I still question the reasoning behind some of them. It's interesting to see the main 6 corrupted as they were. You could write entire arcs based on them. In fact, I hope they do. And yes, I do mean all of them. I mean, corrupted Fluttershy was an angel next to whatever the hell that was. You could do plenty with the characters, and bend them in all kinds of crazy ways when you take them out of their own right mind. Honestly, this is pretty interchangeable with my last pick, but 2 things bring the advantage to the Cutie Mark Chronicles. The first of them is that M.A. Larson was able to tell just as good a story, spotlighting all of the characters perfectly in half the time. Nothing against the 2-parters, but if there's a choice between watching one of them or a single episode, I will invariably choose a single episode. The other thing is that the characters are who they should be, none of that opposite of who they're supposed to be stuff. Like The Best Night Ever, this episode tells 6 stories. Scratch that, 7 stories. But unlike that episode, each one of them have their own unique flavor, whether it be funny, compelling, or just adorable. Each one of them is outstanding, and it all comes together fantastically. I really wish that we had more flashback episodes. I mean, there's so much potential with it. I'm not asking for 6 of them in one episode, although that would be nice. When you come to think of it, we really don't know much about the main 6 and their history, Pinkie's especially. Regardless, we still have this one amazing episode. Just missing the top 5 is Party of 1. Don't get me wrong, this episode is top notch. In fact, it's my favorite episode of season 1. I'm just gonna say that before I started watching this episode, I was completely in the dark to Pinkie's psychotic breakdown. It took me completely by surprise. Even now, I don't know if it's the funniest thing I've ever seen, or the creepiest thing I've ever seen. Either way, it's still probably the weirdest. Even ignoring that, the comedy in this episode is phenomenal, some of the best the show has ever had. It's constantly throwing new jokes at you, and pretty much all of them hit bullseyes. Then there's the theme of the episode. It's actually really easy to get paranoid that your friends are avoiding you, and this episode showcases it perfectly. It also leaves plenty of ambiguity. In the beginning, we saw exactly what a Pinkie Pie party was like. Most people wouldn't want to do 2 of those in a row. Granted, the ending is fairly predictable, but that's pretty much the only thing holding this episode back. Everything else in this episode is some of the best cartoon comedy that I've ever seen. Well, it was at one point. In my opinion, there are several reasons that make this episode better than Party of 1. First of all, if you can be hilarious with just one Pinkie Pie, you could be even more so with tons of them. And this episode is amazingly funny. It's probably the funniest episode in the show. After all, your Dave Polsky is in his element, and he doesn't even throw the story to the wayside for once. Yeah, what really makes this episode for me, believe it or not, is the story. Like I've already said, it's much more believable that Pinkie Pie would think she was a clone instead of forgetting her own birthday, because this show is unbelievably weird. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen the original character doubt that she was the original. Not only does the episode do that, it does the rest of the cloning storyline pretty well. Is this episode perfect? No, but after the shock value of Trigger Happy Twilight goes down, I'm able to enjoy this episode from beginning to end. I love every joke in this episode. More importantly, I love Pinkie's emotional conflict as she sees the clones tormenting her friends, and realizes that it's all her fault. More than the jokes, that's what makes this episode for me. Hell, I even enjoy the nightmares that this episode gave me. I spent 17 minutes rambling on about this episode in my actual review, connecting all the plot points, and in doing so, I fell in love with everything about this episode. It's definitely a strange episode. Whenever I watch it, it instantly becomes my favorite episode. And then I watch some other episodes, and realize that I like them better. But going back and forth, I think that this is a good enough place for it. Since I already talked about like everything but the songs, I guess I'll talk about the songs now. My favorite song from the show to date is Celestia's Ballad. Not only is it incredibly beautiful, it seems to recap the entire series quite nicely. Yeah, I'm holding off on my top 10 songs until at least season 4 is over. This episode also contains my second favorite song, A True True Friend, which does pretty much the same thing for the themes of the show. I do love all the other songs in the episode too. If I put them in order, it's I've Gotta Find a Way, What My Cutie Mark Is Telling Me, Life in Equestria, Morning in Ponyville, and Behold Princess Twilight Sparkle. This is the episode that made me want to do all of this. Not just the review stuff, this episode actually made me want to become a part of the community. The themes of friendship in this episode are just that incredibly amazing and precise. It doesn't take any excuses.
Would you try? Just give it a chance. You might find that you'll start to understand.
It's beautiful to look at, it's beautiful to listen to, it's the show in its purest form. Of the mental breakdown episodes, this one is my favorite for several reasons. For one, it was the focus of the episode. It didn't just come out of nowhere. That worked for Party of 1, but this episode used that concept, and it actually ran with it. I'm still shocked that the show got away with like half of this stuff. At one point we even see Fluttershy snap a bear's neck. I mean, what the hell? More importantly, in this episode, Twilight's friends felt guilty for inadvertently sending her into a psychotic state. They're immediately willing to take the blame, even though they did pretty much nothing wrong. After all, anyone could clearly see that Twilight was overreacting, and it never seemed like they were being inconsiderate.
Twilight? Is there something Twilight?
Those little touches are what makes this show so great. I've heard that the writers and animators are having fun in season 4. In this episode, you can clearly tell that they were having fun, making Twilight look that batshit crazy. If that ends up getting us some episodes as good, crazy, and heartfelt as Lesson 0, then Season 4 will be like my favorite season ever. You did it, Cindy Morrow. I don't know how you did it, but you did it! You created an episode that does sibling interactions realistically. You've got the realistic fighting, you've got the realistic heartwarming moments. You've got a situation where there is no real bad guy. You've taught so many beautiful morals in this one episode. Let's start with the obvious one. Being siblings isn't always easy, but there are more good things than not. It's a relationship of give and take. Another good moral in this episode is that saying sorry doesn't always make it okay. Isn't that right, Mystery on the Friendship Express? You've actually got to work to make things right sometimes. And here's another moral. You don't have to win a competition, or even finish one, to enjoy time with your siblings. The strangest part is how rare things like this are. In almost every other show, siblings almost always go the Dexter's Laboratory route and turn them into the worst of enemies. That's not what siblings are. Why don't any media people seem to realize that? No, just turn them into Tom and Jerry. Thank you, Cindy Morrow, for breaking all cliches by doing something realistically. It's bizarre, isn't it? The episode I like the least and the episode I like the most star the exact same character. On top of that, they're within 3 episodes of each other. In fact, this episode succeeds in all of the ways that Putting Your Hoof Down fails. Both of them are about Fluttershy asserting herself, but in this episode, she's sending that aggression towards where it should be, her own inabilities and insecurities. The stage fright in this episode is real. The cause of it is real. The entire conflict is real. Even if you never had stage fright before, you could still relate to Fluttershy's dilemma. The episode makes it clear that even though it's not Fluttershy's fault that she has stage fright, it's still her problem. She has to deal with it. The episode showcases that even if you try your hardest, you can still end up failing spectacularly. That is a moral that everyone needs to learn. You can give it your all, and you could still not only fail, but fail horribly, but by no means should you stop trying. And those aren't even the main morals of the episode. I can go on and on talking about how much I love this episode for hours, but I think I've talked enough about this episode in both my review of the episode and my top 5 favorite writers list. Right now, I gotta focus on the craziest idea that I've ever had in my life. Dare I even say that it's Pinkie Pie crazy. Join me next time when I reveal what it is.
True friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true friend.
Hello? Friend trapped inside, remember?
Rarity needs your help. She's trying hard, doing what she can.
Would you try? Just give it a chance.
Disclaimer. Please keep in mind that I wrote this script early in July. So, the first My Little Pony movie to be shown in theaters in about 25 years stars humans, and is called Equestria Girls despite the fact that it doesn't take place in Equestria. That's odd. Actually, this is more than a movie. It's apparently a pilot to the Equestria Girls cartoon series, and as such, not only does it have to pass my strike system, but it has to prove to me that Equestria Girls deserves to exist on its own merits. To do that, it has to give me something that Friendship is Magic could not. So, the movie starts out with Twilight and her friends arriving in Canterlot for some sort of instructions.
You're nervous-sighted.
We all are, Pinkie. By the way, nice Transformers reference. Oh, and it turns out that Twilight isn't yet accustomed to being a princess or an alicorn. I already deducted a point for this in Magical Mystery Cure, so I'm not going to deduct a point here. In the castle, Twilight bumps into a guard who looks nothing like the others, but still has absolutely nothing to do with the plot, and then comes across the other princesses. They let the main 6 settle in for the night, and we see that Twilight is still uncomfortable, and basically running through all of the concerns that the fans had about her new status. Remember when I said that Magical Mystery Cure did a lot of talking directly to the audience? Yeah, that's nothing compared to this. In the middle of the night, a thief breaks into the castle. She enters Twilight's room and steals her crown, replacing it with a replica. Then she ends up tripping over Spike, who is sleeping in his dog bed, and that wakes everyone up. Twilight sees that her crown was stolen and chases after her, waking everyone else in the castle. Twilight tries to teleport to stop the thief, but that ends up failing. Maybe because this thief is a unicorn? If Twilight tries to take the crown with telekinesis, that unicorn might use telekinesis too? Twilight tackles the thief, and the crown bounces around until it goes into a mirror, and the thief follows it. Princess Celestia reveals that this was Sunset Shimmer, a former student of hers. When she didn't get what she wanted, she left Celestia and pursued her own path, which led her to, never mind, we'll get there when we get there. Speaking of getting somewhere, Luna reveals what the mirror is. A gateway to another world that opens only once every 30 moons. Apple Family Reunion already made moons confusing enough, so I'm not even going to try to guess how long that really is. So, Twilight needs to go in there, and she needs to go in there alone because...
Sending all of you could upset the balance of this alternate world.
Okay, here's a better excuse. Have the rest of the main 6 stay behind for defense, instead of making it this obviously a plot device. Oh, and Twilight has 3 days to get her crown back. Because something about the moon. I think it's gonna fall and kill everyone, ending the world or something. Twilight's about to go through the mirror, and Spike ends up tagging along. On the other side, Spike ends up as a dog, and Twilight is now a human. Okay, whose fanfiction am I reading? Don't lie, even if you like this movie, that's probably what you thought the first time you saw the premise. To answer that question, it's actually Hasbro's fanfiction, in order to compete with Mattel's Monster High. And just as a disclaimer, I know absolutely nothing about Monster High. We'll get back to the plot in a moment. First, I want to talk about the animation. When people first saw multicolored people, they made the immediate connection to Doug, not realizing that the problem with Doug wasn't the lackluster animation, but the lackluster writing. I was worried about it being a lot more like Littlest Pet Shop, the other human-related show DHX is behind. Littlest Pet Shop is still well animated, but it comes off as stilted most of the time, and it's much more obviously Flash. Luckily, that's not the case here. It's very fluid, and all the animators did a wonderful job, though I'm not sure if that's just because they had a huge budget or not. So, back to the plot. Twilight is freaking out over why she has hands, and Spike is actually handling this extremely well. He's keeping his cool and actually keeping Twilight on track. We've gotten our Lesson 0 Spike back! No, wait. No, we don't. We've gotten Spike's best role to date, even though he's a dog. I guess that sort of brings up the question. Why is Spike a dog? Probably the same reason that Twilight is a human. In Equestria, Twilight was a quadruped, and Spike was a biped. And now they're reversed. Also, man's or, Pony's best friend. And now for the last complaint usually lodged against this concept. Why is Twilight suddenly a teenager? Actually, Brony made a really good case a while back before Equestria Girls was even announced, that the main 6 were already teenagers about 16 years old, but Equestria just works differently, particularly in its educational department. The movie definitely gives that theory some more credence. Not only has Twilight become a human, but she's appeared in what seems to be a world very close to our own, except everyone here seems to have radiation poisoning or something. Twilight sees a building and mistakes it for a castle and starts running towards it like a pony, until Spike reveals that that's not how she should be walking. So she struggles with it until she finds a much bigger problem. She doesn't have her horn or her magic.
We really need to find you a mirror.
Did I tell you how much I love Spike in this movie? Twilight enters the high school. I don't think I'm spoiling anything when I call it that, and notices a trophy case, and she sees a reflection in the glass. A bell rings and students start swarming the hall. Twilight crawls and bumps into this guy. They're gonna be showing a special dance on prom night, aren't they? Yeah, figured as much. Look at the bright side. At least we don't get that awkward talking thing that happens in like every single other high school drama ever. Then we get our first musical number. Sort of. It's in Twilight's voice, but she's clearly not singing. This is the first time in the whole series that we've had a song where no one sings. It creates a bizarre feeling, at least with me. It may sound strange, but it led me to thinking that they were going to do that music thing like in Tarzan where all the music was done by Phil Collins in the background. See what I mean? The song is okay. Nothing too memorable, unfortunately. The song gets Twilight to learn somewhat of being a human. I am kind of a sucker for fish out of water stories, and it does hit all of those awkward notes that it should in that regard. Then Twilight hears what sounds like Fluttershy, and she turns the corner to find someone who looks kinda like Sunset Shimmer. Yeah, the voice kinda gives it away. Twilight doesn't like anyone bullying Fluttershy in any world, so she stands up to Sunset Shimmer. Sunset doesn't seem to recognize Twilight. You know what? I'll buy it. Fluttershy reveals to Twilight that that was Sunset, and we have a recreation of the scene from Friendship is Magic, where Twilight met Fluttershy. They even reused some of the sound bites. I don't know if that's clever, or if that's lazy, or if that's cleverly lazy. And just like before, she opens up when she sees Spike, which makes me wonder if human Fluttershy is afraid of adult dogs.
Just give anything to know what they're really thinking? What do you mean?
Spike is so awesome in this. Fluttershy reveals that she picked up the crown and turned it into Principal Celestia. Sure, why not? Fluttershy says that Twilight isn't supposed to have animals on school grounds, and suggests that she tuck them into her backpack, and we see that she had a few in it.
Oh no, I'm late for class.
You know how rare it is that a bell in a high school drama actually signifies the class has started and not just to head to class? Glad to know that they're actually doing their research. So, Twilight meets with Principal Celestia, says that she's new, and asks if she was given a crown.
I've had Vice Principal Luna put it somewhere for safekeeping. Were you interested in running for Princess of the Fall Formal this year?
Where the fuck did that question come from? Did you find a crown? Yes. Do you want to run for what is essentially prom queen? How do you make that connection? So apparently, Celestia found this random crown and is using it to crown a prom queen. Actually, on repeated views, I've learned that this crown is an exact replica of the element of magic, which is really trading one plot hole for another. And Twilight asks if she can run for prom queen instead of claiming the crown is hers because...
Imagine if one of them showed up in Equestria saying they came from a place filled with tall, fleshy, two-legged creatures with Ds.
Fair enough. Twilight is going to run for Princess of the Fall formal.
How exactly do you plan on doing that?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's pretty funny. So Twilight goes to the cafeteria and starts talking to Fluttershy. When Twilight reveals that she wants to run for what I'm going to keep calling Prom Queen, Fluttershy reveals that that's a bad idea because Sunset Shimmer always runs, and since she rules the school, she'll definitely win. Yes, Sunset is your typical mean girl, for the most part, but we'll get to that. But to the movie's credit, she gets very little screen time and is hard to take umbrage with. In order to run, Twilight needs to find the head of the party planning committee. And guess who that is? In the gym, Twilight runs into Pinkie Pie and her infinite party decorations. She's exactly the same as the equestrian Pinkie Pie, except somehow stranger than that implies. Oh, and she doesn't like Fluttershy at all. Wait, what?
Now that I'm really looking at you,
Hey Pinkie, you ever hear of personal space? Okay, there's one thing that the writers or animators clearly didn't understand when making this. When you're dealing with anthropomorphic animals, you can get away with this closer physical interactions. But if you're dealing with humans, then it kinda looks creepy. That also sums up a lot of my problems with the slapstick in this movie. It just looks off. I'm sure after practice they'll get it right though, so I'm not going to count it as a strike.
the twin sister who lives in the city has a pet dog named Spike that looks just like that one.
There. That's where Otherworld Twilight is. Explanation not good enough? Too bad, that's all you get. But it actually fits really well, since Friendship is Magic didn't start out with Twilight and Ponyville. So Twilight needs to sign up for Prom Queen and takes the pen with her mouth. Of course, the only thing that Pinkie notices is how bad Twilight's handwriting is. Enter Applejack, and she's actually impressed that someone could stand up to Sunset Shimmer. When she finds out that Twilight is going to run for Prom Queen, we get a spit take. Then Applejack explains what's going to happen with balloons.
About the only girl at this school you can trust less than Sunset Shimmer is Rainbow Dash.
Wait, what? Twilight runs off quickly, and Pinkie believes that Twilight is hiding a secret.
She's psychic.
Well, if you count telekinesis, then yes. Enter Sunset Shimmer, acting like a douche but with minions, snips, and snails. Wait, what? Some people had problems with Tweedledee and Tweedledum being Sunset's minions. I am not one of them. In Equestria, they were fanboying quite a lot over Trixie. Now imagine if Trixie wasn't annoyed with them and actually allowed them to do things for her. How far would they go? Applejack and Pinkie lets it out that someone else is running. Apparently she can read that, and decides that she has to confront Twilight about this. Sunset confronts Twilight in a dark locker alley because all high schools have a dark locker alley, and makes it known that she knows who Twilight is. Then we get the typical alpha bitch confrontation letting Twilight know who's in charge. And then for the rest of the movie, she pretty much plays behind the scenes. I'll admit right now that Megan McCarthy's biggest, most glaring weakness is her villains. I'm not saying that they're bad, it's just that they're so incredibly typical. And Sunset Shimmer, for the most part, is no different. Sunset runs into Tweedledee and Tweedledum. That's what I was talking about earlier. If you want to use humans, fine, but you've got to tone down on the more animated stuff. It just doesn't fit. Anyways, she instructs them to get some dirt on Twilight.
In Equestria.
What are you still doing here?
Yeah, some things don't change in any world, I guess. Twilight wanders up to a vending machine and is unable to operate.
The great and powerful Trixie! Need some peanut butter crackers.
Okay, that was hilarious. But she'd better be a recurring character in the actual show. Twilight realizes that she needs to do some research and stumbles upon the school library. Tweedledee and Tweedledum follow her in with cell phones. I'm intrigued to find out where this is going. Twilight is trying to figure out how to get a computer to work. By the way, what happened to Cheer Lee? She looks like she can use a freaking drink. Wait, is that the CMC theme song? Oh no, the Showstoppers is back for revenge!
Girls, what are you doing?
Posting a video on YouTube, and they're seeing how many hits they got. Wait, did you actually make that joke funny?
Some of the comments about our song were really awful. Epic fail.
Great, now I feel bad for my Showstoppers review.
Funniest thing they've ever seen, huh?
I don't know that that's what you should take from...
Oh my god, you did make it funny! How did you do that? Tweedledee and Tweedledum start taking footage of Twilight as she attempts and fails to be a human. Hey guys, you're using the wrong background music. Let me try. When the library is about to close, Twilight wonders where she's supposed to sleep, and Spike unveils that he's made a bed out of books, and that is incredibly touching. Twilight found a yearbook, and look what's inside. A photo of all the other Humane 6, and they look like they're friends. And freshmen. Remember what I said about putting your hoof down and how it's just unpleasant to watch such good friends turn on each other? Equestria Girls is not only using that effect, but it's using it to its advantage. A lot of people say that it's jarring, but it's supposed to be jarring. The next morning, everyone is laughing at Twilight. Rarity pulls her into a classroom and immediately starts putting Twilight in a disguise. That doesn't fool anyone. Rarity and Pinkie start fighting, and when they get it together, they open Pinkie's laptop and see a video of Twilight acting like a pony. This is cyberbullying, and it's what convinced me that Equestria Girls actually has credence as a series. It doesn't matter how they deal with the issue in this movie, but the fact that they can do something like this, which is something that they can never do in Equestria, actually gives this merit. The Humane Five tries to reassure Twilight, but they're all at each other's throats. It's a really effective use of the emotional torque, especially when Fluttershy is doing some of the arguing. Applejack tells them to move on, but Rarity reveals that she had a spat with Rainbow Dash. Twilight shows them the yearbook to stop the arguing. Twilight theorizes that Sunset was behind it, and it turns out that she was right. Sunset had sent them emails and texts. Is it really that easily broken? Perhaps. From what I can tell, Sunset Shimmer kept at it. Twilight suggests to Applejack that it might be time that she made up with Rainbow. And they make up really easy. However, getting Rainbow's help won't be that easy. Twilight has to beat Rainbow in a game of one-on-one. First to 5 goals wins. They have their game, but Twilight ends up losing, and Rainbow ends up helping anyway. Actually, the point was to prove that Twilight had heart and determination. I don't know where the heart came from, but that was definitely pretty clever. Then we see that Tweedledee and Tweedledum have taken some more pictures. I've got absolutely no idea what they're planning to do with those. At a coffee shop, Twilight bumps into this guy. Remember him?
Oh, we've got to stop bumping into each other like this.
You know me. Always trying to make a big splash around here, 'cause my drink kinda splashed on the ground.
Josh, will you do the honors for me? Thank you. And to the people who are asking if the main 6 actually get into relationships, may I ask that you word your wishes more carefully from now on, please? Let's talk about Flash Sentry because everyone has something to say. I'll say this. It's a lot better than the last time Megan McCarthy tried to do a romantic plot. Before, when the lovers wouldn't shut the fuck up, here they barely share a conversation. Flash Sentry has no personality to speak of. He's almost entirely unnecessary to the plot. And half of me thinks that he was designed as a self-insert character, as most walking personality vacuums are. The only thing we learn about him is that he used to be Sunset Shimmer's boyfriend, a few weeks ago. And by implication, he broke up with her. The Humane Five decide that they need something to counteract the videos posted of Twilight. And to do that, they're going to have to dress up as ponies. That is strange. And then they sing the catchiest song that Daniel Ingram has ever produced. I really like this song, and I can't get it out of my head. It's definitely the best in the movie. I think everyone will agree on that. Although the lyrics are a little on the nose.
I'm gonna be myself, no matter what I do.
Really? I thought you were going to be Pinkie or something. By the way, this is an occasion where the more animated actions actually make more sense. It's a music video, it's supposed to defy reality, unlike the rest of the movie which is trying to imitate reality. But yeah, this song isn't ever going to get out of my head. By the way, does anyone else find it odd that this is only the second song, and we're 45 minutes in? Wow, one awkward conversation and they're soulmates. I guess Flash Sentry might be here to prove that Equestria Girls can do romantic stuff, but that's a failed idea from the get-go. Romantic relationships in ongoing series are almost impossible to get right. Not even Daria hit that high. The writers are geniuses. Hell, they might even be miracle workers. But if they want to go down that road, they've got to be very careful. And of the 2 relationships I've seen so far, neither of them have turned out for the better. Then again, maybe it's just Megan McCarthy. Romance is obviously her other big weakness. Somehow the musical number managed to convince everyone to forget Twilight's blunder. You know, it happens. However, Sunset Shimmer is not fazed at all. She talks to Vice Principal Luna and reveals that the gym has been destroyed, and she frames Twilight's sparkle. Twilight gets pulled into her office, and Luna claims that she has proof against her. Hi Gary, I see you over there. You gonna be relevant to the plot? Wait, what? Oh yeah, you're right. I already deducted a point for his uselessness, but that's definitely a good thing to note. Luna shows the photos to Twilight that makes her look like a vandal. Since they have internet in Human Land, I'm going to assume that they also have Photoshop, which begs the question of why Luna doesn't think of that. When she's about to, I don't know, expel Twilight. Wait a minute, is Twilight even enrolled? Whatever, not important. Gary Stu walks in and gives evidence that the photos were cobbled together, and Luna immediately flips and lets Twilight go. It's almost like that scene needs bullet points. 1 minute, Twilight's just a normal student. The next minute, Twilight is a despicable vandal. And a second later, she's not. It's really, really weird. Unfortunately, they've got to postpone the dance until tomorrow, which means that the portal will be closed for a really, really long time. Twilight goes to the closed door where the rest of the Humane Five are hiding out, and ducks into a dressing room. Spike suggests that Twilight tell them the truth, that she's a pony in a human body. Remember when I said that it felt like they were talking directly to the audience of Magical Mystery Cure? Try this on for size.
Twilight, these girls rallied around you because they saw what was in your heart. They aren't going to feel any differently about you when they find out you're a pony princess in Equestria.
I don't know if that's what they were trying to say, but that's the intention that they set forth.
I'm glad you followed me here, Spike.
Megan, please write a Spike episode. I'm begging you. By the way, is it just me or is human Pinkie Pie a bit of a hothead? Oh, and she might be psychic. By the way, I really do love this scene. The reveal usually isn't this funny. They go along with it pretty quickly. I would say a little too quickly, but if you showed me a talking dog, then I'd pretty much believe anything you told me. So they get to work fixing the gym, in this movie's third song. Once again, it's in the background. Is this gonna be a thing now? Not that I really mind, but I would like to know. The song is pretty good. It's the second best of the three we've gotten so far, but once again the lyrics are on the nose. At least there's no barn raising going on this time. Eventually the students come in and start helping. It seems that this musical number has begun to unite the cliques. I guess manual labor really does bring people together. Megan, they've already got to the conversation stage. They should be past this weird blushing awkwardness by now. So it looks like the fall formal or the prom is back on for that evening, and everyone starts voting for Twilight.
Next time I ask you to make a mess of things, try to show a little restraint.
You didn't seem that concerned about it earlier. Whatever, it's not important.
We're awesome!
Yeah, I can agree that this isn't the best portrayal of Rainbow Dash. She's a bit Flanderized, and she says awesome almost as much as I did in my top 20 favorite episodes list. And it's completely awesome for one awesome episode. And each of them are awesome. 6 is just awesome. People also seem to wonder why she wears a skirt instead of pants. True, she has worn dresses in the past, but she doesn't seem like the type to wear one all the time. I really don't know, but I don't care what people wear. Speaking of fashion, we've got another musical number. How do we go from having one every 30 minutes to having one every 5? And how did you make the Ghostbusters mustache joke funny? By the way, I'm sure you can buy each one of these outfits at Toys R Us. And I'm calling it now. Equestria Girls is going to have a Weekenders-like thing where the characters are actually wearing different outfits in every single episode. So we enter the final act of the movie, and it really starts to lose me here. I mean, a lot. Besides Scary Stu, the first hour of the movie is pretty damn good. However, the ending gets not rushed. Well, yes, it gets rushed, but it also gets fucking weird. In fact, Equestria Girls might have the second worst ending to date, beaten out only by It's About Time, solely due to the fact that it doesn't have predictability against it. Oh, speaking of Gary, he drives a Mustang. You're too funny, you know that? So, Twilight agrees to give him a dance. And I just realized how creepy this scenario is. In fact, all the romance in this movie is creepy. Half the time I'm expecting Spike to start humping Rarity's leg, but this takes the cake. I had no idea that Twilight wanted to get it on with freaky alien creatures she's never met before. I understand that there's a lot of similar shitfics in the fandom, but I honestly didn't want to see it in the actual show. Twilight wins prom queen, and everyone is happy. Tweedledee and Tweedledum sneak into the auditorium, Twilight is crowned, and Spike gets kidnapped. So Twilight chases after him, and the Humane Five follow along to find Sunset Shimmer with a sledgehammer. When I first saw this, I thought that she was honest to God going to start assaulting Twilight with that thing. It would have made for an interesting climax, I'll tell you that. She's actually threatening to shatter the portal, and she releases Spike. If Twilight doesn't give the crown, then Sunset will destroy the portal.
Tick-tock, Twilight. We haven't got all night. The portal will be closing on its own in less than an hour.
I'm gonna save that. Twilight actually refuses to give the crown, believing that her friends will be able to defend Equestria without her, but the high school will not. That is a very strange sentence when I word it like that, but it's definitely mature enough on Twilight's part. Megan McCarthy, this already feels enough like fanfiction as it is. Please don't further the point home by reusing memes. By the way, look up Uncanny Valley while you're at it. On Pony Dash, that looks cute. On Human Dash, it looks stupid. So Sunset tackles Twilight, and they have a tussle over the crown that ends with Sunset getting it. So Sunset puts the crown on and gets swarmed by weird magic-y stuff. By the way, tell me if this transformation doesn't seem familiar in the slightest. And I've just gotta say it, but that design is absolutely horrible. I mean, I don't normally criticize character design, but Demon Sunset is really bad. She looks too ridiculous to be threatening, and her personality doesn't lend herself to being a comedic villain. Also, she turns Snips and Snails into not quite as stupid looking demons, but still pretty dumb looking. The students come outside.
I've had to jump through so many hoops tonight just to get my hands on this crown.
I cannot take you seriously when you look like some demented fusion of a gargoyle and a crab caught on fire. At the very least, she has some decent powers, like controlling the minds of high schoolers, which she wants to use to take over Equestria. Okay, Sunset. Unarmed, brainless human teenagers against fully competent unicorn and Pegasus soldiers. I don't think you've thought this through. I mean, she isn't even instructing them to pick up weapons. She just wants them through the portal. And no, I don't know why she didn't do this during a previous portal open. Maybe 30 moons is like 15 years in Equestria and human land. Well, she has a decent character design. The Human 5 stand by, and Sunset shoots a fireball at them. And then this happens. They're all shielded by magic.
The magic contained in my element was able to unite with those that helped create it.
Twilight, what the fuck are you talking about? And then we get this bizarre imagery. Nostalgia Critic, can you take it from here?
What the fuck am I watching?
Yeah, what the fuck am I watching? I know they're turning into half pony things, but why? Is there any reason for that? And just what is going on with Twilight's head here? It just looks off. I think this is a callback to Nightmare Moon's defeat, but there was some kind of connection to the plot there. This just comes out of batshit nowhere. Alright, that's heartwarming enough. Oh, and apparently Rainbow knows how to fly. Whatever, that was so poorly explained that it could have done anything.
Tonight, you've shown everyone who you really are.
First of all, everyone already knew that Sunset was a bitch. Secondly, I don't get you at all. She puts on the crown and becomes a demon because the element of magic does that to people? What?
Or you can forever be alone. The choice is yours.
Wait, Twilight, don't you mean...
Power is yours!
At least she acknowledges that she's done something wrong. Granted, I don't know how getting pwned like that taught her that there was another way. Either way, Twilight points Sunset to the Humane 5.
Whoa, weird.
Seriously? The talking dog is the weird thing about all this?
Now that was trailer shot material.
A true princess in any world.
Yes, because a school principal knows what it takes to be a princess. What?
Would now be a completely awkward time to ask you for that dance?
Yes! Yes, it would, because...
We haven't got all night. The portal will be closing on its own in less than an hour.
No, she actually takes Scary Stu up on his offer. And while she's dancing, the portal closes, stranding her in human land for another whatever. And she displays that crown in her trophy case right next to her Darwin Award. Sorry, that's the realistic ending. No, she dances like a pony and her boyfriend starts dancing the same way. Then Photo Finish takes a picture of that, which presumably gets a shit ton of media attention sometime later. Alright, I guess that's a start.
I've been walking on two legs and picking things up with these.
Hey, I take offense to that. So Twilight goes through the portal at just the nick of time. You know, had to get in that dance with a 3-day crush. And the Humane 5 lose their equine features, which makes me wonder why you gave them to them in the first place. Pinkie runs into the portal and bops into it. Hey, you can get human slapstick right. So Twilight steps forth into Equestria, and Celestia immediately wants to know how Sunset Shimmer is doing.
I left her in good hands. What are hands?
Go ask Applejack, she knows for some reason. So Twilight bumps into the Pony Flash Sentry and still has that awkward crush on him. Then why have it in the first place? As for the movie, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not great. Parts of it are, but other parts get awkward. If it was an episode, I'd give it 4 out of 5 stars. Since it's a movie, I'm giving it 7 out of 10. Let's break it down. But first, to answer your question, yes, if Equestria Girls does become an actual series, I will be reviewing every single episode of that as well. The first 2 acts were good enough to prove that the spin-off show is worth my time. Besides the fact that I had trouble deciding whether or not I wanted to be a musical, the major problem I had in those first 2 acts is the romantic or non-romantic interest. Let me make this clear. I am not against the main 6 ever getting relationships, in any world, provided you tone down the creepiness. The problem is that Flash Sentry is a non-entity, and even detrimental to the plot. Have Pinkie Pie give the evidence to Luna absolving Twilight from her crime, and he has absolutely no point in the entire movie, except to get Twilight to risk being stuck in the human world. That might actually be excusable if he wasn't so bland and cliched. I can't name 3 personality traits from this guy. The biggest problem is that ending. Not only is it an anticlimax, it's just nonsensical. Maybe it was trying to prove that this world has a magical element too? Like, I'm pretty sure that Gary was just there to prove that this show can do romantic relationships. I'm not the only one who thinks that was bizarre as all hell, right? And on that note, I'm not the only one who hates Demon Shimmer's design, am I? What I get mostly from this was the acknowledgement of mistakes. Sort of. Take the CMC scene where they were uploading their song to YouTube. The writers acknowledged that wasn't funny to begin with. I kept getting that vibe really often. You know, like using the effect given by putting your hoof down properly. Before, the mistake was never having the lovers shut the fuck up. Here was the mistake of never having the two share a conversation. At least the writers are learning. Which is good. Excellent, in fact. If only Megan McCarthy can learn how to write an original villain. But it's still interesting that they're not only realizing and learning from their mistakes, they're actually using their mistakes to their advantage. Most of all, I do see potential in Equestria Girls as a spin-off. If they can take on things like cyberbullying, and actually do it with tact, we might have something else truly special. Of course, the writers have to learn to take on a whole new medium, while keeping the same familiar tone. In Equestria Girls, they've got to tone down on the slapstick, severely. Human characters are supposed to emulate real life as closely as possible, and you can't do it with these out-of-nowhere cartoon moments. It's a pretty good start, not great, but let's focus on the latter part. It's a start. Let's see where this ends up. But seriously, why the fuck is it called Equestria Girls if it takes place entirely outside of Equestria?
It's time for us to come together. It's the only way that things will get better. It's time for us to take a stand. So come on and lend a helping hand. Fix it up, yeah, it's alright.
Well, you guys wanted it. I've gotten dozens of requests for Friendship is Witchcraft, so I guess I have no choice but to oblige you guys, as much as I really don't want to, for multiple reasons. The first of all is that Friendship is Witchcraft is an ongoing series and outside my area of expertise. I'll try to do the best I can, but make note that the last episode released at the time of writing was Seed No Evil. Keep that in mind if anything miraculously happens to change in episode 10, though I doubt it. The other reason I didn't want to do this is because I think that it sucks. I think that it sucks a lot. Hear me out, and I'll try to do a better job to explain my problems than, say, the voice of reason. Yeah, I know that my opinion is pretty unpopular, and I do expect this to be one of my most hated videos. I'll say this. I have one real problem with this abridged series. Fine, I have one real problem with this parody. Actually, I have a lot of them, but they all have a similar root. I don't find this funny, in the slightest. Watching all 9 episodes, I didn't even crack a smile at once. At best, the episodes bored me. More often than not, they annoyed me. But at worst...
I always wanted my own brother, and then he showed up at our door. I didn't question where he came from. I wasn't lonely anymore.
Excuse me for a moment. We'll get to that later. First, I suppose I should talk about the characters, or lack thereof. Friendship is Witchcraft has a similar problem to Johnny Test, in that each of the characters are one-note assholes. I said that Witchcraft got their Rainbow Dash inspiration from G3, you know, because they both say rainbow a lot.
It wasn't until my very first dash that I rainbowed a rainbow need to dash. And... Pikachu! Pikachu!
Looking back, I don't think that's true because G3 Rainbow Dash has more of a personality than Witchcraft Dash.
All of us have some depth to our characters.
I don't.
Pointing out your problems does not make them go away. It's one thing if you want to flanderize Rainbow's egotism to a comedic degree, but just having her say Rainbow and Dash verbatim is, how do I want to put this? Lazy. You know, like making Fluttershy an evil cult leader. Sometimes. That plot thread seems to have died in the later episodes. So you turn the kindest character into the most evil. How long did it take you guys to think of that? No, seriously. That is one of the most cliched ways to pervert a character. Sure, it could work, but you've got to put a creative twist on it. I don't know, make her passive-aggressive, a dominatrix. Use her patty cake's personality, I don't care. Just straight-up evil is lazy. Next we have Twilight, who is a straight-up asshole, who writes fanfiction, and desires incest.
It's not creepy.
Yes it is! Yes it fucking is! Sorry, back on track. The whole Twilight as an asshole thing has been done before, and done better in Letters of a Disgruntled Friendship Student. Why? Because in that series, it gives her bitterness a reason, and directs it there while lampshading the more ludicrous parts of the episode. Kind of what Parody is supposed to do. And that brings us to Spike, who is abused constantly. Do you know why SpongeBob's Squidward torture porns aren't funny? I mean, besides the toenail and eye gore. It's because he doesn't deserve it. Or at the very least, our sympathies lie with him. If you want abuse towards a character to be funny, you've got to make them unlikable, like the uber-politically correct Fluffy and Uranus from Duckman. Why don't you take a tip from the Mentally Advanced series? Their butt monkey is Fluttershy, and it actually works because they up her introverted tendencies to the point where it's annoying, and you just want her to stop. But let's disregard that for a moment because half of the time they don't even get the abuse right. We need to hear an impact. Slapstick is about cause and effect. If there's no impact, it's like a joke without a punchline. Rarity and Applejack go hand in hand. Rarity is a war-scarred veteran and Applejack is a war criminal, but once again these plot threads seem to be disappearing. That's really all there is to them. Well, besides Rarity's obsession over big hats. Most of the time it seems like they're using the same personality twice. Finally we have Pinkie, who starts out as completely sane and then devolves into an orphan and a gypsy.
Gypsy? I'm not a gypsy, I'm a pastry chef.
Right. First of all, making Pinkie the most sane is just about as lazy as making Fluttershy evil. It's the first thing you think about when changing up their personalities. But I say devolve because you need to have a straight mare to play off all of the weirdness. One character playing off all of the insanity around her is much funnier than just having constant crazy all the time. There are minor characters too, so I'll touch on them really quickly. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon are Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon with brain damage. Celestia is a non-entity, and Shining Armor, or as they call him, Francis Armor, because I don't know, has a voice that makes my ears bleed.
It's so important. The military is enforcing a strict friend zone.
It's a tip. Don't put your mouth on the microphone when you record. Scootaloo and Applaloon seem to be lacking in any personality at all, and Sweetbelle is a robot. But no one notices because, as we've learned from a pal for Gary, making characters blind to the obvious is comedy gold. It's time to talk about the humor, and here is where Witchcraft really falls apart with me.
It's so steep.
Well, it is a steep thing.
If there's one thing I could tell them, just one solitary thing, stop using running jokes. You're not good at it. The Perfect Swarm is 14 minutes long, and in that 14 minutes, we hear eye candy 6 times and see rose watering flowers 5 times. They mesh together and become annoying really quickly, especially because eye candy doesn't make any fucking sense. How? Seriously, tell me how. You can make a better argument that it's supposed to reference how the ponies say any pony or some pony, which is never used for comedy in the actual show because it's not funny. Furthermore, if someone doesn't know what you're referencing, then it should not be distracting, like Fluttershy disguising herself as a tree. Here, it's distracting to the nth degree. As for referencing all running jokes in cartoons, Friendship is Witchcraft does that itself with its mere existence. Each episode has another running joke that they hammer into the ground more than Bubsy. Yeah, I went there. Whether it be Disco Fever, Changing the Elements, Censoring Apples, or that fucking wah-wah trumpet.
Was not a map. You can. I'm so loyal.
Oh, that's right. The dragon's my father. But I was ashamed to.
Dash. 2% uncooler. Welcome.
Let me tell you, if I hear that fucking wah-wah trumpet one more time, I will slit my fucking wrists. Through 9 episodes, I counted 31 fucking wah-wah trumpets, and God knows I missed a few. If they have another staple, let's call it, it's lampshading things.
Watch how far I can slide. Well, look how high I can jump.
Look, I did a thing. Laugh, damn it.
Cloud. Stick. Steer.
Look, it's a thing. Laugh, damn it. Speaking of that, you don't need to fill in every second with noise. Most of all, though, they like pointing out their own flaws, which pisses me off to no end.
Oh look, our characters are so malevolent and heartless. Maybe next we'll hear a new cheap catchphrase.
Moonshine gravy.
Yeah, what I'm doing is wrong, and I know it's wrong, but I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. It's not funny, it's pretentious. Also, a parody is supposed to playfully and not sadistically mock whatever it's parodying.
I'm not some Christmas special martyr here to make you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
We just watched Gremlins in an episode of Star Trek and went straight to bed.
You do know that pointing out a reference instantly makes it bad, right?
Getting all these instruments to make a one-woman band and lead the Paris Sprites out of town.
To their credit, their failures in comedy are rather varied.
I'm American.
I don't think you understand what a punchline is. There's potential for a joke there, but you need to have some grounding in logic. You are implying that Americans don't eat apples. I'm sorry, but I don't see the joke there. Their friendship letters seem to miss the point of parody as well. Try this. Dear Princess Celestia, today I've learned that if my friends have been kidnapped, I shouldn't worry because they can handle themselves. I said that they could handle themselves.
Doomed, I tell you!
I said that they could handle themselves. I don't think you understand what a visual gag is. You can't just put random images there with no connection. Look, I can do that too. They also like to hold on jokes for way too long.
Who left me to fend for myself in the frozen tundra with nothing but a hatchet and a length of rope.
I'm gonna spare you an unfunny 40 fucking seconds and move on to the next thing. The most notable example of that is being at the end of Nay Soul Sister, where they do it twice and take a card from the Showstoppers and try to assault our ears. At least the Showstoppers had the decency to come up with their own lyrics. I guess that I should move on to the songs instead of digging up each failed joke because I could really go on all day. I'll say this. The songs are usually the best part of this abridged series, with a few exceptions, and yes, Pinkie's Brew is awesome.
I don't think you understand. I bring darkness to their land. That must be my supremacy.
Question. Why are you singing with a mouthful of Novocaine? Look, I could say that a corpse isn't dead all day, but no matter how many fucking times I do, it's not gonna start moving.
That was the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
Huh, you know what? Pointing out that it was creepy suddenly made it not creepy. Oh wait, no it didn't. It's creepy just like the rest of the episode. I hate bodily humor, i.e. jokes involving pus, sex, or shit, because they are all basically the same, and they all fail in pretty much the exact same way. People think that just having it there is enough to be funny. No, just because you have shit, or in this case incest, doesn't mean it's funny. If you're going to use bodily humor, you've got to take it to creative new places, like this.
Shit at you. A huge supply of teach comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat?
Just showing vanilla incest isn't funny, it's fucking disgusting. The worst part is that there's potential for comedy that they don't seem to want to use.
You're such a baby. I have a great relationship with both of my parents because they...
You sure about that? You can go on to tell us how much they love you by repeatedly tell you to get a job and get your own place and get out of their lives.
It ain't so bad if you pretend it's chocolate. Ugh, stop eating it.
And then she finds out it's not chocolate, or mud.
Applejack, Rarity, it's me, Twilight Sparkle, your friend.
And she's going to try to kill you. Why don't you have the characters actually react to the commercial? Or, I don't know, do something like this.
3 months of winter. And awesome.
Gak in the dark.
But the leaf store is running out, and we can't get in this cold.
Gakoids!
Gak!
Gak-back!
I see, you're making fun of Hasbro's copyright takedowns by censoring completely random objects, when instead you could take a tip from the Nostalgia Critic and his Tommy Wiseau show. You know, instead of making you seem like the idiot, you can make Hasbro seem like the idiot. The worst jokes, though, are not the lazy ones, not the incomplete ones, but the tasteless ones. And we get to that when we come to Seed No Evil. Specifically, I'm talking about them making fun of Snowdrop. First of all, I don't think we needed to see the whole fucking thing. Secondly, that was really uncalled for. I don't know if they got Sleepless Studios' permission to mercilessly make fun and pervert their work, because that's what they did. Remember, a parody series is supposed to play with the flaws of something, not just shamelessly shove it out into the limelight.
Everybody hates working with Snowblind, and we talk about her behind her back.
It just doesn't seem like Witchcraft's heart was in the right place, if you catch my drift.
Oh, sure. I'll bet that this is all in good fun.
They don't parody things, they make fun of them. You know, like that college humor animation My Little Brony. So how bad do I find this? Well past the point where I'm wondering why people actually like it. I'm actually genuinely curious. Maybe it's something I'm not seeing. If you like it, that's fine. After all, these are my opinions, and in my opinion, it always reaches for the cheap shots and the cheap jokes, and instead of improving their comedy... To their credit, they have reduced using running jokes, so I guess that's something. Oddly enough though, their 2 latest episodes were the worst yet. So yeah, I can safely say that I'm not a fan of Friendship is Witchcraft. If you need me, I'll be hiding in my reinforced bunker, waiting for the shitstorm.
I'll cook up a solution with the knowledge I've accrued. They say a kitchen time saves 9, but I'm just saving 2. I've gathered the ingredients to make some time sorbet. There's hardly room for seconds when the seconds melt away.
So, a lot of people have been asking for my Season 4 Plus wishlist, and considering that Season 4 is rapidly approaching, I may want to give it now. I do have to be very careful about what I say though. I mean, how many people were asking for romance in MLP? Boom, Flash Sentry! And also, I specifically seem to be accidentally psychic. In my Crystal Empire review, I said some things that, if you watch the storyboards, come off as pretty humorous in hindsight. I was joking! Not that I'm disappointed, but still, I was joking! No, I'm not going to spoil anything about them here, but yes, they have gotten me rather excited for Season 4. And if you are avoiding them, they're basically a trailer for Season 4. They get you pumped, while giving you as few details as possible. Part 2 of this list is going to deal with all the spoilery stuff I want to see. I wanted to specifically make this video with no spoilers whatsoever. Before I get my wish list, I should go over the things that I am expecting, as in it will hurt my opinion of the show if these things don't happen. You know, it's the simple stuff, like Twilight's princesshood being addressed and explored, Twilight learning how to use her wings, Rainbow Dash and Scootaloo's relationship, getting to see the Equestria games, and everything involving the storyboards. I'm also going to keep my wish list as plausible as possible. I mean, I'm not going to ask for something like Fluttershy becoming the evil dictator of Equestria. By accident. And finally, I'm just really throwing ideas at a wall. I often ask Megan McCarthy to write a Spike episode, because she obviously gets him. I mean, between Lesson Zero, the Crystal Empire, and Equestria Girls, she really knows how to write him. I'm actually surprised that she hasn't written a Spike episode yet, 3 seasons in. An idea? Well, I've always been a fan of Groundhog Day plots, and since Spike seems to be everyone's servant, he'd be the perfect candidate for one. Could be that Spike is having a bad day and accidentally screwing things up, more than usual. Twilight is busy doing princess stuff, I guess, and is extremely agitated at him, and that might be why Spike is screwing things up. By the end of the day, everyone is disappointed in Spike, so he just wants an opportunity to fix everything. MacGuffin spell, and he ends up repeating the same day over and over again. At first he thinks that all he has to do is get all of his screw-ups right, but even after he does that, he's still repeating the same day over and over. The Groundhog Day loop is only broken when Spike gets annoyed or defeated enough to the point where he stands up to Twilight. Twilight learns that she may have been taking Spike for granted, and Spike gives us the moral of the episode. If you feel like you're being taken for granted, it's best to tell the person about it, rather than keep trying to appease the people who are taking advantage of it. And then they work things out, and then they have a big, happy, heartwarming ending. Does Megan McCarthy have to write this episode? No, not really. But she has the best track record when it comes to Spike, and she understands the relationship between him and Twilight inside and out. Yeah, that plot is really rough, as most of these will be. And now you know why this list has taken me so long. Ooh, I want to see a Groundhog Day episode. Oh my god, I've got to turn that into my own fanfic. Now here's a strange wish. From what I've seen, Twilight does not seem to have a very high opinion of Pinkie Pie. In Griffin the Brush-Off, Twilight believes Gilda, someone she's never met before, over Pinkie. In Feeling Pinkie Keen, Twilight stubbornly refused to believe in Pinkie's pinky sense. In Baby Cakes, Twilight immediately assumes that Pinkie couldn't handle herself and had bitten off more than she could chew. In Mystery on the Friendship Express, she didn't even think that Pinkie was worth showing the clues, or even thinking that she would bite the cake. And I can go on and on and on. Now, Pinkie has a very good memory, so it makes me wonder, how long is it until she notices this pattern? Perhaps we can have an episode where Pinkie runs into a problem and goes to Twilight for help. Like in Baby Cakes, Twilight condescends to her, and for some reason or another, Pinkie finally calls her on it. It doesn't have to be anything like putting your hoof down, but I suppose it could be that episode done right. It could end up being a moral that once in a while you'll actually have to stand up to your friends. You know, it's really tempting for me to say that MLP should tackle any of my choices for an admirable animation. And you know what? Why not? I mean, just imagine one of the main 6 being shot into the future, and seeing their friendship has dissolved because of one of their absence or another horrible mistake. I think a story like that would fit perfectly in the show. But who would go into the future? Honestly, it could be any of them. Each story would be incredibly different, but they'd each be powerful. I won't say that any would be more affected than any other, because I highly doubt that that's true. It's just that each of them would be affected in deeply different ways. Who would I pick to go through that ordeal? The first choice that comes to my mind is Twilight, mostly because she's the only one who's done time travel before, and she'd be the most likely to go through it. Obvious moral is obvious that friendships do need continual effort to remain intact. The mask, well, let's be totally honest, isn't going to happen. Then again, you never know. If they deal with abusive relationships, with tact, actually that's a caveat for everything I'm saying, i.e. if I ask for a romantic interest, not that I am, don't give me Flash Sentry, it could be freaking amazing. As for Last of the Star Makers, they kinda already did something like that with The Bird and the Hoof. Obviously it could have been done much better because I hated that episode. However, if you gave Fluttershy something to defend, like an animal, from not the wilderness, but maybe ponies, it could give her most in-depth character development to date. But yeah, as I keep updating that list, pretty much anything from there I think would make a good MLP episode. You know, like Samurai Applejack. Now this is the most obvious choice on the list because it's like on everyone's list. I want one of the CMCs to get their cutie mark. Oh yeah, you heard me. Let's think about this logically. It's highly unlikely for all 3 of the CMC to get their cutie marks at the exact same time, although it has happened before, so anything goes. Which one do I think is most likely to get their cutie mark first? Well, if the showstoppers did actually reveal their talents, then Sweetieville, because stage fright is easier to get over than pure stupidity. Their lack of a cutie mark brought them together, so if only one of them gets it first, it'll really test the strength of their friendship. There are many ways to take this. The most obvious one is having yet another jealousy story, where the moral is that you shouldn't make others feel bad for their success or good fortune. But a better way to take it is that friendship is stronger than what simply brought you together. It could also take the other Crusaders to interesting places. The 2 that didn't get their cutie marks may face self-doubt. Maybe Diamond Tiara would try to turn the one who did get her cutie mark first against the other 2. Now here's a really interesting one. I obviously do want each of them to get their cutie marks eventually, but each of them should get their cutie marks in different episodes. If the first episode in that arc is them learning that their friendship is stronger than what brought them together, the second episode is where only one of the three doesn't have their cutie marks. Now that might lead whoever that is to a bit of a depression. It could also be a very heartwarming episode dealing specifically with insecurity. I want Rainbow Dash to have a solo song. I mean, come on, it's 3 seasons in, and she's the only one who hasn't had one yet. And yet, her voice actress is an actual singer. A really good singer as well. I mean, you gave Applejack her own song, and you've given Fluttershy like 2 of them. Not that I have anything against them, but still, come on. You see this map? You see this place right here? I want the main 6 to go there. Seems like an interesting place to visit. Might give us a horror-themed episode that pays homage to the legend of Sleepy Hollow. There's obviously a ton of other places that they could go as well, not just inside Equestria. I mean, Saddle Arabia seems like a pretty interesting place to visit. I love desert-themed episodes. I would also like them to add more episodes that take place during seasons other than summer. It being winter, autumn, or spring doesn't even need to have anything to do with the episode. It could be there just for a nice change of scenery. Hell, you can even have more episodes take place on Nightmare Night or Hearthwarming Eve. No, not Hearts and Hooves Day. Never that one again. Never, ever, ever. In my Apple Family Reunion review, I said that plot, a character going to a family reunion, would be done better by any of the other main 6. So let's actually try it. If I could pick one of the main 6 to go to a reunion, it would have to be Fluttershy. Mostly because she's the only one of the main 6 whose family we haven't seen any of. The conflict? I don't know. Maybe Fluttershy became estranged from her family a long time ago for who knows why. Maybe they didn't treat her the best. Then you've got Rarity. We've already seen from just one appearance by her parents that Rarity has built her entire life to being entirely different than her family. So the conflict is already right there, right out in the open. The problem? At some point it'd probably end up being a rehash of Sweet and Elite, just changing up the friends for family. Although on some level it's a lesson that she probably has to learn, unlike Applejack who already knew the moral in Apple Family Reunion. Twilight and Rainbow Dash go hand in hand. We've seen in Ghostbusters that Twilight does not like to be considered the greatest thing ever. Of course, it's hard not to be by your own family after you've done even half the things that Twilight's done. Rainbow, on the other hand, loves to be considered the greatest thing ever. She's probably bragged about it to her family more than anyone else, to the point where they're probably not impressed anymore. Either one of them could lead to a moral that your family will always be proud of you, although the context would be different in each. Hell, tell both of those stories simultaneously. And Pinkie Pie, if you had her go to a family reunion, it'd definitely answer a shit ton of questions. And these plots don't necessarily have to be a reunion, as in a scheduled event, but just give them some extended interaction with their families. And yes, before you ask, I do know about things. No spoilers, remember? But I do keep up to date on everything. Equestria Daily, several blogs, TV tropes, the Twitter of every single writer on the show, everything. But yes, I would like any or even all of these scenarios to play out. But what about Applejack? Spike at Your Service is not a good episode. It's almost unanimous, but plenty of people have managed to enjoy it. I managed to enjoy it because it came closer than any other episode, with the exception of Applebuck season, to making an interesting character focus on Applejack. You know, probably everything wrong with that episode could have been fixed if you replaced Spike with Pinkie Pie, and played the It's Pinkie Pie Don't Question It card a lot, and fixed other minor details. She could easily feel extremely indebted to a friend, and her only other obligation is with her job, and she could have easily made many of the mistakes that Spike did, and actually have it be in character. Regardless, Spike at Your Service makes me realize what makes a good Applejack episode. To be frank, you've got to have things happen to Applejack. With the other main 6, they've all got flaws that will get them into trouble here and there. Applejack, however, doesn't seem to have a major character flaw. She's a really good foil, being honorable to Rainbow Dash's dirty tactics and fall with her friends, playing the straight mare to Pinkie's zaniness in Hearthwarming Eve, but we want to have a good solo Applejack episode. The answer on how to do that is simple. You've got to bring the conflict to her. Sort of like the super speedy Cider Squeezy 6000. Just don't make her or her family stupid. Here's the thing. Applejack is exactly where she wants to be in life. As in, she doesn't have any long-term ambitions. With no long-term ambitions or no character flaws, to make that kind of character interesting, you've got to put something she has value in at risk. The most obvious thing to put at risk is either her home or the health of one of her family members. Or her health. I don't know, an episode about Applebloom getting sick and Applejack trying to keep her spirits up. Or one where Applejack gets sick or hurt and actually has to rely on others to do things for her. Or maybe their harvest wasn't good one year, and they have to start making some serious budget cuts. It doesn't have to be a heartbreaking tragedy. Applejack finds something like an anti-four-leaf clover that consistently gives her bad luck, and the episode is about trying to get rid of the curse by having her try methods that get increasingly ridiculous. Or you could just have her go crazy. That tends to work. I want to see Daring Do again, but I don't want the writers to pull an Apple family reunion. For those who don't know, it's basically when the fans are asking for a character to have some screen time, so they make an episode that does that, and doesn't do anything else. If you want to see more examples, just read the micro-series. Twilight is helping out at a library. How long did it take you to come up with that? Rainbow Dash is in a sporting competition. Really? Fluttershy is facing a critic. No, I'm not against slice of life stories, but you have to have something interesting happen, regardless of what kind of story you tell. Yes, it can be a day in the life, but it has to be an interesting day in the life. Basically, I don't just want the writers to say, here's Daring Do. Happy now? Then again, it's hard for an action hero story to be considered boring. But still, I don't want them to just do Daring Do because Daring Do! So what are my suggestions? Well, first of all, One Bad Apple canonized movies. Rainbow Dash is a palette swap of Daring Do. Why don't you give her a chance to play Daring Do in a movie? I wanted to see that so badly, I wrote a fic about it. Shameless plug! And yeah, if any of these don't happen, I'll probably end up writing a fic about it. Obviously, at some point, they're going to have more fantasy creatures, and I can't wait for that to happen. If there's one thing that I'd really like to see, I know it's mundane, but I'd like to see a genie plot. Just one thing. If you do a genie story, for the love of all it is, Pony, do not end it on, I wish I'd never met you. That's like the most cliched cliche ever. Another creature I'd love to see is an ochre jelly. Remember Smooze from G1? Yeah, that's the basic gist of it. Maybe Pinkie Pie found the recipe for one in what she thought was a cookbook, and accidentally bakes one up. We can have a whole lesson about not feeling guilt over accidents or something. Or maybe tying it into one of my earlier wishes, Twilight berates Pinkie for not being responsible in front of everyone, when Pinkie is already feeling horrible for launching a monster on Ponyville. And then we get a moral that you shouldn't be too angry at people for accidents. There are plenty of other beasts that could be injected into an episode. Maybe you could have Twilight build a golem in order to help her with her work, having bit off more than she could chew. But the golem takes more and more work, giving Twilight more and more time off. She'd probably either start getting lazy or go even crazier than she did in Lesson 0. And then you have the hippocampus, or as I suppose this show would call them, the sea pony. Twilight said that zombies didn't exist. What about ghosts or other undead creatures? Look, I got a book of this stuff so I can go on all day. There are pixies, sphinxes, thunderbirds. I'm rambling, aren't I? That's all I got for now, but by the time this video is made and goes up, I'm gonna have like 20 million new things. I'll probably maybe make at least one more of these videos, and in that one, I'm not holding back on the spoilers. So be warned. It's gonna be more of my predictions than my wish list. It's safe to say that the third season of Friendship is Magic has been controversial. Every episode seems to have some complaint lodged at it by the mass consensus. The Crystal Empire had a terrible villain, One Bad Apple botched up the bullying moral, Magic Duel was underwhelming, Keep Comin' Flutter On had horrible pacing, etc. There was no universally loved episode in this season like Hurricane Fluttershy or Suited for Success. And pretty much since the season began, I've been trying to find out why. I've looked through many doors and come up with no answer that either didn't make sense or was full of holes. The most notable excuses of the show's decline of quality are a decline in writing and Lauren Faust's departure from the show. The first argument is very hard to quantify without taking it on a case-by-case basis. And when you do that, you'll end up comparing apples to oranges. Each episode is different, has different plots, conflicts, interactions. Unless one episode blatantly rips off another, that argument cannot be substantiated. Lauren Faust's departure is an argument that, well, doesn't make any sense. Mainly for one solitary fact. No one has ever told me exactly what she contributed to the show, besides a Bible which the writers still continue to use. Her involvement didn't prevent accidents from happening. The plots of the Showstoppers and Ghostbusters were a mess. Characterization was often Look Before You Sleep and All's Well That Ends Well. Morals were sometimes botched up, such as the infamous feeling Pinkie Keen, which screwed up its morals so badly that she herself apologized for it. The episodes that she did directly have involvement in as a writer were also fairly weak. The Friendship is Magic two-parter has some extremely cheesy dialogue, and the second part is so rushed that it feels like there are some scenes missing. The most common example I cite is when Applejack just tells Twilight to fall off the cliffside without giving any reason why. Lauren Faust is not a bad writer. Most of the time. She was a writer for the Powerpuff Girls movie, and she wrote some of the better episodes of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, such as Store Wars, Goodbye to Blue, and Seeing Red. But she wasn't infallible either, writing both Everyone Knows It's Bendy and Partying Is Such Sweet Soiree, a couple of the more infuriating episodes of that show. What I'm saying is this. If you think that Lauren made Friendship is Magic great, then please tell me why, instead of just saying that she's great and blaming Megan McCarthy for the show's decline. And that brings us to Megan McCarthy, the next most common argument for the decline of Friendship is Magic. People who didn't like the third season are usually quick to blame her. In, let's say, less than friendly tones, I think we all know of some notable examples. Megan McCarthy is a very good writer. namely on episodes such as Party of One, Dragon Shy, Lesson Zero, and the almost universally loved A Canterlot Wedding. I mean, if there were any writer to pick to take over the show, she would seem like a prime candidate. She introduced the CMC in Call of the Cutie, and proved how likable Rarity could be in Sweet and Elite. Obviously, writing ability does not equal showrunning ability. Here's the thing, though. Megan McCarthy has had experience as a showrunner before. She was the head writer of Class of 3000, which was an alright show. It didn't exactly hit anything out of the park, but I do remember it fondly. The question I need to pose is this. What did Lauren bring that McCarthy did not? Until someone can come up with an answer, that argument is moot and I will not hear it. Another argument is that the flaws stick out more because there are only 13 episodes. In my Season 3 overview, I sort of detailed this. I divided each season into twos and compared them to each other. The results were that the first 13 episodes of Season 1 and the last 13 episodes of Season 2 were the worst stretches, and I went critically light on each of them. Season 3 was on par with the first 13 episodes of Season 2 and the last 13 episodes of Season 1, and I personally would have a hard time choosing which one of those stretches I would rather have. There are other random arguments that weren't quantified or were easily debunked, hubris and slapstick respectively. So I decided to take a look at various other series that took on seasonal rot, that obviously took on seasonal rot. The first thing that crossed your mind was probably SpongeBob. I've tangled with the Yellow Devil 7 times at present. SpongeBob SquarePants probably has, or had, the largest adult fan base of any Aaron cartoon, mostly because it was one of the magical few who was able to keep its runtime going for almost 15 years. The first 3 seasons of SpongeBob were undoubtedly good cases of rather screwball comedy. Then a movie came out, the show was renewed for a 4th season, and there was a change of showrunners. When seasonal rot hits, it hits hard. We've had SpongeBob episodes where one character gets their toenail ripped off in gory detail, and another one where we're treated to 11 minutes of a grotesque, pussy Splinter. Previously child characters are flanderized to the point of playing with baby toys. Characters and animals are abused for comedy, while others stay oblivious. For more comedy. This may be why I've had more tolerance towards Friendship is Magic's decline in quality. I may be biased, I realize that. Either that or I'm able to keep my head and not call something the worst possible thing when I know that it's undeniably not. I'm not going to call bronies lucky that they're spoiled compared to the schlock that SpongeBob has spewed. After all, being lit on fire isn't exactly what I'd call better than being thrown in a volcano. It's just that this might give us information as to how seasonal rot takes hold. I highly doubt that it'll ever get that bad. You have to try to get that bad. For the sake of argument, I'm going to consider Spike at Your Service as an outlier. Most of us agree that that one is pretty bad, and it's bad enough to skew the scale. To be fair, I'll also drop the most infamous episodes from Season 1 and 2, Pinkie Keen and Mare-to-Well respectively. To start, was there any body horror or gross-out humor in Season 3 of Friendship is Magic? The most disgusting episode of Friendship is Magic, in my opinion, is A Bird in the Hoof, where we're treated to a dying bird for 22 minutes. The only other usage of gross-out humor in the entire show seemed to be in Baby Cakes, with Pinkie forced to change dirty diapers. Season 3 had no episodes that used any instances of gross-out humor. The closest thing was Rarity eating a burnt pie in Spike at Your Service. Next is flanderization, taking one trait of a character and multiplying it tenfold. This was actually a criticism lobbied against Season 2 a lot. Sometimes it was justified, such as Rarity's behavior in Dragon Quest. Other times, such as Twilight's behavior in Lesson Zero, it was more of an episode that decided to focus on the character's flaws, which was more or less Season 2's primary objective. It's an easy mistake for anyone to make. Here is a simple test to determine whether or not a character is flanderized. Ask, can I sum this character up in 1 or 2 sentences? This obviously doesn't work for minor characters, and this does not apply to out-of-character behaviors. We're not going to do this as an episode-by-episode basis, but as the season overall. Does this argument apply to any of the characters of the Season 3 episodes? Let's find out! Twilight is a bookish unicorn. She's a bit neurotic at times. Nothing is more valuable to her than her friends. Her biggest fear is letting Princess Celestia down. Twilight's safe. Spike is Twilight's #1 assistant. He's young, so he's frequently naive. He's actually really sensitive. He frequently keeps Twilight's neuroses in check. Spike is safe. Applejack is stubborn. She finds value in her family. She keeps her senses and sensibilities firmly on the ground. Even Applejack is safe. Rarity is a fashion designer. She can get melodramatic. She has an appreciation for the finer things in life. The other characters seem to have the most criticism lodged at them. Rainbow Dash is brash and bold. Her dream is to be in the Wonderbolts. She is willing to sacrifice her dream to do what is right. Fluttershy is incredibly timid. She is very protective of her animal friends. She has a crazy side and a possible personality disorder. Pinkie Pie is zany and fun-loving. Her friends mean more to her than anything else. She sometimes misses social cues. According to this simple test, none of the characters are flanderized to an unacceptable degree. They all apply to the Season 3 characters, and some of these only apply to the Season 3 characters. Another thing you could do is compare each of the characters to their appearances in the pilot. Character abuse for comedy, known as Kefka comedy, is the final sign we get from SpongeBob. If you're going with sheer slapstick, which isn't exactly this trope, then Season 3 took a step down from Season 2. If anything, Season 2 has more of Kefka comedy, with episodes like May the Best Pet Win, where Rainbow is tormenting Tank, and putting your hoof down where everyone is tormenting Fluttershy and vice versa. From SpongeBob's signs of seasonal rot, it seems like Season 2, my favorite season, has more signs of seasonal rot than Season 3. No help here. Next stop, The Simpsons. Season 11 is cited by many as the worst. At the very least, it doesn't have too many supporters. A lot of it had to do with episodes that changed the show's dynamic. This is the season that killed off Maud Flanders, a secondary character. This is the season that had Barney stop drinking, his defining character trait. It gave Apu and Manjula octuplets, and it had many other problem episodes like Settlesore Galactica, which I will have to get to at some point. If that's any clue, it seems like the problem is change. That's not it either. In Friendship is Magic Season 3, Discord and Trixie had returned, Rainbow started on her journey to becoming a Wonderbolt, Scootaloo got a closer relationship to Rainbow. These are all changes that the fans wanted, unlike killing off Maud Flanders or having Barney stop drinking. Whether Friendship is Magic's changes were done with tact, especially the big one that I didn't mention, depends on the person you're asking. Just keep in mind that Season 2 also had many changes. A Candlelit Wedding, Lesson 0, Read It and Weep. If we want to determine whether or not Season 3 is a sign of seasonal rot, we must come up with an argument that can only apply to Season 3, or at the very least apply to Season 3 to a great extent more than the other two. Also note that the changes in Season 2 didn't seem to be the ones that the fans were clamoring for. Maybe the problem is fan service. You know, like Derpy's appearance in the last roundup, the superhero tributes in Duel, the Q-like villain in Return of Harmony, or the New Hope reference from the very same episode. Seeing Fluttershy take a stand and putting her hoof down? Or what about the Indiana Jones references in Read It and Weep? Do I have to do another count thingy? Because I will if I have to. All I'm looking for is an answer, one that I have not been able to find. Believe me, I've looked at all of the harshest critics of Season 3 as a whole. Unfortunately, the reasons I found ended up being selective, it's okay when Seasons 1 or 2 do it, but not Season 3, nitpicky, misinformed, or just plain wrong. Hype backlash isn't a reason I particularly subscribe to either. That goes away after repeated viewings, and after the opening two-parter, it probably would have worn off. I'm not blind, stupid, or being reversively selective. I'm fully aware that there are duds in Season 3. They depend on who you ask. I have personally failed to keep Calm and Flutter on, One Bad Apple, and Spike at Your Service. To me, those are the bad episodes of Season 3. Someone else might like one of those three, and yet hate just For Sidekicks. Just remember that you can hate whichever episodes you want, not just from Season 3. There are plenty of reasons to fail any episode from the show. Someone, somewhere can find a flaw in any episode because no work, pony or not, is ever perfect. And if you hit anything hard enough with a hammer, it's going to break. I'm asking for help. What am I not seeing about Season 3 of Friendship is Magic that so many others have seemed to find? It's no secret that I don't like the micro-series. In fact, I really hate the micro-series. And I've been procrastinating on reviewing it. I guess I should stop doing that. After all, I dealt with some of the worst cartoon episodes ever made, so I shouldn't be afraid of diving back into this. But here's the problem. It's not that I find the comics bad because they do something repulsive, but because I find them boring. Most of them tend to pull an Apple family reunion. What can we do with Applejack? I know, let's have her plan a family reunion because she does stuff like that all the time. What can we do with Twilight? She lives in a library, so let's put her in a library. Or herpty-derpty-doo. To be fair, the Twilight issue is a bit more than that. Keywords, a bit. Twilight is nervous about a test. The test happens to be helping a librarian. Spoilers, it's some odd plan to get Celestia's favorite author out of retirement or something. So in essence, it's the plot of Finding Forrester. Yeah, actually, that's pretty much it. It's Finding Forrester without any of the charm, heart, or humor. Speaking of humor, is there any joke in this thing that's not a random reference? Haha, she's talking about the Twilight book series. It's a thing from somewhere else, get it? Seriously, every other joke in this issue is just ponifying the names of books. That's literally all there is to it. The art is often wonky and uses strange styles. Everything works out because Twilight lied to the librarian about there being a replacement for her. And the moral is that friends are good. Isn't that what the show's about? Twilight's issue is a definite skip. Originally, this review was only supposed to cover the first issue, but that's literally all there is to talk about with the first issue. So, let's move on to the next one and see if I can cover all the main 6 micro-series issues in this video. The Rainbow Dash issue starts with her at a sporting competition. Yeah! Herpy-derpy-derp, let's put Rainbow Dash in a sporting competition because she does that stuff all the time. Where she's pulling off a sonic Rainboom. Didn't we already do this? I think it might have been the point of an actual episode at some point. Oh, it's different this time because she has an electric guitar, for some reason. And she gets stopped by a cloud. This cloud is full of voices that feed off of Rainbow sadness. A cloud that feeds off of sadness. Meanies, Rainbow? Really? That's something that Pinkie or Fluttershy would say. And also, this panel seems really off. So yeah, this issue is about Rainbow Dash fighting off a cloud that feeds off of negative emotions. It seems really out of character for Rainbow to let the cloud's words take hold. It seems that this conflict would be much better suited to Fluttershy. I have 2 main gripes with this issue. I mean, besides showcasing Rainbow Dash without her cocky attitude because a cloud got inside her head. And not to mention that it's about Rainbow fighting a goddamn cloud. The first one is the stupid dialogue. This is more frustrating than the time I had to clip your toenails? Dangerous like eating a sandal or dangerous like splitting your infinitives? What the hell? I want, so badly, to punch whoever wrote that tripe. My other problem is its distinct lack of subtlety. And I'm not even talking about the moral, which quite frankly is hammered in. I'm talking about its humor. The fandom nods are more blatant than Equestria girls, and that 20% anything got old by the third time that they did it. I really can't get over the fact that it's Rainbow Dash trying everything in her arsenal to fight a cloud. Oh, I'm sorry. It's later revealed to be the plot of Cloud Gremlins, because why the hell not? It's obviously got a moral of perseverance, which is admirable, but they hammer it in way too damn hard. Even if the moral was the slightest bit more subtle than the humor, the dialogue alone makes this edition garbage. It's another one that I can't recommend. If you want to see this plot done correctly, watch the Courage episode, The Tower of Doctors Are Lost. And by the way, since when did the Ponies have a television news program? The Rarity issue is often known as the best of the micro-series. And yeah, it's pretty damn good. Rarity is overworked, so she goes on what she thinks is a spa treatment. When she gets there, she finds out that it's run by hippies that force her to do a bunch of manual labor. She ends up learning to put her own discomfort aside to see the problems of others. I'm not entirely sure that was a moral that she had to learn, but whatever. It's got a good story, some decent humor, and some continuity nods that don't hammer you over the head. At times, it seems like it's taken from other Rarity episodes, particularly suited for success in Sweden Elite, but the story itself seems original enough to not warrant any outrage. Yeah, the micro-series seems to like to carry on the trends of the show, such as never giving Rarity a bad episode, or having a song in an otherwise mediocre episode. Yeah, you heard me when I said song. We'll get to that. I did think that maybe the micro-series was picking up, but then we got hit with the Fluttershy issue. While Twilight's bored me to tears, and Rainbow's had me groaning at its stupidity, Fluttershy's legitimately pissed me off. Guess what? Fluttershy has to stand up for herself. Where have I heard that one before? How about every Fluttershy episode ever? Alright, let's be as fair as possible. Fluttershy wants to enter an art competition. Apparently knitting is a secret passion of hers. She enters the art competition, and most of the common ponies are praising her art, which to the audience is massive and beautiful. Along comes a pretentious, caustic critic pony, who kinda reminds me of someone come to think of it, and he gives it a lashing using fancy words that don't amount to anything, not even nitpicking. And Fluttershy learns to disregard criticism if she can keep doing her passion. Oh, you are a riot micro-series! But no, that is one of the worst morals of the entire series. It's in the bottom 5. First of all, that critic is a straw man. This is the first time that the series has used a straw man, and it better damn well be the last. If you want to teach lessons, do not use a straw man, ever. Fluttershy micro-series, do you know what the purpose of criticism is? It's not for snide, pretentious assholes to boost their own ego, as you seem to believe. Criticism exists, 1, to tell the consumer what they're getting into, and 2, to help the artist get better. Here's a thought. What if the issue made Fluttershy actually bad at art? Instead of making something wonderful, she made something completely awful, but she still thought that it was wonderful. First of all, the current story would totally fall apart. Seriously, imagine the entire story if Fluttershy's art was obviously terrible. If she took that lesson to heart, then her art would never get better, and she'd be worse off for it. Secondly, she, and by extension the audience, can learn that there are certain kinds of criticism that you should listen to, and certain kinds you shouldn't. You should disregard the pretentious assholes, and focus on the ones who actually try to help you improve your craft. Or Fluttershy could learn that when someone is critiquing your work, they're not critiquing you, and you shouldn't be nervous about it. But no, she learns don't listen to your critics, they're all assholes. Just skip this one. 2 left, and half the main 6 issues are garbage! The Pinkie Pie issue is actually my favorite of the first 6. For starters, it has the best art of the first 6 issues. Everything is bright and colorful and comfortable on the eyes. It stars Pinkie Pie, obviously. She learns that her idol, a clown by the name of Poniachi, is going into retirement, and she tries to find a way to keep him in clowning. The message is phenomenal, that there's always a way to stay involved in what you love doing. Although for a story about a clown, the comedy itself is a bit lackluster. But the story and the art style more than makes up for it. Yeah, I can recommend this one. And let's end this off with Applejack. A goodie! An Applejack story in a series that I find mostly boring to begin with. The conflict is, to be quite frank here, stupid. There's a monster replacing all of the apples with squash. Because, get this, he's the Sasquatch. Just give me a break. Applejack decides to hunt down this creature, and she ignores help from her family. Now where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, that happens in Apple Family Reunion. So no, this issue isn't exactly pulling an Apple Family Reunion, more so ripping it off. Well, that and Moby Dick. Yeah, we've already gotten to that point. The point where they're ripping off a rip-off in order to tell an Applejack story. It cannot be this hard to tell a good story with Applejack. Hell, it's so much of a rip-off they even have Applejack sing a song and a comic book. That is the most stupid thing that I've ever heard. Yes, I know that Pinkie sung a song in her issue, but she was singing it to someone, and breaking into song is something that Pinkie does. Applejack's just singing to herself for no reason whatsoever. By the way, it wouldn't work as an actual song either. First of all, some of those rhymes get really painful. Secondly, notice the meter? Each line has only 5 syllables. Most actual songs have 7 or more. If someone tried to sing this, they would have to slow the tempo down way too much for it to sound remotely pleasing. Honestly, the art is its only saving grace. It's almost as good as Pinkie's issue, and it would probably be better if there was a little more variety. Unfortunately, not even the art could save this one. And that brings us to 4 out of the main 6 issues being garbage. Actually, that doesn't sum up my feelings towards the series properly. And to do that, let's do a recap. I find the Twilight issue the worst. It has less plot than the Cutie Pox, its reference humor is worse than Double Rainboom, its art frequently looks juvenile, and the moral is the purpose of the whole damn series. Then comes the Fluttershy issue, which uses a straw man to teach a broken moral, hoisted only by a contrived plot. The Rainbow issue has the worst dialogue of anything Friendship is Magic related. Anything Friendship is Magic related. And it has all of the subtlety of cancer. The only reason it's not the worst thing ever is because the other 2 exist. If these 3 were episodes of the show, they would make my bottom 5. And Applejacks would make my bottom 10 for having a horribly recycled plot and frankly a ridiculous concept. It almost seems like a horrible parody rather than anything else. Now the other 2, the good ones. How good exactly are they? Let me put it this way. They aren't good enough to justify the existence of the other 4. For what it's worth, at least the art keeps getting better, and I am at least willing to review the rest of the issues, because why not? It's not like I can give suggestions to how the series can improve because of the 4 that failed. They each failed in vastly different ways, and each of them has different writers. Ah, sweet closure. The project that brought me into the fandom has finally come to a close. It's kinda sad when you really think about it. Yes, Turnabout Storm is what brought me into the fandom. Before I did this reviewing stuff, I was really into video games. So I was browsing YouTube for the Phoenix Wright movie. Top results, a My Little Pony fanfiction. Interesting enough. I decided to give it a shot, and I really enjoyed it. That was back before the 4th part was released. Each time a new part has been released, I've watched the whole project from the beginning again. I have a lot of free time. Rainbow Dash has been accused of murder. The racer, Ace Swift, was electrocuted to death in the Everfree Forest. The murder weapon was a storm cloud bearing her hoofprints. However, it's more than it seems. Rainbow's friends are convinced that she didn't do it, but how do they prove it? Bring in the greatest defense attorney in the universe. That just so happens to be Phoenix Wright.
Oh, Cosmos, you flatter me.
Since this is a mystery story, I'm going to have to be very careful to spoil as little as possible. So, for the most part, I won't talk about anything past the 2nd part. This is so I can show both the investigation portions, where Phoenix or Twilight gathers evidence to present in court, and the courtroom portions, where Phoenix goes head-to-head with Trixie. Yes, Trixie is the prosecutor for this case. Honestly, she's probably the only one whose personality could fit the bill. There are a few things that you have to understand before going into this fan project. The first is that the tone is more in line with Ace Attorney than it is with Friendship is Magic. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a fucking murder for starters. But beyond that, it focuses more on drama and humor, and less on the emotional moments, although those are still there. There are also a few other additions as well, such as minor swearing talking about serious crimes, and a real risk of Rainbow Dash being actually executed. And by the way, what Trixie is doing may seem illegal or out of line, but no, in the Ace Attorney universe, she has every right to do what she does. The writing is Turnabout Storm's strongest asset. While the actual production values, the character models, animation, and music got better as the parts progressed, the writing stayed consistently good. Things that could have been ridiculous happenstance in a lesser story are made extremely plausible here. That being said, it's pretty much a Phoenix Wright staple. Actually, that sums up the story quite nicely. The story is good enough that I can actually see it being in an actual Phoenix Wright game, although they do take quite a few techniques from the games themselves. And unless you're paying really close attention, you might think that a certain subplot was dropped entirely. Most of the fun of the Phoenix Wright games is having Phoenix play off of the zany world around him. So, how good are the characters here? The first thing that you have to realize is that Turnabout Storm was written shortly after the first season ended, so the characters may come off as flanderized. Especially Pinkie, who, I can't believe I'm saying this, seems crazier than her usual self. I keep hearing the defense for Double Rainboom's characterization is that since it was written early in the show's run, it fixes all of its characterization problems. Yeah, I don't buy it. While Rainbow Dash sometimes comes across as a little simple in Turnabout Storm, you know, not a blithering idiot, the writers clearly understand what makes each of the characters special. When they do bend this, they're doing it for drama, and not because they're half-assing the story. The interactions are realistic and believable. Mostly.
Cupcakes have frosting on them, like how stepladders have a folding frame, while muffins are usually plain, like the ladder's flat.
Oh, I think I get it now. Like hacksaws and saws? Why'd they call it a hacksaw anyway? I I don't get it. It doesn't hack. Hacking is what you do with daggers and axes. And knives!
Yeah.
Riddle me this. Which would be scarier, knowing what she's talking about, or not knowing what she's talking about? Applejack and Rarity, while totally in character, are very underused. They each get less than 30 minutes of screen time in a 7.5-hour production. I suppose that's better than just shoehorning them into the story for no reason, and they do get some closure at the end, so it's not all bad. Although Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle fans may be very disappointed, since they don't appear at all until the very end after the trial is over. I said prior that the production quality goes up with each subsequent part. It starts out with static vectors over static backgrounds, but when they get to the actual courtroom parts, there's actual lip syncing. In the final part, we have actual animated demonstration, courtesy of Mr. Poninator. The music is primarily instrumental tracks of both the Phoenix Wright and My Little Pony franchises, and everyone has their own specific background theme. So according to the music, there's nothing really to talk about. The best crossovers explain things pretty well for both franchises, so no one will be lost, without bogging it down with redundant information. I don't know how well the Phoenix Wright side is explained for the Friendship is Magic audience, but vice versa, everything's explained in a decent and sometimes even humorous way. Well, except for the inevitable question of why the hell am I enjoying something from the My Little Pony franchise? These explanations do have to break away from canon at some point, and deal with pure speculation. After all, the show hasn't exactly delved into the science of clouds very much. Speaking of explaining things, that brings me to my biggest problem with the series, and the only thing that prevents me from giving it a must-see ranking. The entire series is more than 7 hours long! And each part, excluding the first, is over an hour long. I'd say check out the first part to see if this is up your alley, but every player of Phoenix Wright knows that the courtroom scenes are the best part of the game. And they are the best parts of Turnabout Storm, so that extends to watching part 1 and 2, which pretty much adds up to a feature-length movie. Trust me though when I say it's well worth it.